This is Audible.
Forbidden Ink. Get Inked Book 6. Written by Lyda. Narrated by Connor Brown. Prologue. Milo. My sister's room in the hospital was south-facing, which meant when the curtains were pulled, sunlight filled the space. But there was no amount of sun or light or anything in the world to make the scene in front of me better. Maya's normally olive complexion was yellow and waxen. Her cheekbones stood out like daggers, and her lips were so chapped, the dried skin on them looked like salt flats. My sister. My beautiful, intelligent, mysterious, stubborn sister was dying. Nothing prepares you for the death of a loved one. It didn't matter that we'd known for months that the cancer was terminal. It had spread from breasts to lymph nodes, and from there to basically everywhere. It had spread with the same kind of hunger that Maya had once had for life, and God, that was so bitterly ironic. At this point, the doctors and nurses all had moved on to palliative care, keeping Maya as comfortable as she could be until the end, which I could feel in my bones was close. Our parents had died a few years before, months apart from one another. They'd missed seeing Maya bloom with motherhood. They'd missed the birth of their only granddaughter, Sophia. And now Maya was going to be the one missing out on Sophia's life. It fucking killed me when I thought about it. My niece was going to become, in essence, my daughter after this. I was her last family connection. Not her biological father, whose identity Maya had never shared. Maya had kept a tight lid on that secret, telling me once that her carelessness shouldn't ruin another person's life. That didn't make me not knowing any less frustrating. I was holding her hand. It was dry and the skin rough no matter how many times I rubbed lotion into it. For the past hour, it had been still as death while she slept. The wheezing tug of her inhalations and the beep of the heart monitor the only signs that Maya was still alive. Twitching grabbed my attention. Her fingers squeezed at mine. Then a sound. Sophia. My sister's lips cracked as she whispered her daughter's name. She's with Marta, I replied. The hospital was no place for a 2-year-old to spend all of her time. She didn't deserve her last memories of her mother to be this. A wasted, sickly body in a starched, sheeted bed, surrounded by tubes and loud machines. Marta was a temporary nanny I'd hired as soon as Maya had her diagnosis, so that there would be someone I trusted to stay with Sophia when this time came. Maya's eyes fluttered as she struggled for consciousness. The cocktail of drugs that she was on were hefty, and even this much awareness was as miraculous as it was heartbreaking. We were all hoping her transition into death would come in peaceful sleep. Sophia, she said again, this time with urgency. Honey, she's not here. She's fine. The pad of my thumb stroked Maya's cheek until she settled some. God, this must be hell for her. Not just the pain and the terrible knowledge of her end, but knowing what it meant for her daughter who would grow up without knowing either of her parents. Well, she could still grow up knowing one parent, if only Maya had told me who the father was. I crossed my arms by her side and buried my face, unable to face my surroundings anymore. The hospital room had been my second home for weeks. I hated the antiseptic smell of the hospital and the staleness of the rooms, the way everyone seemed to be hurrying around, but nothing ever seemed to change. But damned if I was going to let Maya die alone. We hadn't always been close, but she was my sister. Shutting my eyes against the pain of loss I was already beginning to feel, I wept. And then I slept. For how long, I don't know. But fingernails along my scalp brought me to smiling wakefulness. I sighed, afraid if I moved, the moment would be over. Maya was the only person I ever let play with my hair, which was dark and unruly and took a shameful amount of product to keep under control. No one touched my hair, except for her. Anything for her. But her touch was fragile, and I knew if she was awake and calm, I should pay attention. How many more moments like this would I have? "Hey," I said, voice raspy from sleep. "Hermano," she whispered. Maya's voice still held a musical quality, even after medicine and sickness had taken her hair and her health. "I need to tell you something." My stomach twisted. But I was an actor, a damn fine one at that. Schooling my features, I looked up with a lazy smile. "You don't need to do anything anymore, Maya. Just rest and be comfortable." I expected some protest, but not the almost violent headshake I received in response. "No," she said. Her skin was dewy with the sweat of exertion, and I wondered how much this conversation was taxing her limited reserves. "This is important. Listen." Maya was trying, but to make it easier, I had to do anything for her at this point. I leaned in close so she wouldn't have to strain to sit up or speak loudly. Her sad sighs scraped at my heart. "Eric Cook." I scrambled to understand her meaning. "Eric Cook?" "A tattoo artist. I met at a party in L.A. There was guilt in her tone, and my brain was making connections. I pulled back so I could meet her gaze. "He's Sophia's father?" "Yes." My blood roared in my ears as the one mystery I had never been able to solve had just been cracked. Sophia's father. The name was the key that unlocked Pandora's box, a secret she'd guarded so closely for so long that I was stunned and angry at its reveal now, when I had so little time left with her. "Milo," Maya said, the edge in her voice cutting through my thoughts. "I want Sophia to have a chance to know her dad, since she won't have me. I want you to promise to reach out to him. It was a one-night stand. He has no idea, so please don't be angry with him. I just wanted." Tears spilled down her cheeks, and whatever energy she'd had for the confession was quickly diminishing. I combed my fingers over her scalp soothingly. "Find him and tell him I'm sorry," she managed. It hurt to force sound past the wicked lump in my throat. "Look, I'll find him now. We'll video him. You tell him, okay? I don't know how to do this." Maya's eyes were shutting from exhaustion, so I pulled out my phone. Research was easier than facing the constant reminder of misery that kept rippling from my sister's cancer like waves after a pebble strikes water. My fingers flew across the keypad, and in no time I found him. Eric Cook. He was guest spotting with a promise to work at some famous celebrity tattoo shop turned reality show, Get Inked. I'd seen commercials for it, the men on the show always catching my eye, but I hadn't seen an episode. Before the show, it looked like he'd moonlighted around L.A. doing famous people's tattoos and going to their parties. Eric was all over social media, usually with a beer in one hand and a woman on his other arm. Or a man. Or a man and a woman. Fuck. But he got around. I found an interview with him from a year before. Interviewer: "So, would you say settling down is in your future?" Eric Cook: "Oh, hell no. The world is a large place, and we only have one life. I'm a firm believer in variety, if you know what I mean. I love everyone, and I want a chance to love everyone. Settling down would throw a major wrench in that. Besides, my twin is all the family I need." Interviewer: "Well, what if someone special were to show up? Tattoo trends change. Maybe so will the bachelor status of Eric Cook, right?" Eric Cook, chuckling: "I suppose it's tempting fate to say never. Never say never, right? But I haven't met anyone worth changing for, and I've met a lot of people. If the shoe doesn't fit, it doesn't make sense to force it." I closed the article quickly. That was Sophia's father? My sister, who made straight A's in our competitive private schools, who only ever had long-term relationships and paid her bills on time and remembered to write thank you cards. Maya, perfectionist, loyal to a fault, and such a classic good girl. It had occasionally been something we'd fought over. She'd slept with that man? "Look, I don't mean to judge," I said, still staring at my phone. In her defense, I supposed, the man was attractive as hell. He had beautiful dark brown skin and his tiny locks reminded me of Michael B. Jordan's character in Black Panther. He had a crooked smile that promised the best kind of up to no good. But how in the hell did you end up in bed with this guy? Maya didn't answer. Her eyes were shut, her lips parted. There was the faintest rise and fall of her belly as she breathed. It was intuition, but I began to think that was the last conversation I'd ever have with her. Which meant in turn that I would never know how she ended up with a guy like Eric Cook. Things progressed too quickly after that. By the time I'd checked in with Marta, the doctor let me know he was certain it was time to say goodbye. That, along with the name of Sophia's father, was the final gift I had for Maya. The chance to hold her hand as she finally let go. Grief was brutal when it hit. The sound of her heartbeat on the machine falling silent. The last rattles of her breathing. The hand of a nurse on my shoulder signaling it was time to go fill out release forms. That was the kick in the balls that I needed. Because if I let myself grieve, to fully fall into the sadness welling up my chest, I'd fucking drown. But if I allowed myself to focus on anger, it was so unfair. How was life like this? And the things that needed to be done, funeral arrangements, counseling for Sophia, talking to my manager, Joel, about what came next. Then I could keep moving forward, including honoring Maya's last wish, for Sophia to meet her father. One thing was for certain. I didn't like the Eric Cook I had discovered on the internet. He was cocky and promiscuous. He was everything I wasn't. Out and proud and irresponsible. But he was my niece's father, and I'd made a promise. Which meant that after my sister was buried, I had a trip to make and a man to meet. He was going to find out he was a dad, and damned if I was going to let him shirk in that duty. I didn't give a shit if he hadn't known he was a father. He should have bagged his junk more carefully if he didn't want a family. Sophia only had one living parent left on this, and it was time for him to man the fuck up. Chapter 1. Eric. A fucking paternity test. Milo's lawyers had insisted on one, and Reagan's had agreed. It left me feeling like one of those shitty fathers on Jerry Springer, and my blood was boiling. My cheek was being swabbed in an office crowded by concerned suits. It was fucking humiliating. Not quite as humiliating as being clocked by a movie star in front of the film crew last week, but not far off. Especially seeing as the two incidents were related. The swab was removed from the inside of my mouth and placed with clinical precision into a tub by the paternity testing company hired by the studio. Because of the studio's sway, results would be in faster than usual, which should have brought me comfort, but I only wanted to know quickly if the answer was a negative. Scott, one of the production company's lawyers, was sitting as a witness, along with Roger, a producer from the show. It was Roger who'd been grilling me since Reagan called the meeting. "And you're 100% positive you didn't know you had a kid?" he asked for the 100th time. "No," I said, voice stretched thin with weariness. I never knew Maya was pregnant after our one-night stand. We didn't date. We hooked up at a party one time, and I used a condom. And yet, now here we are. I must have sounded sharper than I should have because Reagan shot me a look. Not a stop being sassy look, but a clear, "Are you okay?" look, which was almost as bad. People either questioned my honesty, like Roger, or my emotional state, Reagan, my sister. A week ago, I'd found out I was a father in a startlingly painful way, with Milo storming in to get inked and socking me in the face. And then I discovered some asshole had recorded the altercation on his phone, and the story had gone viral. How the fuck did people think I was doing? I'm sorry. I rubbed at my face hard, pressing my palms into my eyes. This is overwhelming. I know, Roger responded with a surprising amount of gentleness. And I hate that I have to be so businesslike about something that's flipping your world upside down. But ratings are on the line here. If you come off as a deadbeat daddy, we're sunk. Given all of this, I think it would be good to move you to the new location, despite having hyped you as Bryce's replacement. Fresh start, new shop, and we'll edit to show how you're stepping fully into a career and into fatherhood. That would be golden for ratings, which in turn could give you a major salary boost. I heard what Roger meant between the lines. Now that I had someone else to think about, image and money were more important. But I'd fallen in love with getting and getting shunted off to a new location felt like almost as much of a gut punch as finding out I had a child. A throb began behind my left eye. I rubbed circles at my temple. Roger held out his hands in a, well, okay, sort of gesture. It was just so Hollywood. I was briefly reminiscent of my time there. So, we'll do the test. I'll send over paperwork about the new location, and we'll go from there. Milo's lawyer is in contact with us. Everything will be done properly, okay, Eric? I nodded at the appropriate places to make it seem like I was agreeing. I heard him, of course, but his reassurances did little to lessen the insanity. I had a kid. She was almost 3 years old, and she'd never met me. It all hit too close to home, and I rubbed at my temple with more intensity. The producers, lawyers, and personnel finally left the office, leaving me alone with Reagan. His red hair was getting long and shaggy, and he continuously had to push it off his forehead, which he did now as he leaned back in his chair and watched me with a careful gaze. So, that was intense, he said. I nodded. Yep, cuckoo bananas. His nose wrinkled. How are you holding up? Currently, I'm holding up around 6 feet 10 inches with a solid 190 of pure muscle. It can be difficult looking this good, but we all have our burdens, I said with a smirk. If looks could kill, I'd be dead because Reagan was glaring at me fiercely. Eric, drop the shit. I know we're still getting to know each other, but take some advice. You're only going to hurt worse if you don't allow yourself to feel what you need to right now. I scratched at the base of my neck before scratching at the scruff of hair starting to grow back on my scalp. After Milo dropped the bomb on me and things started to spiral on social media, I'd shaved off the dreads I'd spent so long growing in a fit of, I didn't even know. Anger, anxiety, sadness, all the above. You're right, I said. We're still getting to know each other, but really, it's cool. This is a surprise, and I'm good with surprises. Adaptable as fuck. So it's no big deal. Apparently, instead of convincing Reagan, I'd unknowingly started a stare-off. He stared at me, trying to get me to crack. I stared at him, resolute. I wasn't mad about his kindness. I knew enough from Erica and spending time around the shop for a few weeks to understand that Reagan was the real deal, a good guy. But I'd learned a long time ago not to show my true emotions. They were a weakness, and I'd lived a life that didn't allow for weakness. So, Reagan could stare all he wanted, but I wasn't about to dissolve into some emotional puddle and vomit out my feelings. Besides, what could I feel, really? Life was throwing me a curveball for sure. But I was a man, and I was going to handle it. Forcing my shoulders to release, I sank into the chair a bit. I'm going to have to just deal with it, you know? So, that's where my head is. Dealing with it. It's going to be fine. That stubborn redhead was clearly not buying it, but at least Reagan seemed ready to let it go. Okay. But I'm here if you need to vent. And you know you have all our support, right? Sure do. I launched out of the office chair a little too quickly, probably giving off the can't wait to get out of the hot seat vibe, but oh the fuck well. I needed to get out of Get Inked for a little while. Have some space to breathe. As soon as I opened the office door, I found Erica. Her eyebrow arched high enough it competed with the one in Missouri. I walked past her without a word. My bullshit tolerance was running out fast. Erica and I shared a womb, a hard childhood, and a love for tattoos and beautiful men. We knew each other better than anyone else, and while she might occasionally feel like a thorn in my side, she was my sister and my best friend. She followed me, her bag slung over her shoulder and a frown heavy on her face. When we got to her car, I hopped into the passenger seat and tipped the seat back, shutting my eyes, hoping Erica would get the hint. Most likely she did, and simply didn't give a shit. As soon as the car was moving, my sister was pushing buttons. "So," she said, dragging the word out, "you going to crack?" The pressure. We used to tease each other growing up, knowing that sometimes the pressure of life could get so fucking intense, you feel like you're going to crack. Somehow, having the other person ask us if we were close to cracking helped diffuse some of the strain. Not the case today. "I'm not even close to cracking," I replied in a flat tone. For anyone else, might have been an acknowledgement that needs were heard and going to be met. With Erica, it was more a, "you're full of shit, so I'm going to wait you out" sort of noise. She was going to make me talk sooner or later. And sooner meant I could have her off my back faster. "Look," I started, watching the stars fight to peek out from thin clouds in the sky. "Obviously, I'm angry. I'm angry that Maya never told me I had a daughter. And I'm real fucking pissed that Milo painted me as some kind of deadbeat dad when I never had a chance to step up to the plate. Like that story spread like wildfire, as if people wanted to believe the worst about me." Erica pulled into the parking lot of the apartment complex where we lived, but we sat in the car, engine idling. She waited. "You know how our folks were," I said. "I would never want to be like them. But now I've already missed more than 2 years of my daughter's life." "Assuming the DNA test proves she's yours," Erica said gently. I side-eyed her. We'd both seen the photo. That was my daughter. I could feel it in my gut. "Maybe you're right. Maybe she won't be my kid. But if she is," I slumped further into the seat. "Let's be real. I'm going from playdates with sexy men to playdates with toddlers. I'm going to have to learn how to parent overnight. I have no fucking clue how to do that, and it scares me. Where do I even start?" She was quiet for a moment, but it wasn't the silence meant to pressure me into saying more. It was her thinking. Finally, Erica took my hand in hers, linking our fingers, connecting me to family. "You start by moving out. You need a place to live where your daughter can stay, and my small 2-bedroom apartment isn't going to cut it. We'll take your day or 2 off work and go looking together. I'll help you arrange movers, and we'll get you settled. The network is really pushing to have me move to the new location." "That's because if you stayed where I am, there'd be too many cooks in the kitchen." I groaned. "I hate that pun, Erica Cook." "But you love me, Erica Cook." She squeezed my hand. "Find a rental then, until you know what's up. It will take at least a few months for the production of the new place to get going, and your daughter won't wait until you're ready. You've got to be ready now." Yeah, right. The pressure was threatening to crush me like an aluminum can. I needed out. Space to breathe. "I'm going to go out for a bit." "Eric." I shook my head. "Like I said, my whole life is about to change. I'm going to squeeze out every last bit of freedom out before it's gone." "It's a bad idea." She never liked my wild and loose lifestyle. This wasn't anything new. "See you tomorrow, sis." She sighed like it was her job and got out of the car. "Whatever, Eric." I didn't even bother changing or sprucing up. Pulling out my phone, I ordered a car, and as soon as it arrived, I was off to my favorite dive bar. It was time to drown my worries in a fuck ton of vodka. The bar was already in full swing when I got there. Feeling like life was chasing me, nipping at my heels, I decided to be a bit wild. I ordered shots for myself and the 20 or so other patrons at the bar. The first shot burned as it went down, reminding me of the heat I'd felt when Milo had punched me and shamed me at my job. The second shot spread the heat to my limbs, easing some of the hurt and fear I'd been hiding from the world. The third shot warmed my stomach in a way I did not appreciate, as I thought about how goddamn beautiful and angry Milo Perez was. There was a reason he was a major star. There wasn't any more burn after the 4th and 5th and 6th shots. Just a whole lot of bad decisions. It took too long to realize the phone I could hear blowing up was my phone, and I had to scramble over a set of legs to grab and silence it. My head was full of cotton and pain. There was too much to drink, and there was the beating I'd given to myself last night. which was still a blur. I rubbed sleep from my eyes and took a better look at my surroundings. Well, I hadn't crawled over just one set of legs. The king-sized bed I slept on currently contained 4 other naked men, all still dead asleep. The room we were in had empty bottles on almost every available surface, and the floor was littered with playing cards and articles of clothing. My stomach lurched, and I rushed out of the room in a panic, barely finding the apartment's bathroom in time to puke. Hangover puking was the worst when I was in the thick of it, but when the heaving stopped, I felt less like warmed-over shit. Better enough to open my phone and see what the fuss was all about, only to discover from Erica that I'd been trending. After Milo had dragged me into his drama, our story had been spotlighted in a few places. Well, what little story there was. Now, though, it seemed like that punch wasn't the only thing all over the internet. So were pictures of me from the night before, making some very, very bad choices. Chapter 2. Milo. My lawyer kept looking at me like I was going to lose my shit at any second, but I was past that. Well, mostly. I'd known the DNA test would prove Eric was the father. Mai was so many things, but she wasn't a liar. It might have been nice if she'd been wrong, though. There was a lot of fast talking between my lawyer and my publicist about what this would mean. Well, Mr. Cook isn't pressing charges over the punch, Rick, my lawyer, was saying. But we're in a sensitive place because of it. Jim, my publicist, shook his head. That made Milo look good. It helps with the whole doting uncle and heartbroken sibling image. We just need to spin that some more. Really show how he's putting Sophia before everything else, stepping up to the plate to protect her, etc. That needled me too much, and I looked at my manager, Joel. I'm not using Sophia or Maya's death for fucking media attention. Joel had been with me since the beginning of my career. I could see he got it right away, which thankfully meant he silenced the other two before they pushed even harder. But Joel did say, Eric is building quite a media presence that we won't want attached to Milo's image. I clenched the arms of my chair, felt the wood shift and groan from the strain. Eric wasn't just building a media presence. I'd put an alert on my phone for him in case he decided to go rogue before we could decide how to handle this situation together, and the shit that had come over the past few days, making out with men, grinding on them in public. His wide, white smile, like he didn't have a goddamn care in the world, all the while ignoring that his previously unknown daughter just lost her mother, and he was in the middle of a paternity investigation? It was ridiculous. How he got to live so out and proud and carefree. Not all of us had that luxury, that freedom. How in the fuck was I supposed to agree to let such an irresponsible, uncaring man near Sophia? If Maya had known he was like that, I was certain she'd agree with me. Maya was someone who had always valued hard, honest work, integrity, staying behind the scenes, and focusing on impact rather than accolades. She'd stuck to her convictions so wholeheartedly, she'd turned away the job in acting our parents had groomed for her. When she'd had Sophia, Maya's devotion and loyalty had bloomed into something so beautiful, so strong. Never had I met someone more focused. She'd worked, even when she'd been sick. Until she'd been too sick. She'd turned down dating and handouts, making the most for herself and her daughter. No partying up, no drinking all night, no ending up in photos making out with strangers. I had to believe she hadn't been following Eric's career. If she had, she wouldn't want her daughter to know him so badly. She wouldn't want her daughter exposed to those bad habits and poor values, because he was the opposite of her in every way. Rick, I said, interrupting their brainstorm on keeping my image squeaky clean. I want you to draw papers for Mr. Cook. Explain that I changed my mind. I don't want him to be a co-parent. He's off the hook. Just have him sign whatever he needs in order to give up Sophia. It had been 2 weeks since Maya's burial, and I still ached all the time. My throat stung with the tears I had to swallow down every minute of every hour. Trying to keep going, to stay on top of this shit? It was the hardest acting job I'd ever worked. But I'd made a mistake. I'd let the fresh torrent of grief cloud my judgment when I tracked down Eric Cook and told him about Sophia. I shouldn't have told him shit. Or at the very least, I should have waited, so I could have figured out the best way to handle it instead of just dumping everything out there. "Milo?" Joel said, voice high and pinched like it got when he was worried. The man could organize a goddamn circus, but if he thought something was spinning out of his control, he crumbled like a stale cracker. "Are you sure?" Struggling, I stood. I was tired of the meeting. I had made up my mind. "I'm sure. Sophia is better off without him, and it would solve all of this image stuff you guys are worried about. I have no interest in dealing with Mr. Cook, and judging by his activity online, he isn't interested in the responsibility of being a father. Fuck it. And fuck him." Everyone in the room seemed to nod as my idea floats around and settles. After all, none of us needed the baggage that came with Eric. As we wrapped up the meeting, my chest felt tighter. I'd made a mistake, but I was fixing it. I was doing the best I could for Sophia. And if I happened to save myself from spending time with a total asshole who I found unfairly attractive, that was just a bonus. After the meeting, my hands had basically been washed clean. I paid people to deal with problems like this so I could focus on work and trying to shift my life to include Sophia. This meant a lot of haggling with potential nannies over hours and money, with the studio over hours and money, and with my agent over hours and money. It was a pain in the ass, but something I'd been doing most of my life. Periodically, I'd text Joel to make sure things were moving forward with Eric and the paperwork. I was assured each time that he and Rick were working on it. In exchange, he reminded me to make a decision about a full-time nanny so I could get back to the set without the weird limited hours I'd been working. Friday morning was the last of the nanny interviews. I was eager to be finished with the week. I wanted to move forward from the devastation that my sister's reveal had wreaked on my life. I wanted time to grieve. I wanted to get back to work. I needed to not have so much time to dwell on things. My front door rang, and I went to open it. The woman who was waiting outside gave me an easy smile. Not an, "Oh my God, it's really you" smile, or a flirtatious one. Or any of the other troubling smiles I'd seen since starting the interview process. Just a solid, soft grin that immediately helped me relax. "Hadley?" I asked as I held up my hand. "That's me," she replied, and shook my hand with a firm grip. Her palms weren't sweaty. "It's nice to meet you." "Come on in," I offered, stepping aside for her. As she entered, I appreciated that she was young enough to keep up with an almost 3-year-old, but not so young that I'd be worried about youthful irresponsibility. Hadley had blonde hair and a blunt bob, apple cheeks, and perceptive green eyes. As she moved toward the living room chairs I'd indicated, she was already assessing the room. Before I could even begin, she spoke. "I'm going to be a bit presumptive here, but you have a space that is clearly not intended to house children." I leaned back. "What do you mean?" "White cloth furniture that begs for spilled food, messy fingerprints, muddy tracks. A lot of sharp corners at head height for a crawling child. And breakables, well, everywhere within reach of interested hands." She wasn't telling me anything I didn't know. I've been chasing Sophia endlessly, trying to save my shit from being destroyed. "Her room is a safe place for play, as well as the kitchen. I assumed it was your job to keep her from wrecking the rest of the house." Hadley gave an easy shrug. "Nope. My job is to keep her safe, not your things. In the ad, you said she's almost 3. A room and a kitchen aren't nearly enough space for her to explore. Her brain is developing rapidly right now. She needs to be able to move and touch and discover. And honestly, to make some mistakes like coloring on a wall or spilling juice or breaking a statue. If I was her nanny, obviously we'd try to avoid it. But messes happen with kids, and part of my job is to teach her how to be resilient in the face of chaos. She needs to learn how to ask for help when she's in over her head. So no, I wouldn't be keeping her limited to 2 rooms." I took a moment to absorb it all. Hadley spoke in a quick, direct way that didn't allow for interruption, and she was bold as hell, I'd give her that. "That sounds fair. I'm Sophia's uncle. Her mother, my sister, passed away recently." At that, Hadley's face softened. "I'm sorry to hear that. This must all feel new and overwhelming. Unable to speak through the lump forming in my throat, I nodded. "I'll get to the point then," Hadley continued. "I always like to set boundaries with potential clients up front. I will not be a mother figure for her. She has a mother, and I would strive to help Sophia connect with those memories. I will be a devoted caregiver. I've worked for other celebrities. The scheduling can be demanding, and I understand that. If I need time off, I'll give you plenty of notice. I have references and a background check if you'd like them. I'm CPR certified and have a clean driving record. And I adore children, Mr. Perez." I chewed my lip, suddenly feeling like I was drowning in this decision. Before, I'd been thinking about which nanny would best suit me. But Hadley was a good reminder that I needed to be thinking about the best for Sophia. "I'd like you to meet her," I said eventually. "And if it all goes well, I'd like to offer you the job. I need the help. But I also need to know Sophia is in good, loving hands." Hadley nodded, her eyes brightening as if I'd passed a test. Like she was the one interviewing me, not the other way around. "That's fair. Send me some good times and I'll come back and meet Sophia." "I'll do that. Would you email me the references and background check?" "Of course." We stood and shook hands again. The interview had gone quickly, but Hadley was so confident I couldn't help but feel reassured. I'd have Joel follow up on the references, but I knew she was the one. After I said goodbye and watched her walk to her car, I picked up my phone to call Joel and let him know that we could start back on a normal schedule soon. He answered on the second ring. "Talk to me, baby," he said in his most pompous, greasy manager voice possible. It was a running joke between us because Joel was as far from the typical Hollywood manager stereotype as you could get. It was why we worked so well together. "I think I've found the perfect nanny. She needs to meet Sophia, but I'm confident it'll work out. So we can call the studio and—" He cut me off with an exaggerated sigh of relief. Thank Christ. They were getting antsy, but I know how serious you are about taking care of Sophia. Serious? Understatement of the year. She's my #1 priority now, Joel. Speaking of which, where are we with Eric? His lawyers have the paperwork now. I doubt there will be any pushback. I know you're eager to cut him out, but we're playing this right. You don't want anything to come bite you in the ass later. Suddenly, in my traitorous brain, there was a flash of an image of Eric Cook, his strong, tattooed body naked in bed, his teeth sinking into the flesh of my ass. A surge of unwanted heat burst in my gut, and I shook my head, deeply grateful I was on a phone call and not a video call. The problem with shoving your desires deep inside and staying in the metaphorical closet was that the urges didn't lessen simply because you didn't admit to them. Ah, cool, I managed. Thanks. Text me the studio's schedule as soon as you have it, and I'll get the nanny and Sophia on board. It'll be like the past few weeks never happened. I doubt Joel believed that any more than I did. After all, there was no undoing the death of my sister, or the fact that I'd become a de facto parent overnight, or that I'd punched a man on video and had my tirade blasted all over the internet. All of that had happened, and I was going to have to live with it. But at least I wasn't going to have to live with Eric Cook. Things weren't great, but they are headed in that direction. Work was busy, but the director was trying to keep in mind that I had a kid now, which meant I was usually home in time for dinner, or Hadley would bring Sophia to the set so we could eat together. Sophia adored Hadley. In the mornings, I cooked my niece breakfast and waited for Hadley to arrive, and Sophia would tell me, with her mouthful of cereal, a long-winded report on all the things she and Hadley had done, or would be doing, or things Hadley had said. Well, she explained with as much fluency as a bright 2-year-old could muster. I caught most of it, I thought. Aside from the moments when the loss of my sister would hit me so hard I thought I wouldn't be able to breathe again, life was starting to feel comfortable again. But when those moments hit, they hit with a vengeance. Something would remind me of Maya and my throat would cinch shut, the ache in my chest so tight each inhalation burned and scraped at my lungs. I'd work hard to remember her smile or the way she sounded when she teased me. And inevitably, during those moments of thinking about all the best parts of Maya, I start to wonder how in the hell she'd ended up in bed with Eric. I mean, I understood he was attractive. Like crazy hot. Eric's body and chiseled face and swagger were undeniably appealing. But he was so goddamn cocky. Whenever I thought of him, there were massive crashing waves of anger and irritation. I was pissed at what I'd learned about him from the web, his cavalier life, the way he flaunted his sexuality. God, what must that be like? The complete irresponsible and radical promiscuity? It grated at me, seeing someone so unencumbered by the rules and manacles that had been placed on me from a young age. I knew, too, that there were undercurrents to my dislike that stemmed from things out of Eric's control. Like how I was pissed Maya never told me about Eric until the last minute. Sometimes, when I was deep in my grief, I'd get so angry at her for dumping the secret on me when there wasn't any time left. And on Eric. It had been an unfair thing to ask of me, and of him. Of course, the problem with feeling anger towards someone who was dead was there was no way to talk it out. You had to carry the weight. Or find someone else to pin it on. Work, at least, allowed me to shed my skin and the weight while I became a different character. Someone I could dive into being for at least a few hours. The work exhausted me, and I loved it for that. When I emerged from my character, I felt temporarily scoured clean, like I was stepping back into a freshly pressed Milo suit. So when the director called, "Cut," I moved out of place from the scene blocking, giving my co-star a quick smile. She returned it before whipping out her cell phone and heading for her trailer. We would probably try a few more takes, but until then, there was some shouting at the back of the set. The noise was a part of the work, from setting up everything to the hustle of a handful of people working at a fast pace to make the movie come together. Shouting happened, but not like this. My head turned with all of those near me toward the angry cries. Then I gaped, unable to believe what I was seeing. Eric Cook was storming toward me. He did not look like his normal put-together self. No, this Eric had an unkempt beard, and his dreads, those thick, sexy dreads, were gone. He'd shaved his head bald, making him seem somehow both more intimidating and undeniably masculine. His eyes were shot through with pink, and the skin beneath looked bruised. He looked tired and crazed. My heart wedged itself firmly in my throat. Eric spotted me and moved in my direction, looking for all the world like a shark honing in on prey. Without thinking, I backed up, moving until I ran out of places to escape. The door of the set was behind me. Behind it, the wall of the studio. There was nowhere to run when Eric closed the gap and grabbed the front of my shirt, hauling me close to him so that my body was flush against his. I could feel the press of his knuckles against my sternum where he had a firm grip on my shirt. The heat and closeness of him, combined with my fear and surprise, knocked all the common sense from me. I was a rabbit in a snare, and I couldn't think past the realization that this was the closest I'd been to a man's body in too fucking long. "Who the fuck do you think you are?" Eric growled, those bloodshot eyes burning into me. "How dare you drop the information that I'm a father on me, and then try to take her away?" My mouth was so dry I didn't think I could form words, even if I could come up with ones to say. Not that Eric seemed to be in a mood for conversation. "You don't get to do that, Milo. You don't get to drop a bomb on me and then try to just walk away like it never happened." I had never had someone this angry at me. I could feel how pissed off he is. It spiked from him, pinning me just as much as his hold on my shirt. But it helped in a way to break me from my stupor. There was nothing like feeling attacked to get the old defensive knee-jerk in gear. "You might want to get your hands off me before my lawyers hand you a lawsuit on top of the paperwork for Sophia." I sounded far more confident than I felt. His face went stony, and his deep brown eyes turned to ice. Eric smiled as he released my shirt, but it was not a reassuring smile. Nor did he back away to put space between us. "What? Are you thinking about sucker punching me again?" There was such venom in his tone that I was the one to take a step away on legs that felt like jelly. I thought about it. Yeah. "Are you saying you don't like someone bursting into your space of work and making a scene in front of your colleagues? Threatening you on video? Does that bother you?" Again, a flash of his teeth, a smile that was sharper than a knife. And fuck him for having a point. Because I felt everyone's eyes on us and I hated it. It was mortifying. I didn't care if this is a tit for tat because he wasn't supposed to even care. Hell, he was fucking who knew how many men the same night I dropped the bomb on him about Sophia. I'm not looking to fight, and I'm tired of the drama, I said, squaring my shoulders. He might have a few inches and more than a few pounds on me, but I work out like it is my job. In part because looking good was my job. Just sign the goddamn papers and we can be out of each other's hair. For a moment, I thought he was going to deck me. His fists were tight at his sides. You know what you can do with those papers? Eric spoke through gritted teeth. You can shove them up your ass. You aren't taking my daughter from me. So learn to fucking deal with it. With that, he turned and stormed out, cutting such an intimidating figure that not a goddamn person tried to stop him. I was left with the realization that shit had well and truly hit the fan. Chapter 3. Eric. Are you fucking kidding me? Roger was so red in the face, I worried he was in danger of a heart attack. I could tell he wanted me to feel uncomfortable, but I was still seething from the encounter with Milo, and there was no room for regret. The producer dragged his hands through his hair. In what way did you think assaulting him back would make this situation better? I didn't assault him, I stated. You had him by the shirt, Eric. Roger looked to Scott, the lawyer, for backup. Scott was happy to comply. You've put a lot in jeopardy with this stunt, Eric. I'm not sure the studio is going to be willing to keep you on after this. My stomach lurched. It wasn't that I needed the money, but I'd fallen in love with Get Inked. Working in one place for a long time was a new experience for me, having spent so much time moonlighting across the country in shops as a guest artist. Having a home base was an experience I wanted. Look, it was a dumb thing to do, I admitted. This custody thing has been a bit of a stressor for me. But I thought reality TV was all about the drama, so... Roger cut me off with a sharp shake of the head. No, not in this case. Did you know that over 30% of our viewers are women over the age of 65? Well, no, but... And that the show also does well within family demographics? The lore of Get Inked isn't the drama. It's the art. And the familial bonds that the artists have. It's all the good feels of the Great British Bake Off, but with the sex appeal of bad boys. Drama, especially some baby daddy drama from a newcomer, is not what we want. It took effort to bite my tongue. If they were grilling me for flying off the handle, then running my mouth right now was not in my best interest. If only they'd seen the papers Milo's lawyers had sent me. Full custody of Sophia to Milo. They wanted me to give up all rights to her. The kicker was the reasoning, which no amount of fine type could hide. The papers suggested I was unfit to be a parent. That had sent me into a spiral of bad memories. Like the time 12-year-old Eric and I were sitting with a social worker who was explaining that our parents were unfit to take care of us. My parents made a lot of bad choices. They'd disappeared, sometimes for days at a time, leaving Eric and me to fend for ourselves. They ignored us on good days. On bad days, when they did pay attention to us, it was usually in the form of hard words and harder hands. But the word most used to describe them? Absent. They had been unfit, and it had torn our family apart. I'd worked hard not to be like my parents. Before Milo's huge announcement that I was a dad, that work had come in the form of avoiding long-term relationships, always bagging my dick and staying carefree and single. Now that I knew I was a parent, it would mean proving myself in new ways, and fuck everyone who assumed I wasn't up for the challenge. Roger's snarky tone cut through my thoughts. We were going to move you to the new location, Eric, make you a manager. But this makes me wonder if you can handle the responsibility. Inhale. I held the breath before saying more things I'd regret. Before I could speak, though, Reagan weighed in. Eric will be an artist for me whether you decide to feature him on the show or give him a shop. You seem to forget that while we have a deal for you to film in my shop, it is still my shop, not the studio's. And I've hired Eric, regardless of your contract with him. His employment is not up for discussion. Hope swelled like tidewater in me before Reagan turned his assessing gaze to me. However, Eric, part of being an employee here is knowing that your actions, whatever they are, reflect on the shop and other artists here. So when you act rashly and publicly, it makes us all look bad. The other two men could have yelled and berated me for hours, and I wouldn't have felt a goddamn bit of remorse. But Reagan's calm reminder, his low-key disappointment, fucking ouch. I feel about 2 feet tall and swamped with guilt. He was right. I'm sorry, Reagan, you're right. I don't want to make you or the shop look bad. Not ever. I was dumb, and I'll make it better. I want to be a good reflection of Get Inked. He nodded in approval, and a bit of the weight on my shoulders lifted. But Scott and Roger weren't so quick to forgive, and I didn't think they'd like the reminder that they couldn't fire me from the shop. Roger spoke first. We need to think about it. We'll get back to you soon. They rose from their chairs. We didn't shake hands like the last time. I was definitely on their naughty list. Scott turned to say one last thing before they exited Reagan's office. It would be in your best interest, Mr. Cook, not to draw any more attention to yourself or Mr. Perez. No fucking duh, Scott. I won't, I said instead. Then they left, and I was alone with Reagan. I collapsed back in the chair, allowing all the hard edges of my bravado to soften. Reagan sat and watched me for a bit before speaking. What are you thinking now? That those guys are assholes, I admitted. They're treating me like a criminal instead of a dude who's had his whole life flipped upside down. My boss shrugged and twirled a pen as he leaned back in his chair. They're doing their jobs, which is thinking about profits and ratings. It might feel uncompassionate to you, but it is what they're paid to worry over. It's their responsibility. That's fair. I crossed my arms over my chest because I didn't have to like fair. I'm just so fucking frustrated. And you're allowed to be. No one is saying, don't be frustrated, Eric. What we're asking you is for you to be smarter about your choices. That's it. Not just for us. You've got to be smarter for the little girl you're now at least partially responsible for. You have to think about the example you set for her. And you're going to have to learn how to work with Milo. He's a big part of her life, too. Chagrined, I rubbed a hand on my cheek, feeling the rough stubble that was in desperate need of shaving. Getting told you've been a dick never gets easier. For what it's worth, I'm sorry I popped off and got so aggressive with Milo. That much I could admit to. What I'd never admit to, not to anyone ever, was that in addition to the rage, being so close to Milo had set off sparks of arousal in me. Not like boner popping levels, but I'd been flushed with more than irritation when facing off with the actor. A chuckle startled me. Reagan was laughing. Why do you think he gets under your skin so much? You were mad enough to shave your head. Erica told us about it. I mean, he looks good, man, but damn. Are you fucking psychic? Reagan couldn't possibly know what I'd been thinking about. There was no way. I rubbed at my bare scalp. That had been done in a fit of frustration. I missed the dreads, but I like how I looked older without them. More distinguished. I answered in as off-the-cuff way as I could muster. I just don't like being called a deadbeat when I never had a chance to prove my worth. Well, you should know that no one here thinks you're a deadbeat. We all know you're a good man. Your family here, and you're not alone, okay? We have your back. I thought about how quickly and coolly Reagan had reminded the studio schmucks that I was his employee, not theirs. For Reagan, his actions spoke just as much as his words. When he said I was family, he meant it, which left me with a fluttering in my guts that was hard to identify. For so long, my family had been Erica, and Erica alone. Now I had a daughter and a crew. It was going to take me a while to come to terms with what that meant to me. "Thank you," I said. "I won't screw up again." Another chuckle came from Reagan. "Don't make promises like that. We all screw up from time to time. Just try to do good, okay?" "Good. Yeah, okay, I could do that." I basically bolted from the office after that. Too many emotions to stay comfortable. I wanted to work off the steam that had built during my meeting with the executives. Fortunately, I had 2 clients lined up for the day. Naturally, Erica was waiting at my station when I got there. It had been Bryce's before he'd gotten a job with the feds and ran off with his handsome man to D.C. Now I worked next to my sister, which was usually awesome. Judging by her scowl, today would be an exception to the rule. Choosing to pretend like I didn't see her waiting for me, I went about prepping my table for my next client. She huffed and waited, trying to smother me with her displeasure. When I didn't react, Erica went for a more direct approach to get my attention. She smacked me on the back of my head. When I raised an eyebrow at her, she thrust her phone in my face. Pictures of me antagonizing Milo were all over the screen, along with salacious headlines about our contentious relationship. I was not being painted in an overly flattering light. "What were you thinking?" Erica demanded, pulling the phone away and shoving it into the back pocket of her jeans. I wasn't thinking. She didn't disagree, which irritated me despite being the truth. Instead, she sighed and put a hand on my arm, squeezing lightly. "You can't fly off the handle like that. Not with a child, and not with so many cameras pointing at you." "I know. Believe me. I just spent the last God knows how long having the riot act read to me. I have it under control now, really. It was just that fucking paperwork. They didn't just ask me to give up custody of her. They said it was because I was unfit to parent." Her sharp inhalation and burning eyes told me she felt the exact same way I had when I'd read it. "Those motherfuckers," she spat. "Yeah. But that's the thing about being a parent now, right? You can't prove them right by losing your shit every time someone offends you. If you're seriously going to be her dad and not give up your rights to her, you have to stop being so reactive." "You and Reagan must have been texting before I came in or something," I replied. "I received this exact same lecture not even 5 minutes ago." Erica smirked, her purple lipstick giving her an edgy confidence. "If your head wasn't so thick, maybe you wouldn't need all the lectures." "You're a fucking riot." Her smirk bloomed into a smile. "I am hilarious, thank you. Also, I picked up the keys to your new townhouse this morning. They're in the front pocket of your bag. Congratulations, you have your own place." Wow. Just put another thing I had to worry about on an overloaded plate. It was a good thing, of course, a necessity. But fuck. Now I'd have to worry about the moving guys and rental fees and... Brian stepped over, a tall, very attractive man standing beside him. "Hey, Eric, this is Jake, your appointment." I expected my body to react to the close proximity of a very fine man, especially one I'd get to work on for the next few hours. But all I had in me was a half-hearted handshake. "Hey, man, nice to meet you. Let's talk about what you were thinking for your tattoo." What he wanted was fucking sexy. Ravens on his stomach, beaks headed down the V that was ripped as fuck. They were sleek and taunting, the kind of dark and witty teaser tattoos that were major thirst traps. I loved the ink. I loved the design, but my mind wasn't on the work. No, I was entirely wrapped up in my new situation. That set the tone for the rest of my workday. I was able to do good work, but only because Jake and the follow-up had wanted fairly straightforward tattoos. The kind of heavy black line work I was used to. It allowed me to let my thoughts drift. All these people were telling me how to act for a daughter I had never met. They were judging me on being a parent when I hadn't had the chance to actually be one. I wondered what Sophia was like. I worried about whether she'd like me. I was abso-fucking-lutely terrified that I was a shitty parent without having ever met her. By the time my clients were gone, my station cleaned, and my bag packed, I was stretched thin enough to snap. Normally, this is where I'd head to the bar, drink a bit, and probably hook up with someone. But the day had wrung me dry, and I didn't have the capacity to be around people. At first. Instead, I headed home with a six-pack of beer. Or, well, headed to my new home. The townhouse was empty, save for a card table Erica must have set up for me, my laptop, a frozen meal in the freezer, and an air mattress with a sleeping bag. On the one hand, it was sweet that she'd think of making a space for me to stay the night. On the other hand, this was what my life had come to. And it was fucking depressing. Alone, with a six-pack, and a fucking air mattress. I cracked open a beer and sat at the card table so I could catch up on emails. One in particular snagged my attention. It was forwarded to me by my lawyers. From Milo's lawyers. Irritation prickled, but I opened it anyway. It was a list of options for splitting custody of Sophia, and a list of demands in order to prove myself a decent guardian. The urge to throw my beer bottle was intense. The audacity of Milo was unbelievable. But after the day I'd had, I held on to the beer and my temper. A small part of me wanted to show Milo what I was capable of, to rub his face in it. But that was anger speaking. Anger and resentment. My parents had had a lot of anger and resentment, and I knew I couldn't stay on that road because, holy shit, I had a child. I have a child. I am her father, and I refuse to go into this brimming with toxicity. Somewhere out there was a piece of me, my DNA. It had grown from a zygote into a heartbeat. It had merged with Maya to make tiny toes and fingers, eyes, ears, hair. Things that were from me passed into her, growing and expanding, and fuck. I was going to do this right. My chance to be right from the get-go had been stolen from me, and I never knew why. But I was at the starting block, and in a race. There was no looking back. I pulled up an online store, and starting a task list in the notes on my phone was Sophia, a little girl I'd never met. But that realization that she was made of me, there was something powerfully magic about that. About creation and legacy that I'd never allowed myself to consider before. It made my heart twist with joy and anxiety, and the pain of knowing I'd missed so much already. Never before had I been so desperate to get to know someone. The thought of meeting her, being able to hold her, made my hands tremble. What if she didn't like me? What if I was a complete fuck-up as a parent? What if everyone was right about me? There was a detail in the letter that almost escaped my attention, but once I saw it, my wallowing fell to the side. An addendum to the list of requirements for visitations and shared custody of Sophia. No hookups or dating while she was in my care. Oh, hell no. I wasn't interested in dating or hooking up when I had my daughter with me anyway. But that this asshole thought he needed to include that? Who the hell did Milo Perez think he was? I was Eric fucking Cook, and if Milo thought he could scare me off, he had another thing coming. My daughter was going to be a part of my life. I'd just have to figure out how to actually parent as I went. Chapter 4. Milo. My hand cupped the actress's cheek, thumb stroking the heavy, roughed cheekbone. Melanie, I said in a rough voice, you've always been the one for me. Always. Damien, she whispered, blue eyes large and locked on my mouth. She leaned in. I angled my face and body so that my abs, and her hands on them, were fully visible to the camera. Then I kissed her, our mouths meeting tenderly. Movie kissing was different from normal kissing. It was slower, so the camera could sneak in and catch all the connections. It was less wet, because unless you were in cruel intentions, no one wanted to see a strand of saliva connecting two mouths as they separated. Tongue was used in careful and mechanical ways, hitting beats that would build passion for the viewer. So Angelica and I kissed, but my brain was counting out the timing. When to run my hands down to her shoulders, when to back her into the wall, where an X on the floor marked our placing. When to slide a hand under her shirt and cup her breast. It was a relief when the director called, "Cut," and I could step back. Not wanting to be rude, I smiled at Angelica. "That felt like a good take, don't you think?" Her lipstick was still in place, one of those 24-hour no-smear kinds, but there was a swollen quality to her lips and her pupils were just a bit large. "It felt really good, Milo." And that was my cue to excuse myself. "I've got to check in with my manager," I said apologetically. Being an actor came with a lot of benefits, like being able to sound totally persuasive, even when I was feeling squeaky inside. I walked away quickly, glad to see Joel waving near the exit of the studio. "Hey, let's head to my trailer," I said, hoping I sounded casual. Angelica had been getting more and more flirtatious as filming progressed. She was a sweet woman, gorgeous, and a huge name. I was lucky to be filming with her. But she was also notorious for getting involved with co-stars, and that was, well, simply not on the menu for me. Joel's eyebrows quirked, but he followed. Once inside the safety of my trailer, I sank into the small leather built-in sofa. "What's the news?" Joel reached inside my mini fridge and grabbed 2 waters, tossing one to me. "I got the report from the social worker we hired." Immediately, my body went rigid. "And?" His half shrug was an apology. "Eric's done everything you asked for." I blew out a harsh breath, disbelief rising in me. I'd made an absurd list of demands, certain he wouldn't follow through. The hope had been, if I had to make it as obnoxious as possible, Eric would get annoyed and give up. That's surprising. Either way, it means we need to allow Sophia to visit. You can't put it off or make more hoops for him to jump through. It'll be monitored at first, but then... He didn't finish. He didn't have to. Shared custody of my niece. My last connection to my sister. Eric lived and worked on the East Coast. I lived and worked on the West Coast. The thought of Sophia having to fly back and forth made me queasy. It's what Maya wanted. She wanted Sophia to grow up knowing one of her parents. But Lord help me, it was the wrong one. My chest stung because it should have been Maya. She should be there for Sophia. But she wasn't. It was me. And I was having to not only learn how to be a parent, but how to navigate shared custody with someone I didn't even like. I leaned back, resting the back of my head on the hard leather of the cheap sofa. The ceiling of my trailer had been covered in mock shiplap of all things, like the designer had watched too many Chip and Joanna Gaines videos. I stared at the faux wood planks. "Okay," I said, not bothering to look at Joel. It didn't matter how much apprehension I was experiencing. Eric had proved he was trying. Maya had given me her last wish, and how I felt about all of it meant fuck all. "You know my scheduling. Will you set up the dates for bringing Sophia to him and clear it with the director?" "Already on it," Joel said kindly. "Milo, I know this is tough. I can fly with you if you want." My eyes squeezed shut. Too much compassion, and I was going to shatter. "No, it's okay. I can do it." A beat passed between us, and I felt his reluctance to leave. Looking up, I met his stare. "You need to be cordial with Eric," he said. "It's a delicate line to walk. We don't want his playboy reputation touching yours. You've worked so hard to stay closeted, but he's also going to be in your life now, and for Sophia's sake, you need to be nice." My nails bit into my palms. We never really talked about my being closeted. It was a decision my dad and mom had made for me years before, when I was still a teenager following in their footsteps. They hadn't cared that I was gay, necessarily, more concerned that I was Latino and gay, and my dad was certain the combination would ruin any chance I had of being a leading man. "I can be cordial," I said, a stone settling in my stomach. "Eric is just difficult to like." Because he was an asshole. Because he was too good-looking. Because he got to do whatever he wanted, while I had to hide my true self all the time. It was unfair and it rankled. What made it worse were the successful gay men in Hollywood. I saw them and couldn't help but wonder, why not me? But the memory of my father's booming voice always shut down any thoughts I'd have about coming out. You can't be brown like we are and gay. You'll never make it. You'll be shunned and have to do bid work and stereotype jobs. Do you want that? Do you want to perpetuate those ideas? Throw away your talent like that? Everything we've worked to give you? So, I'd made my choice, and Joel and my PR people helped me. I was wildly successful. I was also really fucking lonely. But this wasn't about me, and it wasn't about any negative personal feelings I had about Eric. It needed to be about Sophia. Will you schedule the flights? I asked, accepting that for better or worse, I was going to have to allow for major changes to my carefully cultivated life. I'm just feeling overwhelmed by all this. Joel's angular features softened. Sure, I'll send you all the information. This is going to be okay, you know. We'll make it work. But what would I do without you? Joel's laugh was light and airy. Let's not answer that. The door of the trailer creaked and slammed shut. The trailer wasn't silent, but it did a good job of muffling all the sounds of the set and crew around me. I was flying with Sophia to see Eric whether I liked it or not, and I needed to play nice. I was a fucking great actor, but this was becoming my toughest role yet. How could a body carry so much tension? I wasn't sure, but I felt like I was going to shatter from nerves as the plane finally touched down. Sophia had done great for her first flight. She was sitting next to me watching a movie on her tablet with headphones and didn't even notice we'd landed. But I'd spent the entirety of the flight waiting for her to lose her shit. That kind of waiting eats at you. I grabbed our bags and hoisted her onto my hip as we exited the plane. Her little fingers played with a curl of my hair while I looked around and spotted a man standing with a sign labeled Perez. The driver recognized me and took my bags, leaving me with only Sophia in my arms. Suddenly, I felt reluctant to put her down. We were on the wrong coast, away from home, and I was taking her to meet a stranger. Right this way, Mr. Perez, the driver said, walking forward before I could talk myself into buying 2 tickets home right then and there. He shouldered my bag, allowing me to shift Sophia's weight more comfortably onto my hip. Being picked up at the airport like this stank of Joel. He knew I'd be considering turning tail and heading home. I followed the driver to a limo parked out front. There were a few camera phones out, snapping pics of me, so I tried to ensure that Sophia's face was covered. Once inside the limo, she slithered from my arms with a grunt and began looking at all the buttons and bottles and screens the limo offered. Fucking tired as hell, I let her. Hotel first, sir? The driver asked. I looked at my watch. Because I needed to be back in LA for filming soon, Sophia and I were on a tight schedule. We had a meeting with Eric and a social worker in less than an hour. Straight to Mr. Cook's address, please, I said, hearing the rasp and wear of travel in my voice. The ride was silent and smooth. I looked at the shiny black waves Sophia had inherited from my sister. Her hair was a tumble, seeming more a verb than a noun with all its constant movement and energy. The caramel eyes, too, came from Maya, large and expressive and so full of love and warmth. But Sophia's darker skin, nose, and soft mouth were all Eric. We'd gone through with the paternity test for legal reasons, but I'd have known the truth as soon as I'd seen a photo of him. When the limo driver pulled to a stop in front of a very nice, quiet townhouse development, I was certain he had the wrong address. But then he got out of the car and came around to open our door. As I helped Sophia out, the front door to the end unit opened, and Eric stepped out. My breath hitched. At the tattoo shop, and in the wild online photos, he was always dressed a bit extra, like t-shirts to emphasize bulging biceps and low-cut jeans that drew your eye down. Now, though, he was wearing a camel-colored sweater that somehow showed off more of his physique without being skin-tight, and charcoal slacks that were tailored to perfection. He looked incredible, and I hated him for it. Without thinking, I scooped Sophia up and held her close, as if I could hide her from the danger, leaning just so in the doorway. It helped that as we approached, I felt the nervous energy rolling off Eric. Good. That makes 2 of us. Welcome, he said, stepping to the side. I took a hesitant step in, walking past him, close enough to Eric to smell the clean scent of his cologne. Yeah, okay, I replied. like a dummy. In the living room, a woman stood from the couch, holding out her hand. "I'm Maggie," she said with a smile. I tried to hold on to Sophia and shake Maggie's hand, but the bundle of energy in my arms squirmed so much I was forced to set her down. I couldn't exactly drop my niece in front of a social worker, but I felt the hollowness immediately as Sophia rushed at some toys set out on the rug in the middle of the room. The inside of the townhome looked as good as Eric did. Clean, well-lit, and yes, he'd managed to tick off every one of my demands. No outlet was exposed. All the furniture's sharp edges had foam covering them. The rows of cabinets all had locking mechanisms to keep greedy and curious toddler fingers from investigating. All along, I'd expected a home much like Eric himself, a bachelor pad filled with, I didn't know, condom balloons and disco balls and sex toys everywhere. But this was just a respectable house, somewhere a kid could be raised. "Have a seat," Eric said, his voice coming from behind me and causing me to jump. He'd flared in my belly. I went to a chair close to Sophia, sitting on the edge of it, legs tensed, ready to spring up, grab my niece and run. Eric wiped his palms on his pants and sat down. He smiled graciously at Maggie, but his eyes kept straying toward Sophia. "I'm glad you were able to make it," Maggie said to me. "I know you have a hectic schedule. That's definitely something we can talk about as we start to figure out custody." I sucked in my cheeks and nodded. "Yeah, of course," I managed. "We're going to let Sophia play a bit and get used to the home. Although," Maggie said, her tone bursting with delight, "she seems to be adapting well." Sophia was pulling out ponies and making them gallop around a log-style plastic ring. She had a farm next to her, goats and chickens lying haphazardly nearby. My niece didn't care about the adults in the room. She felt none of the tension. "God, but she looks like me," Eric said. He sounded awed, and when I looked at him, his eyes were wide and almost reverent, locked on the little girl between us all. He got under my skin like ants. The way he was just moving into our lives with his nice home and handsome sweater and "she looks like me." It felt so fucking unfair, which meant what bubbled to my lips in response was, "Let's hope she doesn't have your temperament." Eric's lips curled as he glanced at me. "What? She should be like you? I'd like to point out you were the one to fly across the United States to sucker punch a guy at his job first." He leaned back and folded his arms over his chest. "There are photos all over the internet to prove it. Those photos don't have me concerned. The ones that do concern me are of you, half naked with 5 men licking all over your—" Maggie cleared her throat in the prim, controlling way that immediately made me feel like a scolded child. "These situations are never easy," she said when she was certain we wouldn't mutiny. "Emotions are going to be high and feelings may get hurt. But it is critical for both of you to remember why we're here and what's best for her." I swallowed my shame, and it sat like a lump in my stomach. Eric shifted his attention back to Sophia. He watched her with joy and apprehension. Maggie patted Eric's knee. "Why don't you play with her?" While Eric slowly scooted to the floor, I pressed my fist to my mouth. It felt wrong to let this stranger play with her. Not for the first time, I questioned Maya. I understood sleeping with Eric. There was no denying how gorgeous he was. But why on earth had she decided that pulling him into Sophia's life now was the right choice? We were all already so vulnerable. Sophia was focused on the horses and didn't react when Eric moved closer. His long legs were folded crisscross, his knee nearly toppling the farmhouse. "Tell me about your horses," he encouraged her. Sophia launched into a detailed account of the horses' names, their training styles, their favorite foods, and which was in love with which. Her voice was small and she dropped some consonants, but she made up for this with sheer exuberance. I, after spending so much time with her, was becoming fluent in Sophia-ese. Eric was clearly baffled by the words being shot rapid fire at him. After a few minutes, Eric went to grab one of the horses, and Sophia stopped him. "No," she said, her brows pressed together and face stern. "Not that one." He eased his hand back, but seriously, She'd just explained her process. He hadn't been listening? Sophia handed Eric the smallest pony. You have this one. Okay. Eric took it and looked at it funny. Don't you think it's a little small? I'm kind of a big dude. I should have a big horse. I snorted. He looked at me with narrowing eyes. Shrugging, I held up my hands. You're looking a gift horse in the mouth there, dude. He looked at me funny, and then must have decided that ignoring me was his best course of action. Eric's attention turned on Sophia again. Sophia, who was blissfully unaware of how much antagonism had been built up between Eric and me. They played some more, or rather Eric kept trying to play with Sophia, but I could see her irritation growing. Which, looking at my watch, was probably due to the fact that she'd been running on adrenaline since we'd arrived at the airport before the sun had risen in L.A. No plane nap. Only junky snacks for food. Horror grew in me as I began to understand that it wasn't that Eric was fucking up with her already. I was. Because we were due for a monster of a tantrum any minute now. Maggie must have seen something in my face. Eric, I think this has been an excellent first visit. But it looks like Sophia might need some rest. I'm hungry, she whined. Eric appeared crestfallen, his large brown eyes never leaving the little girl on his floor. I have some snacks ready, fruit, some crackers. I wasn't sure what she liked. It's fine, I cut him off. Maggie had offered us an out, and I was taking it. I wanted to get Sophia to the hotel before she crashed hard. It was critical not to give Eric any more ammunition in the custody situation. I wasn't handing over my niece full-time, no matter what. I stood and pulled Sophia up from the floor, tucking her into my chest. But Maggie stepped in gently and put a hand on my shoulder. Actually, Milo, I'll walk her out while you call your ride. I need to speak with Sophia for a bit. You're welcome to be near, but I need her answers. Let me take this tiny part of your sister from you. Let me ask her if you're good enough. Yeah, I said, sounding shakier than I would have liked. Sure. Maggie offered me a grateful smile and took Sophia's tiny hand in hers, leading her toward the front door. I whipped out my phone and texted our driver from the airport, letting him know we were ready. A hand caught my elbow when I started toward the door. Hold on, Eric said in his smooth, deep voice. It had an edge to it now. My defenses kicked into overdrive as I faced him. What, man? I made sure that inconvenience was dripping from each word. His eyes started to narrow, but then Eric sighed and stepped back, putting some distance between us. Conceding? My stomach wobbled. I get that this is a high-stress situation. No shit, I interrupted. Eric exhaled sharply, took a deep breath, held it. I could practically hear him counting to 10. Like I was saying, I get it. We've started off on a hell of a wrong foot. But I need you to cut the passive-aggressive shit out and give me a chance to be a father to my kid. The wobble in my gut morphed into a full flip, leaving me unnerved and unsteady. Because who the hell was this guy to give me this lecture? He's the father of my child, Milo, and he's right. So kindly back the fuck off, Maya's voice said in my head. It hurt, hearing her, even if it was just a memory. But I wasn't exactly good at admitting when I was wrong, and so much was at stake. I don't trust you, I said. The corner of Eric's mouth quirked down. That doesn't matter. I'm not here to win you over. I'm here to do what I need to for Sophia. I'm here to be a good father, a strong father. But she'll pick up on this. He pointed his finger at me, then at himself, then back at me. She'll pick up on the animosity, even if we never say anything in front of her. And that's shitty for her. So if you actually give a damn about Sophia, you'll stop trying to get under my skin. My fists clenched, the charged potential for a swing in them. When had I become so violent? Before punching Eric that first time, my only fighting had been for the camera. Carefully choreographed and with stunt doubles doing the bulk of the work. I didn't like how I felt around Eric, like a live wire or a match one strike away from ignition. How dare you stand there and tell me I don't have Sophia's best interests at heart? I snapped. He shrugged, and took another step back, like he was dismissing me. If you mean that, he'll stop being such a dick. While I was steaming, Eric seemed collected, cool. It made everything hotter, redder, so much worse. But, truly, I didn't want a fist fight. Hell, I didn't really want a verbal fight. I just didn't want to feel like I was at risk of losing. Yeah, fine. It was hardly a notable comeback, but what else was I supposed to say? Turning on my heel, I started for the door again. Things felt resolved enough, and while I hadn't been the wittiest, I'd at least had the last word. Until I'd taken a step out and heard that smooth baritone behind me. Next visit, I'm coming to L.A., and we'll see if you've managed to get your head or your ass by then. God damn him. Chapter 5. Eric. So you're keeping me on? I asked, feeling all too much like I was in an episode of The Twilight Zone. Reagan's office. Roger and Scott sat together on the couch, looking perturbed. Reagan leaned back in his chair, ready to referee. Me, trying not to look as over it all as I felt. Scott shot Roger a quick look. We're really wanting to diversify the show. We want a new location, new phases, new backstories. You want a black guy, I stated. Erica and I had been tattooing since we'd both apprenticed at 18. We wanted to be in a profession that allowed us creativity, but never tied us down. We were good at what we did. Fuck. Erica was great. A damn genius with that ink gun. But sometimes this came up, especially when television and audiences and ratings and approval were on the line. Did I like it? No. Did I know how to play the game? Fuck yes, I did. Yes, we considered that as well, Roger said quickly. But truly, your portfolio speaks volumes more. You're a talented artist, Eric, with a personality that, when your temper's in check, is perfect for TV. He sounded genuine and not like he was trying to kiss my ass. I'd give him that. Either way, I wanted the job, and I knew how good I was, no matter what I looked like. The audience would know too, because my art would have to speak for itself. As for my temper, it hadn't been a problem until my life had been flipped upside down. I felt like I deserved a bit more grace than I'd thus far received, but it was what it was. Look, that's fine. I just don't want that to be the focus. Reagan spoke up, sounding all stony and godlike. It won't be, or my name won't be attached to it. You and your sister are gifted as hell. To this, Roger shifted in his chair but managed not to look too embarrassed. You have a resume a mile long with very impressive jobs on it. You've toured multiple celebrity shops. Your art is on some very famous people. And you're well known for being laid back and excellent under pressure. That's what we want in management for the new show. If you want it. Aha. Hell yes, I do. Everyone looked relieved. Scott nodded, clearly ready to move on. We do need to talk about location next. We're thinking either Reno or L.A. Something in my chest shifted. Now, I'd been sitting pretty low since finding out about Sophia. It had been one hit after the other. I was a father and hadn't known about it. My job was in jeopardy. Custody was in jeopardy. Milo had a huge stick up his ass. My daughter lived on the West Coast. Far too young to be hopping on a plane every other week. So call it kismet or whatever. But Scott had just said the magic words. L.A. would be perfect for me, I said. My daughter is there, and it would mean I could spend more time with her. Roger said, I like L.A. because we're more likely to get some famous faces in the shop. Scott nodded his head, and my heart was swimming, suddenly lighter than it had been for days. I looked to Reagan. He still had a say in this. After all, the shop would be his franchise. The next time you're in L.A., you can scout locations, he said. Roger and Scott agreed. We'll send someone from the studio with you. So, I was going to move to L.A. There was a brief moment of sadness at moving so far from Erica again. We'd been separated by work for a few years now, and it had been awesome to be near her again. But for Sophia? Yeah, I'd move in a heartbeat. Warmth and confidence flowed through me. This, at least, was going right. That's awesome. I'm headed out there soon. Next, we'd like to talk to the potential hires, Scott added. They should be here soon. Wait, what? They're coming here? Why not hire when you've got a location in L.A.? I asked. Also, if they were choosing me to manage, why was I only being told of this now? That was my decision, Reagan interjected. This is a franchise, essentially. I don't want to be worried or a micromanager, but for now, I need to know who's going to be representing me. Image is important to get inked. What I loved about Reagan is when he said image, he didn't mean golden boys who never get in trouble. He meant golden hearts and giving second chances. Everyone at the shop had a story, and none of them were pretty. But Reagan gave them a place to prove themselves. If this was his idea, I was on board. There was a knock at the door. Scott stood and opened it. There were two men standing on either side. Each was tall and muscled, very par for the Get Inked brand. Not that I minded. One had tattoos that licked up his neck to his jaw, leaving only his face bare. Well, not bare. He had a lip ring and an eyebrow ring. He looked to be frank, dangerous. He stepped in first. The man who followed was startlingly devoid of tattoos. Like I couldn't see any, which was as jarring as seeing a super skinny chef in a kitchen. Reagan stood up and moved to shake their hands, so I followed suit. We shook hands, and Scott introduced us to Kaiser, lip ring, and Chester, virgin skin. As we all took our seats, portfolios were handed over. In Kaiser's, I looked at portrait tattoos done to a degree of realism that took my breath away. None of the kids' faces he did looked jacked, when doing children was notoriously difficult. His famous faces were discernible immediately. His shading? Good Lord, his shading was so smooth. Holy shit, man, this is unreal, I said as I flipped through. For all of his tough appearance, Kaiser blushed and rubbed a hand along the back of his head, playing with the strawberry blonde hair there. Thanks, he said, his voice soft and deep. The next portfolio was Chester's, and it couldn't have been more different. His portfolio was filled with fantastical creatures and huge pops of color. Unicorns, dragons, fairies, and more populated every page, rendered in bold, crisp color. This is fucking awesome, I said, leafing through. It wasn't remotely my style, but I could appreciate not only the creativity that went into his designs, but how genius he was at placing them in flattering ways on the body. I appreciate it, Chester said, beaming. There were questions about where they'd apprenticed and what shops they'd worked for, but I was mostly interested in their energy. 5 men were currently stuffed in the office, and the only ones who didn't vibe were the men from the production company. I could work with Chester and Kaiser. Easily. When I caught Reagan's eye, it looked like we were on the same page. We're thinking of locating in L.A., I said. Is moving going to be an issue for either of you? I've got no ties, man, Chester said cheerfully. You point where I need to go, and I'll be there for this opportunity. Kaiser was more reserved, but I caught a hint of a smile when he agreed that he could move too. So, we had some artists. I was getting a say in location. Things felt like they were headed in the right direction, and the best part was knowing I'd be closer to Sophia. Oh, that scared me too. I had no idea what I was doing as a dad, but I was determined to learn and prove myself to that little girl. The meeting ended, and Scott and Roger offered to take Kaiser and Chester out to lunch. More hands were shaken, more congratulations and back-patting, and then I was alone with Reagan. So you like them? I asked, swiveling my chair to face his desk. Their art was sick. Super good. He nodded and stroked his red beard. I think they'll fit in well, Reagan smiled. But you're the one who has to work with them. Honestly, I'm a bit exhausted over discussing this spin-off. I know it's a good choice, and I'm glad we're doing it, but the TV guys can be a bit much. Lord, I know that's true. Eric, tell me how it went with Sophia. You got to meet her. Reagan's eyes were shining. And I shit you not, he sounded so goddamn excited about my news. Meeting her was... I took a deep breath. How could I possibly begin to describe what it was like to be in the room with her? Next to her. She looked like me, but she was so much more. The meeting had been too short, and I felt like I'd barely had a chance to talk to her, but Maggie said small steps were important. Sophia's life had been thrown a huge wrench. I just hoped we'd be able to come together with time and patience. Which brought Milo to mind. Stuck-up, arrogant, smarmy son of a bitch who couldn't let me have one damn moment with my kid without sticking himself into it. I didn't care how ripped his abs were, how famous he was, or how good he'd smelled walking past me into my home. That guy was the worst. She's perfect. It's hard because I guess I feel like we were supposed to connect right away, and that didn't happen. Probably because of her dickhead uncle. He doesn't know how to stop, you know? He thinks he's better than me, and I'm worried he's going to try to convince Sophia of that too. The confession had exited me like vomit, rushing out before I could control it. But there were so many emotions tied up into that little girl, and Milo too, that it built up inside until I was forced to let off steam. Look, I suppose there's a chance of connecting right away, but this situation is tough. She's just lost her mom. I bet she was tired, and you're a new face, and she's learning that her life is changing again. So I don't think the uncle is what's making it hard, though he doesn't seem to be making it easy. Reagan leaned forward, large forearms resting on the desk. I'm sorry Milo was giving you a hard time, but it's going to work itself out. Sophia is the one that matters, and you're proving that. I reached to twist a dread, suddenly bashful in the wake of Reagan's compliment, only to remember, for the 100th time, I had shaved my head. You have 2 hours of walk-in duty, Reagan added. You still work here for now? Yes, sir, I said. Happy to. On the floor, I was going to my workstation to sketch while I waited for any walk-ins, but Javi waved me over. Hey, man, I said. Javi smiled and patted my arm. You look like you need a stiff drink, he teased. I feel like it. Things are moving fast, you know? To my surprise, he nodded. I do. When I was first dating Gordo, I realized I wasn't just getting a boyfriend. I got his kid, too. One of the things I liked about Javi was how he talked with his hands. Even when he wasn't fully signing, he was always animated, genuinely enthusiastic with his communication. I smiled. Got any advice? Girls are fun, but you're going to make mistakes. Learn from them and remember that there's no such thing as a perfect parent. He looked fondly at a photo of Juliana, his adopted daughter. It will click, Eric. Like, in one moment she'll do something and it'll snap into place. Clearing my throat, I rubbed at the back of my neck. For a bunch of badass ex-cons, you guys sure are a soft and cuddly group. Thanks, Javi, I appreciate it. His smile was crooked and full of empathy. I get it. We're family, though, so get used to it. Family. It was a word that kept expanding, contracting, shifting, changing. It was a word whose definition I understood, but in practice, I was still learning. But it felt nice to have so many people rooting for me. It had been a long week leading up to my flight to L.A., but now I was in my hotel, looking out at the city that would be my new home, and waiting for Milo to text me so I could go meet Sophia again. Ugh, my heart pounded at the thought. It amazed me how eager I was to see her thick black hair and button nose again. I mean, I was also terrified. On the flight here, I had binge-read parenting books on my e-reader, and I was subscribed to about 100 different parenting blogs now. My head was swimming with facts about child rearing, but any natural instincts I might have for fatherhood were still in hiding. My phone buzzed, and my heart changed residence from chest to throat. Unknown number. This is Joel, Milo's manager. My nose wrinkled. Unknown number. Milo decided he's uncomfortable with you being in his home. He'll meet you at the Kids Museum, Kids Space, near the Rose Bowl. We'll be there at 1. The rolling nausea of humiliation and anger made me want to throw my phone. Milo. He didn't want me at his house? After I'd rented one of my own just to meet his specifications? After I'd jumped through hoops to show him how invested I was in my daughter? He couldn't fucking quit, could he? And to have his manager text me like he couldn't be bothered to even exchange a few words with me himself? It was going to be a long-ass trip. Eric. Cool. I'll take a cab. I started and deleted about 10 different messages after that, all of which centered around a theme of, please tell your boss to eat a bag of donkey nuts. But in the end, I sent none of them. Checking my watch, I figured I had time to grab a bite to eat and get there before 1. I didn't want to be late for Sophia. The hotel concierge was more than happy to help me out. A taxi was waiting for me within minutes, and we stopped at a restaurant within walking distance to the museum. I tipped well and got a seat. While I waited for my food, I pulled up a search engine on my phone and started scouting locations. Reagan had gotten in touch with a realtor, and the studio had a consultant ready to go the next day, but I wanted to see if I spotted anything with potential on my own. There were a few spots that looked promising, but before I could really look at them, a new text popped up. Milo. We're here. Where are you? I looked at the time. It was 12:38 p.m., 20 freaking minutes before 1. Chewing on my top lip, I inhaled deeply and counted to 10 before responding. Eric. Joel said 1, at a restaurant, but heading over now. I put my phone away because I wasn't interested in his response. Instead, I apologized to my waiter, paid for food I'd barely had a chance to eat, and hoofed it over to the museum. They were waiting out front, Sophia in Milo's arms, looking with longing at the museum. Milo frowning at me. A man, I assumed was Joel, staring at his phone and looking like peak LA talent agent. It was going to be a long afternoon. We headed in. I offered to pay for everyone's entrance fee, but Milo quickly snipped, I've got us. When he got to the ticket counter, us was the 3 of them. Somehow he forgot about me, I thought wryly. There were noises and colors and blinking lights and people everywhere. I thought about the books I'd read. It was an overwhelming environment for me, so I imagined that for a 2-year-old, it might be too much. But it didn't matter. This was where Milo had chosen to meet, and I just wanted to see my daughter. If you had only put her down. For 15 minutes, we walked in near silence from exhibit to exhibit, Milo holding Sophia tightly in his arms. I was trying not to overstep. Joel was glued to his phone. Milo had some professional-level scowling going on. And my daughter? My beautiful, mysterious girl? Looked like she was going to lose her ever-loving mind. She was squirming and twisting to the point where Milo was grimacing from effort to keep holding her. Okay, not to be that guy, I started, but maybe you could let Sophia walk a bit? Spend some time with someone who flew across the country to see her? Milo cut me a look that was sharp as glass. I pressed on, keeping my tone neutral. It's an interactive museum, Milo. You chose this place. Could we loosen the strings a bit? He wanted to argue. There was no denying that. But before he could, it was Joel who stepped in. You're being overprotective, Milo. If you don't let him spend time with her. He didn't finish, but the warning, whatever it was, got through to Milo. I could have kissed Joel, but I wouldn't, if only because Milo didn't need any more reasons to dislike me. As soon as Sophia's feet hit the ground, she was off. Thankfully, my long legs made it easy to follow her, even in the crowd. Sophia only gave each exhibit a moment's glance before moving on, until she stopped at the edge of a large space filled with kinetic sand. Clapping her hands, she moved in, scooping up the sand and watching it crumble between her fingers. When I knelt beside her, Sophia promptly handed me a nearby trowel and pail. She didn't say anything to me, but I took that as a cue to build a sandcastle. The kinetic sand was surprisingly satisfying to mess with, and it held its shape beautifully as I began to dig, mold, and shape. Soon I was lost in the rush of creativity, and her little hands worked with my large ones to create a tall, elegant castle, complete with turrets, moat, and bridge. I looked up from our task at Sophia and caught her studying me. Our eyes locked. My breath hitched, and my heart stuttered. She smiled at me. so big and goofy, and radiated joy. And that was it. I was done for. A match struck inside me at that moment. All my failures in life provided tinder for the light that needed to catch. The good, the strengths and pride supported the fire. It burned with a love for the little girl next to me. I still didn't know her, but I was going to work my ass off to change that. It was as if the earth shifted beneath me. It didn't matter that my parents were terrible. Who cared now? I'd been trying to be better than them to prove something, but to who? And why? And how could any of that matter in the face of such blinding pure love? Holy shit. The rest of the visit was my little son, my daughter, building, exploring, touching, and showing me things. And I orbited her like a planet caught in her gravity, desperate to cling to her tight. I was having fun. She was having fun. Joel wasn't having fun, I thought, but he seemed content to be there. Milo was the only one who couldn't lose the sour attitude. I couldn't avoid seeing his glowering looks and petulant sighs. Instead of getting under my skin, though, it rolled right off. I was bonding with Sophia, and no one could steal that from me. As an hour and then another passed, and it became clear she was tuckering out, it was me that Sophia went to, arms outstretched. I lifted her small body with ease, wondering at all that went into the creation and growth of a child. It seemed like magic that something so wondrous could spring forth from two people in one drunken night. She clung to me, her hair tickling my chin and her soft breath on my shirt. In seconds, she was snoring, tiny little snores that tickled my ear and wreaked havoc on my heart. "She's out," I said to Milo. "Could I carry her to your car?" I hoped, prayed really, that Milo had heard how much I needed the moment to last. As if fortune were looking down on me, he nodded, his mouth a tight, grim slash. I followed him and Joel to a Tesla SUV. Milo opened the back seat and got Sophia's car seat ready. I'd never put a child into one, and I made a mental note to learn. Until then, I steeled myself against the loss and handed my daughter to her uncle. Milo's disposition changed as soon as Sophia was in his arms. He pressed his nose into her hair and inhaled deeply, like he was afraid he'd never get a chance to smell or touch her again. Gears in my mind thunked into place. Sophia was my daughter. And yeah, she was Milo's niece. But she was more than that to him. She was his last connection to Maya. As much as he drove me batshit crazy, it occurred to me that he was probably scared as hell of losing her. Worried that if her father pushed for full custody, he might get it. "Hey," I said, after he'd finished buckling her in, her little head slumped sideways and bowed mouth open. "Thanks." Milo stiffened, just holding up my end of the deal. "You should know that I'm not here to take Sophia away from you. I just want to be in her life. I want to help raise her, to be the best person she can be, but that doesn't mean I'm not including you in that. I know she's important to you. Anyone with eyes can see how much you love her." I shuffled, kicking at the curb with the toe of my boot. "I'm not here to take her," I said again. "I hope one day you'll be able to see that." It was hard being honest with Milo, allowing myself to be vulnerable and empathetic, especially about something so important. Our relationship was built on toxicity and anger. But that was on us, and I was beginning to understand what that meant and what it could mean for the future. For Sophia's sake, I wanted it gone. No more hostility. She deserved better. Instead of waiting for a response, I walked away. I felt the pull with each step, the yearning to go scoop Sophia up and tuck her away. It ached to leave her. But if I wanted Milo to trust me, even just a bit, I needed to back my words up with action. At least I was more determined than ever to make the LA location work. I pulled out my phone, now filled with photos of Sophia at the museum, and called the realtor Reagan had set me up with. Hey, I know we're scheduled for tomorrow, but I have some free time and I'm super eager to get started. Can you meet me today too? Chapter 6. Milo. I missed another cue, and we were about to have to try the take again. You know what makes work a bitch? Trying so hard not to think about what some jerk said to you that you forget your lines, your blocking, how to act. Fuck. No one had said anything over the past week, but there'd been enough extra takes that I knew they were side-eyeing me and wondering what was up. What is up, I wanted to scream, is that it has been brought to my attention that I am an overprotective asshole who has been acting like a damn diva. Eric's last visit had forced me to look in a mirror, and I wasn't happy with what I saw. And after, Eric had sent a query through the social worker, Maggie, about a potential overnight with Sophia, and I'd been warring with myself ever since. It felt too soon. Sophia had only met him twice, and with the flight and everything, I was worried that she'd be scared. But was that the real worry? Or me trying to come up with more reasons to keep her from Eric? And why was I still trying to keep her from him? Loath as I was to admit it, he'd been amazing with her at the Children's Museum. He'd doted on her, and she'd eaten it right up. The jealousy had stung, of course, but wasn't that what Maya had wanted? Wasn't I getting what I had asked for? A responsible, loving, devoted co-parent for my niece? I wish I could pinpoint what was holding me back. Joel, who might be a pushy bastard some of the time, was the hero of the day for suggesting a compromise. Eric could stay overnight at my place. Sophia could sleep in her own bed, but they could also have the extra time together. And, though he didn't say it, I knew he was thinking that I'd need the element of control. My house. Unsure of whether Eric would want to fly out again after just having been here, I told Maggie my suggestion and hoped for the best. She called hours later saying Eric was on board. A mix of relief and anxiety whooshed through me. While it would be better for Sophia, I wasn't sure how I felt about having Eric in my home. He'd called me out on being so antagonistic. Would I be able to shed that while he was staying with us? I felt like the things that had kept me going, anger, grief, sadness, were being erased. But without them, the figure of Eric and all he represented, it left me cold, terrified. He was so open and authentic, willing to be vulnerable. What was I? I'd been frustrated and on edge and sad. God, so fucking sad since Maya had passed. Most days, I could do what needed to be done without my chest gripping so tight I thought I'd die from missing her. Weeks had gone by, and I was working and focusing on Sophia, which made me a decent parent figure, but even more lost about my own needs. There'd been no time for me. Not that I had a lot of me time before, not the kind I wanted at least. When was the last time I'd been on a real date? I didn't want to think too hard about that. I was so deep in the closet that aside from a very rare hookup with a trusted source, that Joel made sign an NDA before, I never had sex, let alone date. I don't date. I focused on work, on my sister, and Sophia. Now just Sophia. And with Sophia now being my number one priority, any chance of meeting a man had completely evaporated. The guest bedroom where Eric would be sleeping had been freshened up by the maid. She'd put on clean sheets and dusted and provided fresh flowers. Flowers I was now staring at and wondering if I should take them out. I couldn't decide if they sent a message or were just nice. I was trying to be nice after all. I just didn't know if the nice of flowers would mean, fuck, I don't know, more? There was a knock at the door, and while I'd been expecting it, expectation did nothing to dull the flip in my stomach. Taking a deep breath, I went to the front door and opened it. Eric stood there, tall and dark against the hot LA sunshine, his smile hesitant. He was wearing another tight t-shirt, one with the show's design on it. The black lines of his tattoos over the deep brown of his skin were like magnets. I found it almost impossible to look away. My cock stirred. It's only because of your situation, I told myself. anyone who has to stay as solitary as you would react to a man like Eric. But somewhere else in my brain, I could hear Maya cackling, her eyebrow arched as if to say, "And you were judging me for my hookup?" "Hey," I managed, though my throat felt dry. "Welcome." "Thanks," Eric said. When another long, awkward beat passed, he asked, "May I come in?" I realized I'd been standing in the doorway blocking it, like a dumbass. I stepped aside quickly. "Yeah, sure." When Eric walked by, I caught the smell of his cologne, something woodsy and sexy. He had probably put it on to freshen up after the flight, but my heart still quickened at the masculine smell. Eric stood in my living room, surveying. A lot had changed in the past few weeks. I had completely redone all of my rooms to make them easier for Sophia based on Hadley's suggestions. It was still an adult living room, aside from some toys tucked into a basket, but there were fewer sharp edges and the couches were covered in a tough, stain-resistant fabric. "I like your place," Eric said. It was stiff, and I realized we were both probably feeling way out of our element. All our previous interactions had been angry. It was strange to be in this neutral place. "Your body isn't reacting like it's neutral," Maya's voice teased in my mind. "Shut it," I thought back. Then made a mental note that it would be good to find a therapist soon, because talking to the memory of my sister was probably not a great sign. Eric moved further into my home, glancing around the open floor plan. He turned toward the kitchen, the small dining room I never used, and the spiral staircase at the back that led to the upstairs. There was a flutter in my chest, and I would have killed to know what he was thinking. I managed, silently kicking myself. "I hope your flight was okay. Can I get you anything?" When he turned to face me, his eyebrow was arched. "It was good," he said slowly, like he was testing for a trap. It was going to be a long weekend if we couldn't figure out how to talk to each other. Knowing it was my fault that things were so tense did not make it easier. "Where's Sophia?" "Oh, right. She's at a playdate with her nanny. I figured you'd like a chance to get settled and freshen up before being bombarded with toddler." The other eyebrow lifted to match the arched one. Eric's dark brown eyes were wide. I couldn't help but notice how strong and long his neck was, or the thick meat of his sculpted shoulders barely contained by the t-shirt. "I figured you'd be going out of your skin having me here," he said. "But let me put you at ease. I won't steal anything while I'm here." Shots fired, but damned if I didn't deserve them. "I know I've been a prick, but I've never treated you like a criminal," I replied. "And I am uncomfortable. But what you said the last time, I give it thought. It's an uncomfortable situation for me, but I'm going to have to get used to it. I'd do anything for Sophia." Something softened in Eric's expression. "Even letting me stay in your home?" I managed a smile. He was teasing me, or at least it felt like he was. I felt a smirk tug at my mouth. "Yeah, even that. Don't make me regret it, Cook." "You've got a deal, Perez." Eric kept looking at me, the moment stretching and sticky like pulled gum, until I was finding it difficult to swallow, my skin tingling and hot. "I'll just show you to your room," I said, needing to do something other than bear the weight of his stare. He followed me up the stairs and down the hall. I opened the door and realized, belatedly, I'd left the flowers in there. Too late now. "This is really nice," Eric said as he moved past me to set his bag on the end of the bed. He looked right at the flowers. The room was suddenly far too hot. "Sophia picked them out," I lied. "For you." Eric smiled, his white teeth straight and shiny. For a moment, I wanted to lick them. Lick his teeth? Brother, you've got to get a handle on those hormones. "Not helpful, Maya. Not helpful at all." I was officially losing it. It almost made me reconsider my commitment to the anger. Petulant irritation and being pissed off at Eric had been, in so many ways, easier than this. This was a new kind of hell, and I wasn't sure how to get out of it. "She'll be home in an hour," I added. "I'll let you freshen up or whatever. Your bathroom is right there," I pointed. "Sophia is down the hall on the left, and I'm at the very end." I backed out of the room too quickly, and Hobbit ran down the stairs. Eric had me unnerved. In my own home. It's just the being nice. He's still a playboy, and I'll have to be careful he doesn't bring that shit around Sophia. When Sophia did return, Eric was waiting for her in the living room, and as soon as she saw him, she lit up with excitement. Like a damn Christmas tree. She ran into his arms, launching herself like a rocket at him. And Eric was ready for it, gathering her up like a part of him had been missing and was coming home. I stood in the kitchen, eviscerated. Sophia had hardly spent any time with Eric, but it was clear she was gravitating toward him. She clung to his neck and babbled about playing with her friend Galen while Hadley introduced herself and came to stand with me in the kitchen. We stood together and watched Eric kneel so he was at Sophia's level, his face alight as she talked and talked to him. "Yeah, there's no doubting that paternity," Hadley said softly. She wasn't wrong. But then she added, "Good Lord, that's a fine man." I turned toward her, startled, and she blushed. "I'm sorry. That was incredibly unprofessional." What she didn't know was my first thought had been agreement, and I wasn't about to clue her in. "It's okay, Hadley. I'm not going to can you for noticing someone is attractive. We're in L.A. You can't swing a bat without hitting a model or an actor." She relaxed, her shoulders loosening. "Thanks, but still, I won't say things like that while on the job." I shrugged. "You do a lot for us. Speaking of which, Eric's probably going to want to spend the day with her. You want the afternoon off?" Hadley did. She gave Sophia a hug goodbye, shook Eric's hand again, and left. Only after did I realize that I was now alone with both of them, with no clue about what to do next. "So, what are the plans for today?" I asked, shooting for conversational, but sounding like a tense flight attendant instead. Eric and Sophia swam for an hour, while I'd stood to the side, biting my knuckle to keep from calling out advice or warnings. It would have been unnecessary. Eric was careful and cautious with Sophia, while still encouraging her to be brave. She even jumped off the edge into his arms with her little floaties on and allowed him to dunk her, barely, briefly, underwater. Something she would never let me do. Eric had also come prepared. He'd brought a bracelet-making kit, and they sat together, stringing large, vivid plastic beads onto yarn. Sophia had demanded he tie the one she'd made on his wrist, and Eric had laughed and happily complied without flinching. There was also a tea party, which Sophia out. She used 2 cups, pouring invisible tea for herself and Eric, while I hung out on the side. I was a goddamn third wheel, and watching them together formed an ache I didn't fully understand in my chest. It tugged and twisted, though, and I rubbed absent-mindedly at my sternum. Until Eric told Sophia to pour a 3rd cup, and invited me over. I waited, hesitant, afraid Sophia would be upset by the interruption. But she happily poured tea, and threw a small plastic dinosaur in my cup. "For you, Uncle," she said, merrily. Sitting down, I took my dinosaur tea and pretended to sip. "This tastes a little lizardy," I said, wrinkling my nose. "I think something got in my tea." Sophia looked at me. She looked at the cup. She looked at me again. She fell over laughing, and joy rang through me like trumpets. "Thank you," I mouthed to Eric. It was his time with her. He hadn't needed to do that, but he'd done me a kindness, and suddenly he wasn't just someone I needed to tolerate. For a moment, I thought it might be possible for us to be friends. "You don't look at him like you look at your friends," Maya's voice taunted. Sisters made everything harder. I missed her so fucking much. After tea parties and dinner, there was bath time, where Eric looked way out of his element. For a moment, I considered letting him flounder, trying to get Sophia bathed, but I remembered the tea party and couldn't muster any pettiness. "When it's this hot," I said, moving so he could feel the water filling the tub. "And when it's just past her belly button, it's plenty deep. I like the lavender bubble bath because Hadley told me it helps with sleep." "Cool," Eric said, sounding like it was anything but cool. "So I stay in here with her?" "It would be nice not to have my niece drown," I replied, making sure to say it wryly, enough that he'd know I was joking. "Mostly. But yeah, you'll need to wash her hair. There's a cup in here for rinsing, and it's the shampoo in the yellow bottle. Also, make sure to use the washcloth." His skin was taking on a gray hue. So I just wash her down? Like underarms and back? I was about to tease him some more when it occurred to me that Eric, most likely, had no experience with children. Because Maya had been a single mom, I'd helped a lot. I was just used to it. Are you worried about washing a child? He looked at me like he wanted to get defensive, but then Eric sighed and nodded. I have no clue what I'm doing. Sophia appeared then, naked, her diaper in her hand. Apparently, she'd learned to remove them herself at some point in the last day. I tried not to think of what kinds of disasters that would mean for the future. Mental note, ask Hadley about potty training. Eric wasn't the only one with no clue sometimes. It's a body. It needs to be washed like any other body, and she's too little to do a good job. So yeah, use the washcloth everywhere, but you don't need to soap it for her vagina and bottom. For a moment, Eric looked like he might die at the word vagina. But he'd made a baby with one, so I wasn't going to back down. Good luck, I said, trying not to laugh. And that's how little Bear got all his kisses, I read. The end. Sophia's eyelids were drooping, weighted down with exhaustion. I pressed a kiss to her forehead, smelling the clean scent of her shampoo. Eric had managed a successful bath. I mean, the entire bathroom floor was soaked in water, but Sophia was clean and happy. So success. Good night, baby, I whispered. Mama's watching over you. I sat beside her another moment, waiting for her to go to sleep. At first, I'd have done it for her. She'd had nightmares the first few weeks, or would wire herself up by asking for Mama over and over until she cried herself to sleep. That had been fucking brutal. Now, I sat with her for me. To look at her face and trace all the lines that reminded me of Maya. I played with strands of rough hair, feeling the texture and remembering how Maya had forced me to learn how to braid at a young age so I could do her hair for school. Sophia, carrying Maya's star burning bright in her chest. The lump in my throat grew painful. I sniffed back the tears and brushed her hair from her face. When I stood to leave, I saw Eric watching from the doorway. Instead of focusing on Sophia, he was looking at me. Like, really looking. And I suddenly felt as naked as Sophia had been only an hour before. Clearing my throat, I moved quietly from her room and out the door. He shut it behind us. The hallway felt so small. Thank you, Eric said. And I mean it. Letting me stay, letting me spend so much time with her, it means a lot to me. Of course, I said, as if I hadn't been fighting tooth and nail to stop it only a few weeks before. His smile told me he was thinking much the same thing. Well, he added in his voice, deep and smooth as butter. Good night, Milo. Eric sauntered down the hall to the guest bedroom because God forbid a man just walk. I didn't know if Eric knew how to move without looking like some primed sexual being. Or maybe I was so hard up that I could only see the world through horn dog frames. Fuck. In my bedroom, my routine was rushed. I brushed my teeth so hard and fast my gums bled a bit. I tore a small hole in my shirt when I took it off too forcefully. My skin was tight and prickled. I could still smell his cologne. My cock was hard. So hard it throbbed, angry and demanding. And I sat on the edge of my bed, squeezing, willing the erection away and knowing there was no chance it would disappear without giving in. Because in my mind was Eric. 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 His name became a mantra, repeated over and over as I stroked, as I imagined my fingers digging into his strong pecs or the taut, smooth skin of his hips. Eric. Eric. Desire crackled through me, like fire hungry to consume. My cock twitched and my balls ached. I stroked harder, the friction and heat bordering on painful. Urgency coiled in my groin, tightening with each breathless pull on my cock. He was just down the hall from me. It would take so little effort. And from all my research, Eric seemed game for just about anything. No! I tasted bile even as desire dug its claws in deeper. Picturing Eric in the shower just yards away. I knew his skin would be smooth, the dark brown highlighting the deep valleys and rivers of muscle that he boasted. I had no doubt that moving my hands over the broad expanse of his chest or down to slide across his tapered waist. Grunting, my hips jerked from the bed and my cock twitched. My climax erupted, hot, thick splashes of semen coating my fist and my stomach. I sagged into the comfort of my bed, but in my heart, I was willing the down-filled comforter to swallow me whole. There was simply no denying what had happened. I'd jerked myself to a thundering quick orgasm while fantasizing about my sister's former lover, the father of her child, a man I'd been at odds with since I first stormed in to get inked. Something was very, very wrong with me. It took effort to relax enough to sleep. Just knowing Eric was in my house, was sleeping nearby, made me crawl in my skin. My mind battled over what it wanted more. Him? Or the complete absence of him. Everything would be easier if he hadn't wanted Sophia. If he wasn't so goddamn hot. If he'd stop being nice. If he stopped being such a good dad. But he was all of those things. And he was my guest for another 2 nights. Holy hell. It was going to be a long weekend. Chapter 7. Eric. I feel like I need a crown too. I pointed to the top of my head, currently crownless. Sophia giggled. She was in a gorgeous little princess dress, blue with embroidered pink flowers all over the tulle skirts. On top of her head was a tiara. Hadley laughed too. "Why don't you borrow mine?" she said, holding out a blinged-out princess crown. "Since I don't have to be Sophia's date to the party." Sophia shook her head, still laughing, but I took that crown and stuck it on my head. I stood and struck a pose. "So, ladies, what do you think? Do I look like a prince fit to escort a princess to a birthday party?" I was wearing a makeshift cape from a red t-shirt I'd packed. Hadley had managed to pin gold buttons down the front of my shirt and added some fabric paint bars to look vaguely regal. I looked ridiculous. Sophia's apple-cheeked smiles were worth it. At that moment, Milo rushed in, looking harried. "I'm sorry I can't come." It was his 8th apology. "It's just the studio needs me, and this afternoon is the only afternoon they can shoot," Hadley finished. "We know. It's totally okay." Milo's worried gaze traveled from me to Sophia, then back to me again. It was hard not to sigh when he managed to make me feel like a horrible, evil, mustached villain with just a look. "We'll be fine," I said instead. "Really. And Hadley will be there, so you won't have to worry about a lack of adult supervision." Milo's brows pinched in a truly adorable way. "But I thought you were going too." He looked at me again, seeing the costume. I could see my joke clicking into place. "Ha! You're a riot. Just be careful." "We will be ultra-special careful at the backyard princess party," I vowed, putting my hand over my heart. Standing for another minute, Milo looked like he wanted to call his shoot off and come, or fire back some zingers at me, try to wear me down and test my patience. But he didn't. "Okay," he said, making the words sound like release. "Have fun. I'll text Hadley when I'm finished." Milo stepped toward Sophia and kissed her head. "Have fun, baby girl." She responded by twirling to show off her dress. Milo smiled and left. Huh. Apparently he'd meant it when he said he was going to put in effort to not be a total dick. I appreciated it, but that, in combination with his actual hospitality the night before, was throwing me. I'd come prepared for a weekend of almost fights and constant under-breath barbs. I wasn't quite sure what to do with whatever this was. "We need to leave too," Hadley informed me, grabbing her keys in one hand and Sophia's hand in the other. "Lead the way," I said, bowing with a flourish. The party itself was about what I expected. Lots of girls in big dresses, high on sugar, and the promise of magic. The moms there flirted like hell with me, some with quite some vigor. There was the mom who didn't seem to miss a chance to rub my arms, or the other who traced a tattoo with her fingernail. I knew the lowered lashes and the sultry half-smiles. They were tanned. They'd had excellent work done on them. Their hair was fashionable and expensive, the kind of fun, loose, easy lay I used to find myself drowning in. Except my dick wasn't exactly hopping for any of them. Instead, I found myself thinking about Milo. He knew a lot of my dating life from stalking me on the internet, but I didn't know anything about his. Excusing myself, I went to a quiet space where I could still keep an eye on Sophia and pulled out my phone. A search of his name showed many pictures of his famous abs, which were, I could admit, fucking tasty. Milo was ripped in the way most men could only dream of. He was chicken and broccoli for days while pumping iron for hours at a time, ripped. But he also seemed to be single. Like super single. He was on a ton of top 10 bachelor lists. There were a few photos of him out and looking cozy with co-stars, but nothing that ever stuck. He was the kind of actor who took his mom to the Oscars. Until she passed, that was. He'd been rocking the red carpet solo ever since. And now he was in charge of Sophia. I'd only been with her since arriving the day before, and while I adored every second of it, 2-year-olds were exhausting. When would he have time to date? There wasn't time to ruminate too long. The happy shrieks of little girls snagged my attention, and soon I was thrust out of my reverie in chasing Sophia and her friends around. Hadley drove us back after the party, giving me a smile and glancing to the back seat, where Sophia was napping. Her little mouth hung open, and her head lolled and swayed with the movement of the car. I couldn't think of a time I'd been that tired. Probably when you were about her age. Of course, at her age, I didn't have princess parties or a nanny. Even at 2, Erica and I were already learning to fend for ourselves and protect each other. Our parents had been more focused on fighting each other than spending quality time with us. It made the sleeping angel in the back all the more precious to me. At Milo's place, I lifted Sophia from the car seat and carried her to her room to finish her nap. By the time I quietly shut the door, my shoulders were aching. My eyes felt scratchy, and I realized I could probably nap too. Instead, I took the monitor with me to join Hadley on the back deck. The sun was out, and she'd poured us iced tea, sweetened, she warned, because her mom was from Alabama, and that was how tea was made. We sat in Adirondack chairs, our skin feeling nicely toasted, and talked about Sophia. I mean, I've only been her nanny for a few weeks now, but she's amazing, Hadley said. She didn't speak much because of her mom at first, but now she's a talker and so funny. I rubbed at my chest. It tears me up that she doesn't have her mom. Yeah, but she has you. And if you're the kind of dad who will let a mob of 2-year-olds chase him around in front of all the Hollywood moms, she's going to be fine. Her words sent my heart launching. Thanks. You don't know how good it is to hear that. I've always been a bit wild, and I've basically been panicking about being a good father. Hadley laughed. Oh, don't worry. Sophia's wild too. She definitely tried to sled down the staircase in a laundry basket last week. No way, I laughed, trying to picture it. Yep, she will also tell Milo off if she's not getting her way. We're talking full-blown dress down. I laughed more, holding my stomach. That's something I'd love to see. What's something else you'd like to see? Hadley and I both startled at Milo's voice. I twisted in my seat to look at him. He was staring at Hadley, and there was something in his eyes I hadn't seen before. He looked jealous. My search from the party suddenly clicked even more. Milo had a crush on the nanny. Hadley was cute for sure. I didn't know. I didn't see that coming. More power to him. I didn't want to step on toes anymore. Milo had a shit ton going on. He could be a dick for sure, but he was trying hard to ease the transition into our new normal. The least I could do was make sure he had plenty of room to move in on Hadley if he wanted to. Not to mention that with Hadley's obvious devotion to Sophia and Sophia's adoration of Hadley, that sort of crush would be fortuitous. I thought you were going to text, Hadley said. But if you're here, is it okay if I head out? Milo nodded. Thanks again for coming today. It was good knowing you were there. To keep me in line, I teased. Hadley giggled. Yeah, like that's even possible. How many numbers did you leave with? At a toddler's birthday party? She punched my arm lightly. Milo's gaze didn't miss a second of it. I swallowed, trying to decide which part sounded worse. Hadley joking around with me when he had a crush on her, or it sounding like I spent the party macking on ladies instead of hanging with my daughter. Hey, I countered. Those women were just interested in getting some ink done. Hadley rolled her eyes. Sure. See you guys later. Milo stood on the porch with me. We heard Hadley's car pull out of the driveway. Then he moved to sit on the arm of the chair Hadley had been on. The jealousy hadn't left. He was clearly unhappy. Look, I said, wanting to control where the conversation went. I'm serious. Not a single number will be used for anything other than tattooing. Milo's eyes narrowed. I can't believe I even have to tell you this, but Hadley is off limits. Ah, so I'd been right. Milo was staking claim over the nanny. Lucky for him. I didn't feel a need to push back, so instead of letting him goad me, I nodded. I hear you. I know I'm a bit of a man whore, Milo supplemented. I frowned. Yeah, okay. I am a man whore. You won't be able to make me feel guilty about who I am and who I choose to sleep with, or how many people I choose to sleep with. Something flashed across Milo's features that looked remarkably like pain. I wonder what nerve I'd struck. But this was a time for setting boundaries, and I wanted to stick to my point. So while I do what I want with whomever I want, I won't be chasing after Hadley. She's good for Sophia, and my baby doesn't need to lose Hadley so soon after she's lost her mom, simply because I couldn't keep my dick in my pants. Milo's face paled. Okay, but what about the numbers? Those really just for tattoos? Yeah, man, I sighed and rubbed at my head. Here's the thing. Yes, I'm bisexual, but that doesn't mean my affections are a straight 50-50 split. It takes a real special woman, someone like Maya, for me to venture into women. I migrate toward the dick. Milo went from pale to stricken. I couldn't wrap my head around his reactions. I thought I was being reassuring, but he looked as if I'd kicked his puppy. He shook his head once, then glared. I don't give a fuck who does it for you. The animosity in his tone was so out of place that I leaned back. I just don't want Sophia around it. I wanted to ask what the fuck his problem was. I wanted to point out that choosing chastity like him wasn't an option for me, not long-term. And I wanted to let him know someone as good-looking and sexy as him was doing the world a disservice by being a prude. But God, how long could we keep up any sort of relationship for Sophia if we constantly picked at each other? Hadn't I been the one to call a truce in the first place? Look at him. This isn't about you. I listened to my intuition and took another look at him. Milo's neck was taut and a vein was popping at his temple, but he didn't truly appear angry. He looked hurt, like he was barely holding himself together. Sophia wasn't the only one who'd lost Maya. He was hurting, and he was working his ass off with the movie, and he was trying to negotiate custody with me. And he'd been trying hard, like inviting me here in the first place. I couldn't expect him to do all the emotional hard work. I needed to hold my fair share, which in this case was being his punching bag. I won't bring it around Sophia. It was in the contract, and I absolutely mean to abide by it. My days of dick are on the back burner. For now. At that statement, Milo's cheeks darkened. With a blush? Was he embarrassed by this? He'd brought the conversation up. Maybe we just needed some space. Look, Sophia's been asleep for a little over 40 minutes. If it's okay with you, the realtor has a spot he wanted me to see this weekend. I know you've gifted me a lot of time with Sophia, but maybe it would be nice for you to have an hour or two of normal while I look at the spot. The pink remained in Milo's cheeks, but his body posture relaxed. Yeah, that would be nice. Thanks, Eric. After changing shirts and calling the realtor, it was no time before I was in his car and pulling up to a space. An abandoned warehouse. It wasn't in a hip district, which was a downer. The outside showed smashed windows and graffiti with smoke-blackened brick. Also not great. But I instantly saw what the realtor was picturing. In a heartbeat, I had my phone out, snapping photos and making mental notes. The exposed brick was going to look baller. The large front windows would give us a lot of light. It was huge inside, which meant there was space for artists and camera crew. We went inside and my mind was working overdrive. Pulse skipping and excited energy burned in me. I pictured the flash on the walls, bringing color to the space. Maybe a few neon lights. There'd be a ton of room for chairs, and we could refinish the concrete floors, make them look industrial and sleek. It was perfect. It felt like home. A place where I could further my career and grow close to my daughter at the same time. The realtor and producer agreed. Their enthusiasm was almost as palpable as mine. Finding a spot made it real. This was happening. I would be moving to LA. I'd get to spend more time with my baby girl. I'd be starring in a show and making art on skin. It all felt right. The only thing that would be a cherry on top would be a fine man to celebrate with. Milo popped up in my head. His cheeks, pink and enticing. His abs, his creamy tanned skin. He was so fucking hot. And in the rare moments he let his guard down around me, pretty adorable as well. And clearly carrying a shit ton of baggage. And into women, like Hadley, my daughter's nanny, and the brother of my daughter's dead mother. You need to stop that idea before it takes root, I told myself. It was easier said than done, though. Like telling yourself not to push a red button or to clear your mind to meditate. Obviously, all you thought about was the red button or how you couldn't clear your fucking mind if they paid you to. But even with that mental weirdness, things felt like they were coming together. That was until I got out of my realtor's car and heard Sophia's screaming from the driveway. I rushed inside without even saying goodbye, my heart pounding in my chest. In the living room, Sophia was sprawled on the floor, clutching at her belly and shrieking at the top of her lungs. It was visceral, the pain that drove through me watching her writhe. Milo was kneeling near her, whispering in Spanish, trying to soothe her, but every time he touched her, she rolled and thrashed away. Rushing to her other side, I looked at Milo urgently. What's wrong? I knew I sounded panicked, because I was panicked. Had she eaten something wrong? Should we be calling an ambulance? But that was when I saw the tears in his eyes, streaming down his cheeks. Milo looked utterly defeated and helpless, his own eyes wet, and I felt a surge of panic. What the hell was going on? She gets like this sometimes when she can't have her mommy. Milo's voice cracked as he said it. A fresh flow of tears fell from his brown eyes. She's 2, and she doesn't get it. That Maya's not coming back. God, that made my heart crack in two. She was just a baby who wanted her mama. And Milo was having to stuff his own grief down to try to comfort her. How many of these meltdowns had he had to go through on his own? Scooting closer, I navigated Sophia between the two of us. Then I rubbed soothing circles on her tummy. Maybe we just need to let her cry. Let her get some of the bigger emotions out into the world. Sophia shuddered and cried out, her face coated in wet. But she stayed nestled between us and didn't pull away from our touch. My heart stretched in its ribcage, feeling as if it could flatten and stretch out and envelop all of us in love and comfort. Eventually, Sophia settled. She sat up, nose snotty and sniffling, and burrowed in between Milo and me. I sagged in relief, the adrenaline and anxiety that had spiked with her screams fading away, leaving me as wrung out as a washcloth. Milo caught my gaze. "Thank you," he said. His voice was thin and tight. He looked as ragged as I felt. I saw myself reflected in his glassy-eyed gaze, a sort of commonality of battle scars. Sophia's pain was fire, and we'd just stood in it, together, making sure she knew she was secure and loved. I nodded. But he wasn't finished. His brows pressed tight. "She needs both of us, huh?" It wasn't a question so much as an epiphany. One I'd reached before him, but hadn't really understood until now. "Yeah," I agreed. "Okay," he breathed. "I know I said it before, but I mean it this time. Truce?" As if we'd been fighting a war. I thought of his constant anger, doubt, and provoking, combined with all that pain from Maya. And maybe it had been a war of sorts. I pressed a kiss into Sophia's hair, smelling the hair oil and conditioners in it. Of how her pain had seared me to my core. How I didn't think I'd be able to handle it all on my own. How I didn't want to have to try. Truce, I agreed. Chapter 8. Milo. Sophia's little lip was jutting far out and quivering. A picture so sweet and heartbreaking, I wanted to cry. Eric's suitcase was by the door, and he was waiting for his rideshare. She was not handling his leaving well. "Baby," he crooned, squatting to pull her into his arms. "I'm not leaving forever. It'll get easier, okay? But Daddy needs to go back east to work." "No," she said it with a stubborn foot stamp. "No go." Eric tucked her in closer, smoothing her hair as Sophia burrowed into his chest. He looked as heartbroken as she did. I found myself feeling a bit down as well, though I'd never have the nerve to admit it out loud. This weekend had been a hurricane of emotions, including a jack-off session starring Eric that I wished I could forget, and an epic meltdown that Eric had helped soothe. He'd somehow managed to become an integral part of our lives in just a couple of nights. I didn't understand it, and I wasn't entirely sure I liked it. Sophia and I had experienced loss already with Maya. Eric was proving himself. Truly, he was. But what if he changed his mind? Or something else changed? Could Sophia bear losing her father too? And what would I do if Eric took a step back? Not only that, but my work schedule was about to get hectic. We had a ton of scenes coming up that would require demanding hours. So Hadley was going to earn overtime, and Sophia was going to have to trust that the two men in her life weren't abandoning her. I watched as she rubbed the smooth skin of Eric's head. "I love your head, Daddy," she said. He grinned. "I'm fond of it too." There was a honk from outside and his smile evaporated. "My ride's here, Sophia," he said gently. "I have to go. See you on the phone tonight?" Sophia's eyes began leaking tears, but she nodded. "Bye," she whispered. Eric kissed her head again and squeezed her one last time before standing. He wasn't quite able to hide that his eyes were wet too. My chest clenched. Maya had known what she was doing, apparently, with that last request. I'd never seen someone take to fatherhood the way Eric had, and some of my nerves eased. "I'll text you when I'm back and settled," Eric said to me. "And maybe we can do a video call. Sophia and me." Of course. I started to move toward him like I was going to hug him goodbye before I could think twice about it, which was completely not okay. His eyebrows shot up, and I awkwardly held out a hand to shake instead. His grip seared my skin, hot and soft and strong. Desire rippled through me again. Suddenly I was relieved he was leaving, even if parenting solo was going to be so much harder after having him here. "See you soon," he said, grabbing his bag and heading out. I scooped up Sophia, and we watched the car leave. She waved the whole time, sniffling in my ear. When the car disappeared, I set her down. "You like your daddy, huh?" I asked, though I didn't know what prompted it. "Yeah," she sighed, sounding so much sadder and older than two. "I do." She stared in the distance for one more moment while I stood next to her, prepared for the fallout of Eric's exit. Instead of a meltdown, though, Sophia turned to me, smiled, and screamed, "Pool!" No longer needing to go through the social worker to communicate with Eric was liberating. It meant the nightly video sessions between Eric and Sophia went seamlessly. It was less stress, and I didn't have the time or energy to try and be angry anymore. It was something I'd even begun to look forward to. Eric's continued presence in Sophia's life, and mine by proxy, gave us a reassuring routine. I found myself looking forward to his calls. I told myself it was because of the delight I witnessed in Sophia's face, but sometimes it felt like an excuse. Work was beating it out of me too. My hours were long and my scenes intense. There wasn't room for large emotions in me at the end of the day, but there was room for her spark of joy and the warm caress of Eric's soothing baritone. Everything wasn't perfect, but I no longer walked around feeling like I was going to scream. I had things to look forward to. Things that made me happy, even. Except filming was running over tonight. I had texted Hadley, who was able to stay with Sophia for another few hours, thank God, but I was afraid of not getting home in time for the video call. I didn't want to let Sophia down. The director, Derek, was walking by, eyes glued to the script. I jogged over to catch up with him. "Hey, Derek, got a second?" The look on his face suggested he didn't have a second, but Derek stopped anyway. "What's up?" "I know we're trying to get the cut for the fight scene tonight, but my niece's bedtime is soon, and I've got..." Derek looked puzzled. "Your niece's bedtime is important?" "Well, yeah. I mean, her mom died, and I'm her guardian, so..." The frustration drained from his features. "Oh, fuck, man. I'm so sorry, I forgot. I knew you and Angelica were both single, so I just assumed a late shoot wasn't an issue." "I get it. It's still new for me, and it's been a couple of months," I said, more to help smooth over the situation than actually caring about Derek's embarrassment. He was a good director, and he was in the zone, but forgetting my situation was a dick move. "Look, let's try one more shot. If we don't get the cut, I'll talk to scheduling, okay?" Derek offered. It was kinder than I expected, and less than I'd hoped for, but I knew how much went into filming. Money, resources, deadlines, and so many people to answer to, it could be hard to keep it all straight. So really, his offer to end after one more take was beyond generous. "That would be great." He nodded. "Do me a favor, Milo, and knock it out of the park. We can't get too far behind, okay?" If he wanted me to knock it out of the park, then I would. The choreography was tight, and I knew my lines well. We'd just run into a repeat, not feeling it, over and over again. Whether that meant Derek didn't believe our actions looked genuine, or whether the choreography wasn't lining up with his vision, I didn't know. But I had to do my damn best to make it work. Action! Like a river, I flowed through the scene. I felt the emotions of my character, sharp and visceral. The pain that motivated every punch, every kick. The choreography ceased being planned and felt more like a dance. I allowed myself to feel every bit of the hurt and loss and effort. Sometimes a scene just felt right. That was one of those times. Cut. We stopped, my heart beating against my ribs. Sweat trickled from the effort, making a tickling trail between my shoulder blades. "Fuck yes," I heard Derek say as he watched the rewind in the camera viewer. "Milo, you crazy son of a bitch, you aced it." I was still catching my breath, but the praise was elating. I stood another moment, hands on knees, trying to get myself together. Then Derek shouted, "Go home!" It was all the encouragement I needed. I sprinted to my trailer and grabbed my things, not even bothering to clean up first. Then it was in my car and out of the studio parking lot, speeding home under a night sky painted orange with city lights. But when I pulled in, Hadley was waiting in the living room alone and handed me the monitor. "I'm sorry. You can wake her up if you want," she offered. But I heard the underlying message. She wouldn't wake Sophia if it were up to her. "She was exhausted today. We played pretty hard, and her nap was only a half hour, so I put her to bed before she got crazy." I knew exactly what she was talking about. Sophia had this talent of gaining a second wind if I missed her bedtime window. Not only did she get a new reserve of energy, but it made her batshit nuts. "Yeah, no, that was the right choice. I'm sorry about work." She shrugged. "It's the business. Eric coming this weekend?" I remembered how comfortable they'd looked on the porch when I'd gotten home when he'd been here. Eric had assured me that he wouldn't chase Hadley, but I wondered if Hadley knew it. "No, just us this weekend. Disappointed?" Hadley laughed and shook her head. "Nope. I just know Sophia's been missing him." Speaking of the devil, my phone buzzed. Eric's name showed on the display. My stomach flipped and fluttered. Hadley patted my arm. "I'll let myself out. See you soon, Milo." I barely heard her. Instead, I answered the call, pulling up the video chat. Eric's smiling face filled the screen. I could see he was at home, despite it being late where he was and on a Friday night. It was a far cry from the party animal the web had shown him to be when I'd first looked him up. Now I could see a cup of tea in his hand. "Hey," I said, my tongue feeling weirdly thick. "How's it going?" The corner of Eric's mouth quirked up in an incredible sexy way. I wished, briefly, that he was butt ugly. Everything would be a lot easier if he looked like a cow that had run into a fence post. "Hey to you too," he replied, his deep voice causing awkward ripples in my tummy. "Hey to you too," he replied, his deep voice causing awkward ripples in my tummy. "It's going okay. I have a big day tomorrow, and there's a bunch of production shit going on that's a pain, but doing all right. You?" "Beat," I admitted. "I'm sorry to say you've missed Sophia. Hadley put her down before I got home." "Ah, shit." Eric's smile dropped. "Well, it is pretty late, so I'm glad she's getting some good rest at least." "I'm sorry. I asked the director if we could cut the shoot short, and I rushed home right after. But it was late, and I guess she had a busy day. I should have called you to say something, but work's been so fucking hard this week, and I wasn't thinking clearly." "Hey, it's okay." Eric leaned back on the couch, and I figured I could find a place to sit, too. "I know your job is stressful, and the scheduling can be a bit of a nightmare. Hell, tattooing doesn't exactly fall under the 9 to 5 either. They can be tough on weekends or workdays, and workdays can stretch into 10 or 12 hours. My neck ached, a pinching pain from the exertion of the fight scene. Jesus, I know. And this director is a bit of a ball buster. I mean, I'm glad. It'll be a great movie. But sometimes hearing, "Let's run it one more time," makes me want to jump off a bridge. Eric laughed. "With the show, it's the producers that make me want to throw things. They have 100 opinions, but no real understanding of how real life works, it seems. Like, they have all sorts of things to say about my appearance." "Your clothing?" I added, knowing exactly what he was talking about. "My attitude." "Your lifestyle?" He laughed, loud and full, and I found myself blushing. "Yeah, I mean, I think they like my lifestyle mostly. It can be hard to tell. The sexuality and party image was good, until it wasn't. It's like they want me to maintain a bad boy image without actually being a bad boy. You know the getting star who polls the highest?" I shook my head. I was familiar with the show, but hadn't watched through all the seasons. Just the one where Eric showed up. "Javi, covered in tattoos, major stutter, heart of fucking gold. He got married, and even though it wasn't filmed, his polling went through the roof, especially when it came out that he adopted Gordo's daughter, too. So, he looks like a convict, but he's basically an angel. I mean, that has appeal, I can see that. I thought about my own image control. I was supposed to be a sultry, exotic Latin lover. Like, super cliche. I was supposed to be a womanizer with certain bounds. I wasn't supposed to be gay or a family man. Instead, in reality, I was both. "What are you thinking about?" Eric called me out of my head. "No, I was thinking about images and how hard it is to maintain them. And like, why they exist. Why is it so important that we uphold them?" "Whoa!" Eric took a sip of his tea and gave me a teasing wink. "Are you going all existential on me, Milo Perez? What does a mega movie star have to worry about?" I knew he was teasing, so I didn't let myself get angry. But it felt good to talk to someone about it. It felt good to talk to him about it. Well, as much as I dared, at least. I couldn't own up to the full truth. So the director forgot about Maya and Sophia tonight, because he sees me as this single star, available for... We talked for hours, long enough that my stomach growled so loud and fierce that Eric heard it over the phone. "Oh," I said, feeling the heat in my cheeks. "I rushed over before I could grab dinner, and then you called." Eric looked surprised by the time, too. "Fuck. I needed to be in bed like 2 hours ago." "Tomorrow's gonna be rough. You need to eat, mister," he said. Then he chewed on his lip. My eyes were glued to the screen. "It was nice to talk to you, Milo. If this is part of the truce, then I'm glad for it. I like you a lot more when you aren't punching me. Or just about ready to." I couldn't help chuckling. Yeah, it's definitely nicer. It was good to talk to you too. If you're able to call Sophia before work tomorrow morning, we'll be here. I really appreciate that, Milo. Neither of us hung up. Despite thousands of miles and 2 screens between us, it seemed impossible to hang up. To go back to the life where I was a single, lonely, closeted man at home by himself on a Friday night. Well, Eric said, his eyes somehow managing to burn over the video. Talk to you soon, and I'll send some dates for Sophia's next visit. I cleared my throat. When had the room become so hot? Well, that sounds great. Good night, Milo. Heat spiked through me, my cock growing in response. Good night, Eric. As soon as the video call ended, I tossed my phone on the cushions and flopped over, pulling a pillow over my head. I'd just been on the phone for over 3 hours with Eric. It had been fun. Easy. Fuck me. I'd enjoyed it. Which meant, in combination with the previous weekend's fantasy involving him, I couldn't deny that I had a crush on the last man on the planet I should have a crush on. But how could I do anything about it? He didn't know I was gay, for starts. That conversation would be a doozy in and of itself. But on top of that, he'd slept with my sister. He was Sophia's dad. It was too much. Yet somehow, none of that stopped my heart from dancing in my chest as I replayed our conversation. If I'd thought things with Eric were hard when we'd hated each other, I couldn't have possibly anticipated how deep in this shit it would be when I wanted to kiss him. And I did want to kiss him. Bad. No one could say he hadn't given me an out. As Sophia and my plane touched down on the East Coast, she was antsy, and I was second-guessing myself. She couldn't wait to spend the night with Eric at his home, but I was wondering why I'd thought it would be a good idea to spend the night in his guest bedroom. He'd offered, though, knowing I was struggling with leaving Sophia. But I wasn't sure that was the only reason I'd agreed to come. My foot jostled up and down while I waited for the passengers milling in the aisle to exit. With Sophia, it was easiest to wait until the plane was emptied before trying to leave with our bags and her, especially since she was acting a bit testy at the moment. Maybe I could hide in the guest room all weekend, or get out and explore the city while Eric spent time with Sophia. I could work on lines, or watch a movie, or spend time with him, talk to him, kiss him. The aisle was cleared and we began to move off the plane. Sophia kept trying to bolt, shaving away at my already thin patience. Then, when we got out, I saw there wasn't a car this time, which was fine, as I'd stopped asking Joel to help negotiating the custody situation. But it made me realize how much I'd been relying on him for things like transportation. Whatever, I'll rent a car. Only then it clicked that I didn't have a car seat. Fuck. Hey! A warm voice called to us. Daddy! Sophia screamed and tugged out of my grip, launching herself into Eric's waiting arms. He lifted her in a hug and spun her around. Baby, it's so good to see you. My body warred with the relief that someone was there to share the stress of a tired toddler while simultaneously feeling clammy and nervous. Eric set Sophia down and came over, clapping me on the shoulder. Joel texted, "He thought you might need help with a ride." I searched for words, but my mind was a jumble. Yeah, thanks. I was just trying to figure out how to get her to your place. My car's the easiest way. I'm parked outside. Did you check any bags? I shook my head, mind still reeling. Sophia clung to Eric, burying her face in his pant leg. He was dressed in jeans and a button-down shirt that hid his tattoos, but nothing could hide his infectious smile or high cheekbones. We didn't, I managed, but I knew I was staring like a dumbass. Luckily for me, Eric's attention was devoted to Sophia. Let's go then, he said, swinging her up onto his hip. I followed with the bags, grateful no one seemed to recognize me. The last thing I needed was a photo of me looking dumbstruck by Eric. Eric talked to Sophia the whole drive to his place, asking her about ponies, the flight, what she'd been up to with Hadley. Sophia was more than happy to babble and giggle at him while I stared out the window and tried to will my heart to a normal speed. Once we got to Eric's house, he took me to the guest bedroom first. I looked around. "Where's Sophia sleeping?" I asked. There was only a queen bed in the room, and while I didn't mind sharing with Sophia, she tended to do gymnastics in her sleep. Eric grinned as a delighted screech came from somewhere else in the townhouse. "Follow me." We walked down a short hallway and into the room where Sophia was jumping on a child's canopy bed. The room was little girl perfection. There was a pink and blue striped quilt on the bed. The canopy was a softer blue, making the bed look like it was surrounded by a clear sky. On the walls, there were pictures of animals and nature themes, and there were 2 cube shelf units with baskets that looked to be filled with toys. Sophia was off the bed now and touching everything, a new stuffed rabbit tucked firmly under her arm. "This is her room?" I asked, shocked. "Yeah, I know it's silly considering the distance and knowing that things will change, but I just felt a need to do it." There was a smile in his voice, the kind of sunshine that burst from each word. Eric was smitten with Sophia, but there was an underlying nervousness too. Like she might not like it, or I might object. "It's perfect. Look how happy she is," I said. He turned to me, a wrinkle on his brow, like he was trying to decide if I was being sarcastic or not. I held up my hands. "Seriously, this is awesome." Eric's body relaxed and his grin grew. "But I imagine she's beat. Think she'll nap after all this excitement?" Sophia was already yawning and making her stuffed bunny dance. "Yeah, she'll nap." It did take a few tries to convince her a little sleep would do her good, but within seconds of her new noise machine running and the curtains pulled partially shut, her eyelids fluttered closed, and she was out. Eric stood next to the bed staring at her. It felt like I was intruding, but he spoke to me before I could slip out. "She's so beautiful. I wish I'd been there when she was a baby. Wish I'd known." All that sunshine from earlier was cut through with pain. We stepped out into the hall and walked quietly down to the living room. We didn't sit. I stood, unsure of what I was supposed to say. "Did she ever say why?" Eric asked. "Why she didn't tell me?" I shook my head. "Not really. She told me she had a fling and that she barely knew the father. I pressed her and pressed her for your name, especially since she was struggling to take care of Sophia on her own. But she was adamant. She said she refused to burden someone with that, when it hadn't been their choice." Eric rubbed at his chest. "I wonder if it was because of my reputation. But also, that feels unfair. I was as much a part of making Sophia as Maya, and I'm angry I didn't get a choice." "Your reputation might have influenced her," I said. It was a conversation where honesty, while it might hurt, was absolutely necessary. He deserved that much, especially with all that had led to this. Honestly, though, I don't know. I hear you're hurt, but in her mind, she was doing you a favor, and it can't be undone. You're here, now, and you can't get back that time, but I can send you some of Maya's pictures, the baby ones. Because it was becoming clearer and clearer that Eric, had he been given a choice, he would have been a good dad, a great one, from the get-go. Eric's mouth dropped open for a moment. "Are you sure?" Nodding, I swallowed. He truly just wanted to be a good dad. "Yeah, I'm sure." "That's amazing. Thank you. I just think about it a lot, what I've missed, and I'm fucking terrified of what I have to look forward to. Parenting is so far out of my wheelhouse, and I second-guess myself every second." "Is that why you went overboard with her room?" I teased. Although, truth be told, I found it incredibly endearing. "Says the man with a 3,000-square-foot house in Los Angeles," he quipped back. Chuckling, I shrugged. "Gotta keep up that movie star image." "More than you know." Before I could descend into that line of thinking again, I reached out and grabbed his arm. It was an instinct more than anything else, an attempt to reassure him that he was on the right track. Except when my hand connected with the meat of Eric's shoulder, heat washed through me, almost rocking me on my heels. We stared at each other, and I knew he'd felt the connection too. It was as if a string was snapping taut between us. A deep longing licked his lips inside of me. Hungry. Waking up. I could not afford to relinquish control of it. "You're doing a great job," I said, but my mouth was like cotton. I appreciate it. And your hand, asshole, your hand is still on him." I stepped back, but it felt more like a jump. The hand that had touched him flexed, as if measuring whether it had been real. I needed space. Eric's brown eyes were locked on me. It was as if he could see through me, and if I stood there and let him look, he'd find that hunger buried deep and... ¿Qué carajo estoy haciendo aquí? What the fuck am I doing? Eric's head tilted, his nose scrunching. "What?" I rubbed at my face, hard, trying to scrub away the feelings that wanted to unleash themselves. "I'm sorry. I'm jet-lagged and tired. I'm going to sleep too." Practically running to the guest room, I closed the door behind me and leaned against it. That had been a mistake. Coming here had been a mistake. I'd been alone too long, and Eric was there and hot and liked to fuck men. And how was I supposed to keep my defenses up in the face of this? Convenience and proximity were making him more appealing than he would be under normal situations. There were 100 reasons why my attraction to him could be explained away. The only problem was, I was beginning to wonder if every excuse for my feelings was a lie. Chapter 9. Eric. That just happened. That had happened, right? Milo Perez, one of Hollywood's most eligible bachelors, and the man who had punched me in my face the first time we met, had just given me the look. The look, which was crazy. I had to be wrong. Milo was straight. He was straight, right? Oh, God. I had so many questions. Was he straight? Was he questioning? Was he actually attracted to me? How did that make me feel? Flattered, obviously. But beyond flattered, there was something else. Because I could live with flattery. I wasn't humble, but I knew I looked good. Except Milo lived in a world of beautiful people, so looks couldn't be everything. And up until recently, he'd treated me like something that had gotten stuck to the bottom of his shoe. The idea that he might be into me was, well, it was appealing. Not just because he was hotter than sin. He had more to him than that, like his generosity when it came to Sophia, and now me. Like how he'd offered to share Sophia's baby photos, and those had to be precious as hell to him. Or the fact that, ultimately, he hadn't just listened to me when I appealed to him about resolving our toxicity. He'd made a concerted effort to make things easier. Those were layers. I wanted to peel them back until I hit the real Milo, the core of him, because what I was seeing so far was so promising. And definitely gay. Like seriously gay vibes sneaking out from his carefully manicured facade. Yet clearly he didn't want to act on his feelings. Because of me? Because of Sophia? Maya? Something else? Eric, you are in over your head. Let him guide what happens or doesn't happen next. I wasn't used to waiting. I liked pursuing and winning. But this wasn't a competition, and I could not afford to fuck things up with Milo. Sophia was too important. Besides, maybe it was just lust for him. Or curiosity. That was something I couldn't tangle with if he and I were going to stay civil. But having the knowledge that there might be something there was, well, it was taking my brain and heart in directions I hadn't intended to go down. Sighing, I inhaled deep and held it. Then I let the breath and my questions go. Sophia woke up about an hour after. She came from her room and found me, pointed to her belly and said, "Hungry." Lunch I could do. Way easier to sort out lunch for a 2-year-old than complicated feelings for the uncle of my daughter. I cut up some cheese using cookie cutters to make the slices into little stars. I put those on the plate alongside some halved grapes, some cucumber slices, and some crackers. "Juice?" Sophia asked, looking as angelic as she could. "Nice try, baby. Milk for growing girls." She giggled. As soon as I put the plate in front of her, She was picking up pieces. One hand seemed devoted to putting food in her mouth. The other was busy playing with the stars and crackers, making shapes and designs on the counter space. While she ate, I fixed something for Milo and me. Salmon, some roasted broccoli and potatoes. I wasn't sure if he had dietary needs, so I opted for a gluten-free and dairy-free meal. Abs like his weren't just made in the gym. That was for damn sure. As soon as Sophia had finished eating and playing with her food, I placed her plate in the sink and helped her to the floor. "One sec, baby. I'm going to see if your Uncle Milo wants to eat." Jogging up the stairs, I knocked on his door. "I've got lunch," I said through the door. I didn't hear anything. He might have been asleep. But my gut told me Milo was playing possum, which meant I absolutely couldn't push, especially if I'd already pressed things too far. Anxiety gnawed in me, but I gritted my teeth and forced myself to give him space. If he was questioning his sexuality, or had ignored interest in men until now, he was probably feeling way overwhelmed. Deciding to leave him to it, I headed down to spend the afternoon with Sophia. By the time we'd played blocks, horses, colored pictures, rolled around on the floor, gone outside, come back inside, gone back outside, played more horse, and read a book, I was fucking beat. It was close to dinner, and the doorbell chimed. Thank God, Erica was there. She'd been pestering me to meet her niece. Gently at first, knowing things were rocky between Milo and me and not wanting to make anything more difficult or stressful. Then more forcefully since my successful stay at Milo's place. Scooping Sophia in my arms, I went to open the door. As soon as Erica saw me with my daughter in my arms, her hands pressed to her mouth and her eyes swam with tears. "Oh my God." She stared until I rolled my eyes. "Come on, Erica. Sophia, this is your Auntie E. She's my sister," I said. Sophia's tiny fingers grabbed at the collar of my shirt for comfort, leaning into me, looking for strength from her father. Fierce pride roared like a bonfire in my chest. Erica tossed me a knowing glance, but she dropped her hands and stepped inside, managing to stay cool and calm. "Hey, Sophia. It is so nice to finally meet you." There were footsteps behind me, and I turned to see Milo had finally emerged. He looked at Erica warily and didn't look at me at all. So that's how we're playing this. "Hello, Decker," Erica said dryly. Confusion skated across Milo's features. Decker?" "You like to punch people as an introduction," Erica said, raising a single unimpressed eyebrow. His cheeks blossomed into a deep red. "Right. I'm sorry." "And I'm sorry my sister's adding gas to an extinguished fire," I said, interrupting. "Erica, I thought you wanted to meet your niece, not antagonize my guest. Besides, I'm cooking, and I need to trust that Milo won't scoop up Sophia and run away to escape your sass." Erica gave me a look that could have set me on fire, but she was also a twin, and as a sibling who cared deeply for me, relented with a nod after a few moments. Hoping for the best, I made my way into the kitchen. I was roasting a chicken for dinner. I wanted something simple enough that Sophia would enjoy it, but fancy enough that I could, hopefully, impress Milo. As I set about getting everything I'd need, I heard one of the bar stools drag. I looked over my shoulder and saw Milo had joined me. He still looked like he wanted to run or lock himself in a panic room, but it was something that he was willing to be alone in the same room as me. Not worth my sister's stink eye to keep a careful watch over Sophia? He shrugged, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. "She's just protective of you. That's okay. I understand how being concerned for someone you love can make you do crazy things." "Like punch people in the face?" I said with a wink. Milo groaned. "I'll never hear the end of that." "Nope." We sat in silence for a while. I preheated the oven and dried the chicken skin. When I moved to put an orange up its bum, Milo made a noise. I glanced back, and his nose was wrinkled. "What?" I asked, knowing I sounded defensive. "An orange?" "An orange," I confirmed. "It won't make the chicken taste like orange if that's what you're worried about, but it blends well with the aromatics, and I find it helps keep it moist. Are you a backseat cook? Are you going to be sitting over there doing nothing and telling me how to run my kitchen?" Milo's face blanched. He was clearly still feeling sketchy about what had happened earlier because I was teasing, and he looked ready to jet. No. I've just never seen that before. And if you need help, I could help. I didn't need help. The meal was simple on purpose. But Milo needed something to do, I thought, because he was stiff and uncomfortable. You can cut up the carrots if you promise to stop being so skittish. I'm not being skittish, he says in a strained voice, I muttered, because it had sounded so high and fake, I'd wanted to laugh. I thought you were an actor. His cheeks pinked a bit. I am. I'm fine. Give me the fucking carrots. I brought over the colander of rinsed tubers and a knife. Big chunks, if you will. He grabbed the supplies. I stood near the counter for another moment while he got set up. It was time for a gamble. Milo, you don't have to hide in this house. Nothing would happen even if you were interested in me. As I said it, I realized that the first part had been true, but the latter part felt like a lie. If he really was interested in me, I'd have to make an effort not to act on it, because Milo was the complete package. Hot as hell, hardworking, intelligent, and loyal. Okay, not perfect, because he was also stubborn and could hold a damn grudge. But more than all of that, he was Maya's brother. And I probably shouldn't go there. For a moment, I wondered if my gamble had backfired. Milo's eyes were large and saturated with anxiety. I could practically smell the tang of his nerves. But then, to my surprise, he cleared his throat and shot back. What? Am I not your type? Not one to back away from some good old-fashioned flirting, even when it was an absolutely terrible idea. I took my sweet time in looking him up and down, dragging it out until his pink cheeks blazed scarlet. You are very much my type, Mr. Perez, but I'm not an idiot. I paused. It looked like he was crawling out of his skin. You're not into men, I said, as if that were the issue. I didn't care if he was gay or bi or curious, but he needed to choose how he came out. I wasn't here to force anyone into a place they weren't comfortable being. I waited for him to counter what I said. To come out. He said nothing. His shoulders were stiff and his face had the look of a hunted animal. Something was warring inside him, but it wasn't my battle to win. One wrong move and we all lost. Which meant, reluctant as I was to drop it, I needed to leave it alone. I might not understand what Milo was feeling, and I couldn't know what he was thinking. If he wanted to stay silent, he had reasons for it. Boundaries. If we were going to co-parent, respecting those boundaries needed to be a priority. Dinner would have been awkward had we not had Sophia to talk relentlessly while we ate. She'd liked the chicken, but wasn't interested in the carrots. Watching Milo try to convince a 2-year-old to eat vegetables could have been its own television sitcom. At some point, Sophia started to argue with him in Spanish, and Erica burst into laughter at her tiny, indignant tone. After, Milo took over for bedtime, leaving me with Erica. We sat on the couch, glasses of wine in hand. So, I said, my daughter kicks ass. Erica laughed, her head tipped back and long neck stretched. When she laughed, truly laughed, she made it a full-body experience that was a joy to watch. Too much of our early life had been devoid of mirth. She's amazing. She's so smart. Lord, Eric, we were building with blocks, and she was able to figure out how to stabilize the foundation of her tower after it fell once. And she looks so much like you did as a child, but with more joy. Nodding, I took a sip. Sophia had lost too, though. As much as my life was lifted by her presence, I never wanted to forget what brought her to me in the first place. She misses her mom. Of course she does. I hope she always does, because it means she'll remember her, at least a little. 2 years isn't enough time with a mother, but you and Milo will do a wonderful job of making sure she still feels loved and protected. Erica played with the rim of her glass. Speaking of which, how are things going on the Milo front? The two of you were much homier than I was expecting. Does that mean he's trying? Inwardly, I sighed. He was trying all right, but I wasn't sure exactly what he was trying for anymore. The day had taken my newly formed opinions of Milo and shaken them the hell up. It's a lot better than before, that's for sure. We're making progress. I haven't told him about the move yet, though. I hope it's welcome. I know he doesn't want to be flying with Sophia all the time, but I worry that he needs the distance to feel safe. Her nose scrunched. Fuck that. I mean, I don't want you to go for selfish reasons, but being there for Sophia is the most important thing. She doesn't need to be flying 2 times a month for a weekend with her daddy. She needs you. He'll understand that. I mean, I'm still pissed he hit you and painted you as a deadbeat, but Milo wants the best for her, same as you. I think he was hurting when he did that. If it hadn't been caught on video and turned into such a public thing, I still have been mad, but I don't know. I've forgiven him. He couldn't have known about our past and what being an absent or deadbeat parent would mean for me. As I said it, I felt every last smidge of resentment I'd ever had over it disappear. He hadn't been out to hurt me. He'd been struggling with odds that were overwhelming and wanted to protect his niece. Erica smirked and shrugged. If you forgive him, I can too, but it'll be a sore spot for a bit longer. I raised my wine glass to her and we clinked. Thanks, Erica. Always have your back, you know, she replied. It seemed as if some of the tension surrounding her lessened. After that, we started talking work. She told me about Channing's visit while I'd been away. Apparently, Reagan became even mushier, the gentlest of giants when his boy toy was in town. He is fine, too, she said. If Channing ever decided to try out some of a Jim Jam, I'll be the first to offer. Gross, I said, chuckling. Eric, she said sternly, I don't think you understand what it is like to work with a whole gaggle of very sexy men who want nothing to do with you. I raised an eyebrow and she lightly punched my arm. I didn't have to say anything. How do you like Kaiser? I asked, changing the subject. I'm bringing Chester and him with me to L.A., but I haven't had a chance to really work with him yet because of all the travel I'm doing. He's good, she said. He's super soft-spoken. You're going to have to work to make him a TV personality, but he works hard, and I love his art. Super low-key. Probably gay, too, she sighed. Could you hire, like, one straight boy for me? No, I shook my head, because I can't have you breaking my employees' hearts, sis. I'm going to miss you like hell when you move. LA is so far, but you're going to do great things out there. A soft cough interrupted our conversation. Milo stood with his hands on Sophia's shoulders. She was dressed in a little unicorn robe, the hood pulled up so it looked like she had a horn and pony ears. It was the cutest damn thing I'd ever seen. Ready for sleep, baby? I asked. She smiled softly and nodded. Come give me a hug and a smooch then, and say goodnight to your auntie. Sophia ran into my arms, causing my heart to explode in my chest as she squeezed me tight. Then she did the same to Erica, all while Milo watched me with a quizzical look in his eyes. Are you moving to L.A.? He asked. His Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed hard. Yeah, I said. Then, hesitantly, I added, Is that okay? It's just with the new location and show, we thought it would be a good place for me. Milo chewed his lip. It would certainly make custody arrangements easier. But his voice was strained, and moments later he scooped Sophia up and practically ran from the room again. He's been weird, I admitted. I'm no expert, Erica replied, staring at Milo's retreating back. But my gaydar is pinging like crazy, and it isn't because you're here. Milo has it bad for you, brother, and he's scared as hell of it. I wanted to deny it. It would be so much better, easier, if she was wrong. But wishing didn't make things true. And besides that, I wasn't sure I wanted her to be wrong. Milo had a way of sneaking into my thoughts and my dreams. When it was fantasy, it didn't feel wrong. Stop it, Eric. Was I trying to talk myself in or out of Milo? And what did Milo want? Did he want women? Did he want me? What would that even look like? Erica's gaydar was pinging. My own spidey senses were tingling. And what more, despite my love of sex, I was afraid of this. Not just because of all the reasons Milo and I shouldn't go there. No, I was afraid because I knew if I went there, I was at serious risk of never wanting to stop. Chapter 10. Milo. Sophia's eyes were fighting to stay open. You okay, sweetheart? I brushed her hair out of her face. She nodded. There was a knock at her door, and Erica poked her head in. Mind if I kiss her goodnight? Not at all. Come on in. I made room on the bed, and Erica sat next to Sophia, grabbing her little hand and holding it. Eric's sister was ferocious, but clearly loyal and dedicated to family. It was a trait she shared with her brother, it seemed. Hey, baby girl, Erica crooned to my niece, her thumb rubbing circles on Sophia's hand. I'm so glad I got to meet you today. Me too, Sophia said, her whole face filled with her smile. Erica leaned in to kiss Sophia's forehead. I hope I get to see you again soon. Come to my birthday party, Auntie E. I'm gonna be free next month. My first thought was that we'd need to start working on the th sound. But my second thought was more of a chest pain at the realization that time was flying, and that it would be the first birthday of Sophia's that Maya would be missing. The first of the rest of them. I swallowed hard, but still had to pinch my nose and squeeze my eyes. The hurt sometimes rushed up like that, when I least expected it. It felt like an ocean swell lifting over my head, and I never knew if I'd be able to hold my feet in place or get swept under when it slammed into me. The hushed murmurs of aunt and niece kept me company as I struggled to keep it together. Finally, a tentative hand on my shoulder. Erica, her gaze quizzical. I followed her out of the room, the soft sounds of Sophia's snores accompanying us. As soon as we'd gently shut the door, Erica put a gentle finger on my chest. More jest than threat, or at least I hoped. Bracing myself, I prepared to hear about how I'd need to keep Sophia in her life, or not fight with Eric, or whatever sisterly lecture she had planned. Don't start anything with my brother if you're not really into it. That startled me. I stiffened, my heart in my throat. We're not fighting anymore. I'm not talking about fighting. I'm talking about the other F word. Her brows lifted with innuendo. I'm saying Eric may act like a playboy, but you aren't allowed to play around with him. There's too much at risk. Sophia doesn't need the tension that would come from Eric's heart being broken, especially by you of all people. You feel me? I wanted to point out that Eric's heart wasn't the only one at risk, but that would be confirming her assumption that I wanted Eric, which I hadn't admitted to. Which led to the question, how obvious was I? Fuck. Maybe I'm a terrible actor. But what could I say? Just remember everything at stake, Erica added, ignoring my attempts at denial. Eric looks strong as fuck, but his heart is gentle, easily wrecked. That's why he doesn't let many people in very close. She walked away, presumably to say goodbye to Eric, but I kept standing there, as stunned as I would have been if she'd slapped me. Minutes stretched as I struggled to regain some composure. I knew I shouldn't have come this weekend. I knew things were starting to get muddy, and fuck, this was treacherous ground. I tried to creep to my room without detection. Avoidance seemed a good policy. Wait. Fuck. Apparently, it wasn't a policy I could enforce. I froze in place and Eric came over to me, looking like he was approaching a spooked animal. Look, I'm sorry if I made you uncomfortable in the kitchen, he said. I shouldn't have said anything. You shouldn't have. Or looked at me like you were undressing me with your eyes. My hormones are eating me alive, consuming me, since I wouldn't give them what they crave. And I want so much more than I'm allowed to have, and it is entirely your fault. My brain's accusations felt lackluster, though. It wasn't Eric's fault I was in the position I was in. Hell, I'd almost said it when he debated me. Almost announced I was gay as rainbows. It's no big deal, I lied, turning away from him to head toward the guest room. But Eric moved closer, his heat radiating at my back. I stifled a moan. My whole body was a live wire, electricity seeking a place where current could flow wantonly. I tasted blood and realized I'd bitten through my lip in my effort to remain in control. Eric's breath brushed over my ear like a feather. I won't ever do anything you don't ask for, and that doesn't mean I expect you to ask. I'm not here to judge your decisions, and I'll always respect them and your boundaries, Milo. But you don't have to hide. Not if you don't want to. Blood rushed in my ears as my heart threatened to punch through my chest. The desire for touch, for Eric, was so goddamn potent. I was practically shaking with the need to be honest for once in my life, to accept and acknowledge what I wanted. Before I could act, I felt him move away. "Good night, Milo." Then he was gone, and I was left reeling and alone, trying to catch my breath. Tears stung in my eyes. Eric and Erica both might have seen through me this weekend, but I was a great actor. One of the best. I knew that because I'd been acting every moment of my public life, pretending to be something I wasn't. All of that was in jeopardy now because of Eric, who I was tied to for life. I stole to my room and sank on the bed, hoping for sleep. I waited for it, but my limbs grew heavy, and not from exhaustion. It was the weight of secrecy and denial. God, the weight of it. It was too much. Suddenly an anchor instead of armor, and it was tearing me apart. What could I do in the face of such heaviness? I sobbed. I cried until my tear ducts dried and my body felt wrung out and hollowed. Even with that release, I still ached. How long I tossed and turned, seeking sleep, I wasn't sure. Hours ticked by in the dark. Images swam in my mind. Some of them I chased, like Maya. Others I tried to hide from, like my father and everyone who'd worked to convince me the closet was the only way I could be successful, even if it was only through indirect throwaway comments in casting rooms and rap parties. Eventually I got up, deciding to get some water from the kitchen since I obviously wasn't going to be able to fall asleep, only to find myself stopped in my tracks when I got there by a shirtless Eric. He was even more beautiful than I'd imagined. His body was thickly muscled. His shoulders were large and ropey. His chest was thick and solid with strength. My mouth went dry at the sight of his abs. People always complimented mine, which were defined by my lean frame and going weeks without carbs before a shoot. But Eric's were barrel-strong abs with defined muscles as thick as Coke bottles lined up in an 8-pack. And I couldn't get enough of them. Eric spotted me before I could turn to run. Hell, who was I kidding? I wasn't able to run anymore. My body yearned for closeness, for sensuality and desire and passion with an intensity that scalded my soul. I felt like everything inside of me was melting, leaving me naked inside, vulnerable and desperate. "Hey," Eric said, sounding almost embarrassed. My body moved on its own, apparently deciding to leave my brain firmly out of it. Crossing the kitchen in what felt like no time at all, I grabbed Eric's face, cupping his cheeks and pulling him down into a kiss. I was hungry. No, I was starving for it. It was hands down the dumbest thing I'd ever done, but I kissed that handsome son of a bitch like my life depended on it. In a lot of ways, it felt as if it did. My arms snaked up his body, and I wrapped them around his shoulders, clinging to him. Eric was stiff, stunned, and I knew I needed to stop. Savoring his taste, so different and perfect, I bit his lower lip before forcing myself to release him, to step back. Embarrassment rolled in as soon as I untangled myself from him. God, I was a fucking fool. "I'm sorry. That was reckless and irresponsible. Please just forget." Strong arms pulled me back to him, crushing me against his body. Heat poured through me as Eric kissed me quiet. Then he kissed me stupid. His mouth moved on mine with a perfection that I hadn't experienced. I knew what he was doing as his tongue traced my lips, licking and teasing before sliding into my mouth. I groaned. I hadn't been kissed like this in years. Eric probed my mouth, entering me, forcing me to surrender to him more. To yield. Correction, I'd never been kissed like this. I clawed at him. I was sure my fingernails hurt as they scored his shoulders, his back. I couldn't get close enough. It was as if I needed to crawl inside him and hide from the need inside of me. Kissing Eric hurt me all over. The pain was intoxicating. His hands moved expertly on me. If he was thrown by my desperation, he never showed it. Eric managed to take my desperate and clumsy moves and turn our kiss into a dance. Something elegant and beautiful. His strong fingernails traced through my hair, scratching lightly at my scalp until I was shivering. when he moved to kiss my neck, licking and nibbling, I was afraid I wouldn't be able to stand. He sucked at that tender, sensitive skin until my body felt like one giant goosebump. Then he bent and scooped me up like I weighed nothing. I felt like I weighed nothing. I felt like all of me had evaporated, and all that remained was a cloud of nerve endings. I wrapped my legs around him and ground hard into his stomach, my cock threatening to come from just that friction. The cool and yielding surface of the counter suddenly pressed into my back. He lifted me higher and set me on it. I locked my legs, fearful he'd step away. "Relax, Milo," he said. "Remember, only what you want." I could have cried. "I don't know what I want," I said, grinding against him, already out of control. I felt his lips curve into a smile at my neck. "You know." Then he set to work again. His fingers ran up and down my spine. He let me rock into him, working myself against him in a fevered wash of need. My shirt was being lifted off, and I let it come over my head without complaint. I loved the contrast of his dark, tattooed skin against my bronzed, unmarked body. "Eric," I moaned. He licked me in response, running a hot trail from my collarbone to my earlobe, which he sucked into his mouth. My cock twitched. I reached between us to squeeze it firmly, staving off the climax that was demanding to be let loose. Eric's mouth moved to my nipples. While he licked and bit at one, fingers would pinch and pull at the other. When I thought I couldn't take it, he'd switch, mouth laving and soothing the nipple previously brutalized by pinching fingers, only to increase the tug and teeth of his mouth until my hips were writhing and jerking. He pressed a palm to my erection, slowly grinding at me until my eyes rolled back in my head. It had never been like this. Fucking in the past had been a business deal, a quick suck and fuck in a trailer where no one could see. Sign on the dotted line that you'll never talk about it to the press. Transaction over. But Eric was taking his time. He was discovering me, exploring parts of my body I hadn't fully understood, like how my ribs were an erotic zone. His teeth and fingers grazed and counted each rib as I shivered uncontrollably with lust. But he didn't take off my pants. Or his. "God, I need to be touched, or I'm going to die," I whispered, grabbing at myself again. If I didn't come soon, I might actually die. Or at least, it felt convincingly like that was the truth. He moved my hand away, holding my wrists so I couldn't stroke myself. "You're going to have to be more specific. Where do you want me to touch you, Milo?" I was as infuriated as I was turned on. I knew what I wanted. We'd been doing this dance all day. I'd come to him. I'd kissed him despite all the reasons not to. It felt like cruelty to make me spell it out. As if reading my mind, he kissed my jaw before reminding me, "I won't do anything you don't ask for, Milo. Too much is on the line for me to assume." Damn him for being considerate. "I need you to touch my cock, or let me touch it. I need to come. Please, Eric." My voice cracked. From tears and shame and, God, from the way my body felt so good. "Okay," he murmured. Tried to keep quiet. Before I could comprehend what he'd said, Eric was sliding my pajama bottoms down. I lifted my hips to assist. They dropped to the floor with a soft plop, and I found myself naked on the counter in Eric's kitchen. Eric grabbed at my cock, thick, warm fingers wrapping around my shaft like they'd been made for that purpose, and that purpose alone. I sucked air between my teeth and arched my back. The pad of his thumb rubbed back and forth in my slit, spreading the pre-cum oozing from me over the tip. I was quaking so hard. I had to lie back on my elbows, head falling back and eyes squeezed shut. The warm, wet heat of his mouth enveloped my tip, and I gasped. "Oh, God," I whispered, feeling tears sting the corners of my shut eyes. I thought I'd finished crying, but everything suddenly felt so right that I couldn't handle it. This was who I was. These were the things I wanted, the things I needed, and I'd been denying myself for so fucking long. Eric played with me, his tongue drawing designs on the underside of my cock before he dropped further to suck one of my balls into his mouth. His hand guided my thighs further apart, lifting one until it rested over his shoulder, exposing me. He licked his way back up before sucking me deep into his throat. I thrust a fist into my mouth, biting down to keep from crying out. He sucked and hollowed his cheeks, the force so demanding and strong, my abs clenched and shuddered. Just when I thought I'd bust, he stopped. A mule, painful and kitten-like, tore from my throat. "Eric," I pleaded. "Shh, I know. Trust me." He grabbed my cock in his hand again, stroking me in slow, consistent tugs. Not quick enough or rough enough to send me over the edge, just enough to keep my balls churning and my groin squeezed and primed. He sucked my balls again, alternating like he did my nipples, though he thankfully spared the teeth. It was so pleasurable, it was numbing. Like I was in this limbo state of being just shy of coming, but kept forever on the brink. Maybe he was going to kill me this way. When I was going to cry out, begging for release, he moved on. He moved lower. Eric's tongue circled my hole, and a shudder racked through me. He licked at the sensitive flesh before tonguing my hole. No one had ever rimmed me before. It felt like a miracle. Like heaven. Like my body had been created for just this, to be a vessel for his tongue, his fingers, whatever he wanted. I needed this so badly. I hugged my arms to my chest, trying to keep my body from shaking itself apart. Eric began to jerk me in time with his tongue. He probed and jerked and licked and tugged, faster and faster, until he was spreading me with his tongue and jerking hard, fast, the heat and friction from his hand sending me teetering, so fucking close. "I'm coming," I groaned, voice ragged. He pushed his tongue into me. I felt him, hot and wet inside the entrance of me, sucking and slurping and wiggling as he stroked, and I exploded. My climax was painful and glorious. Seed spurt from me with enough force to hit my arms, still locked around my chest. I felt like I'd been born again, born into a body that demanded I recognize its desires. Eric gently withdrew from between my legs. Then he shocked me by beginning to lick me clean. I watched him in wide-eyed disbelief as he lapped up every thick, pearly droplet of cum. When he finished, he stared at me, his eyes dark and dangerous with hunger. I slumped back, unable to feel my toes, unable to comprehend what had just happened. He chuckled, low and sexy enough to send one last shiver up my spine. Then Eric rubbed my legs before offering his hand to help me up. I grasped it and he tugged me to sitting, his body supporting my trembling frame. "Let me help you with your pants," he offered. My brain was sluggish, fried from the experience, but I wasn't so far gone that I didn't notice that he hadn't had an orgasm yet. I might be in the closet, but I wasn't a selfish lover. "What about you?" He stooped and began to slide my pants up my legs. "We'll worry about me later, Milo. Some things don't need to be quid pro quo. I've been wanting to do that since I stayed with you the first time." Eric helped me slide off the counter, supporting me while my wobbly knees regained their ability to hold me up. I was reluctant to let go of him. His smell, woodsy and musky and so fucking masculine, was enveloping me. I wanted to cling to it, to the heat and the solid strength of him, and pretend like nothing else existed. I was afraid, too, of what had just happened. What it had meant for me, for Sophia, for all of us. "Stop," Eric murmured in my ear. "Stop overthinking things. Go to sleep." He pointed, and I obeyed, stumbling to my room, certain I was going to overthink and overanalyze myself into misery. But as soon as my head hit the pillow, I was out. Chapter 11. Eric. Dear Diary, I just blew my daughter's uncle in the kitchen. Not only did I suck him for all I was worth, I loved every second of it. So, busy making terrible life choices. Can't wait to see what tomorrow brings. Love, Eric. I didn't actually keep a diary, but if I did, I imagine that's what last night's entry would look like. because that had been something else. Sure, I could argue that Milo kissed me first. He'd kissed me with so much pent-up need, I'd almost keeled over in his presence. He wasn't just in the closet. The man had been denying himself for long enough that he'd shattered. And maybe I should have pushed him away. If I needed sex, I could have waited until Sophia was on her way home and picked someone up. But I hadn't wanted sex. I'd wanted Milo. I'd wanted to taste him and make him feel good. I'd wanted to worship every inch of his glorious body. What we'd done in my kitchen was no hookup. It had been intense enough that I'd gone to sleep feeling utterly scoured. Now Milo was drinking coffee with such a stiff back that my shoulders hurt. Even Sophia asked him in her sweet, tiny voice if he was feeling okay. I'd known it was going to be awkward. People rarely left the closet without some regret or discomfort. What I hadn't expected was for it to feel so fucking beautiful, too. I'd watched his moment of release, and there had been freedom in it that went beyond an orgasm. Like he was truly himself for the first time. And I'd been the one there to witness that release, to cause it. If anything, it made me feel even more for Milo. Though what those feelings were exactly, I still wasn't sure. "We have a playground in the development," I said. "It's got a tot park. Maybe we can let Sophia run around a bit, get some sunshine?" Milo jerked as if he'd forgotten I was there. Most likely so deep into his head, we were all disappearing. "Sure, I can stay here. I think we could all use some fresh air." "Come, Milo, come." Sophia bounced on her toes and clapped, and I mentally high-fived my daughter for laying it on so thick. No one could say no to that level of cuteness. "Well, he stumbled, grasping. I waited, and Sophia pleaded. He relented. "Fine. Yeah, okay." When we were at the park, I was relieved to see another little girl playing. In the way that only children manage, she and Sophia were off and running like they'd been best friends forever. The little girl's mom looked at her phone, face tired and hair 2 days past needing a shampoo, and I was glad she could have a moment as well. Milo wouldn't be allowed to disappear in his phone, though. Not if I could help it. "We're going to talk about last night," I stated firmly, after making sure that we were out of earshot. "Because we're adults." Beside me, Milo was so stiff, I thought he'd break if the wind blew too hard. "Okay," he said with reluctance. "But I don't know how to talk about it." "Because you wish it hadn't happened?" I hoped that wasn't the case, but I was prepared for it. "Because I'm not out." It was hard not to make a joke like, "No duh," or "obviously." But just because I'd had the freedom to be out when I'd wanted to, and had no repercussions, didn't mean everyone had my ease of experience. And my instinct towards sarcasm was my own nervousness about the situation coming to the front. I couldn't cover my anxiety with jokes, it might hurt him. "You know that's okay, right?" I offered, crossing my legs and leaning into the bench. I grabbed my pants to keep from reaching to take his hand. "It's okay to still be in, for as long as you need or want to be. But I have to ask, why?" Milo shifted beside me. "My dad was the first to tell me to stay in. Then it was my original agent, before Joel. Friends and family who knew, they all told me the same thing. Come out and kiss my success goodbye. So I've kept it a secret." "And you're really successful," I added, my mind circling around this new information, which validated their concerns. "Yeah." "Okay. I don't blame you for that, you know." The sky was clear, the clouds puffy and like cotton candy floating above us. Everything seemed at odds. The beauty of the day and Sophia's buoyant laughter. The heat from last night, which still burned with liquid desire inside of me. This conversation, bleak and difficult. "But are you going to stay in the closet for the rest of your career? How long will that be?" Milo grunted and dragged a hand through his shiny black hair. "Fuck, I haven't thought that far. Every day is like this struggle. This choice to hide, to put on a brave face and pretend. I just focused on success. When you first get into the business, there's no real thought about the future beyond your career. I was young and famous, and it seemed like enough. He let out a frustrated sigh. Lately, it's become so hard. It feels unsustainable, but I don't know what the fuck to do about it. That was something I could relate to. A lot of my Playboy decisions had been made, in part, because I wanted to put my career first. A relationship, a real one, would have competed with that. Now, I was about to be the manager of a shop in LA and starring in a reality series at that. My sacrifice had paid off. It wasn't until Milo that I'd ever felt like I might want more. Which made my gut go cold. So, yeah, I knew what he was talking about. Milo kept on. My parents wanted Maya and me to follow in their footsteps. I did. I won a daytime Emmy at a younger age than my father. He was so excited. I was the lead in a movie at a young age, too. He and my mother were so proud. Maya didn't want the spotlight, but she was proud of me, of my success. He watched Sophia and the little girl building in the sandbox. Now that they're all gone, it sometimes feels like being successful is the best way to honor their memory. But at what cost? I wanted to ask, but didn't dare. Who the fuck was I to give someone like Milo advice? Erica would slap me stupid if I ever denied my authenticity just to make a name for myself. But that was her, and me, and we had our own childhood and family baggage. I wanted to tell Milo no one would care. That in this day and age, being gay might even bring him more success. The thing was, though, I wasn't sure about that. I didn't know much about the inner workings of casting and ratings and what fans felt. In my line of work, shit like that didn't matter. All that mattered was your art. I'll keep your secret safe, Milo, if you're worried. But we need to establish what last night means for us. Because clearly, I risked turning to look right at him. We have some chemistry. Milo managed a small chuckle and a minute smile. Yeah, that's a fucking understatement. He sighed so heavy, I felt like it was pressing down on me. I'm attracted to you, obviously. I doubt I even need to say that after, well, you know. But, there's always a but, I teased, but I felt a tug in my chest. But I think it's a bad idea for us to be involved, not with Sophia being a part of the equation. I nodded. Sure. Though I'm not exactly trying to marry you, Milo. Oh, I know. But, Maya. One name. A single name that carried so much history and meaning and hurt. Still, it meant I needed to clear the air a bit. I've been thinking about that a lot, about her. Please don't be mad at me, but I want to make something clear. Maya and I were never a thing. It was one night. I don't even remember all of it, which I regret, but it's the truth. Sophia's existence was a complete surprise. I waited for the anger, the rebuttal, and possibly a shove or a punch. After all, it was his dead sister I was admitting to barely knowing before sleeping with her. Nothing came. I know, Milo finally said. Maya said exactly that on her deathbed. I knew it was wrong to take it out on you and accuse you like I did, but I was hurting so much and angry, and I needed to lash out. You were there. I had been so surprised when she said she was pregnant. Maya was always steady, smart. Having a one-night stand was out of her character. I wish I'd known her better. Me too. But I get your point. There were no emotions between you and Maya, no relationship. It still feels weird to me, though. I couldn't argue. I'd had those same thoughts. I'd been using that excuse to stay away from Milo. It didn't matter that I'd barely known Maya. She was still a link between Milo and myself. The mom of the other little girl stood and called her daughter over. She waved at us, then looked at Milo. Did a double take. I heard him chuckle under his breath. Here goes, he muttered. She stalled, then finally came over, approaching us. Are you Milo Perez? He stood with grace and a smile, becoming someone else before my very eyes. And it hit me like a truck that he did this all the time. Every day, he became someone else. It must be exhausting. They had a quick exchange. She loves his movies. He's so great. And she made excuses to touch his arm, his shoulder. He admitted I was the father of his sister's child, and this was a family visit. She barely heard him. Her eyes were like saucers. She took a selfie with him and left, her face a furious shade of pink. "You made her day," I said when he sat back down. Sophia was headed to the slide, not ready to leave just because her friend had. "Part of the job." "Did we come to a decision?" I asked, "about what we're doing?" Milo managed to drop the controlled face he'd been wearing and look utterly conflicted. I thought about how he'd arched into me, clawed at my skin and choked down his needy cries. I remembered how forceful his orgasm had been, and I couldn't imagine him being able to pretend that we didn't want each other. Then again, he was a great actor. "Tell you what," I said. "You're leaving tomorrow. Take some time to think about it. It could just be a sex thing, if that's what you need. Scratching an itch here and there. It doesn't have to be more. I don't want to ask too much of you." "But I do want you," I wanted to add. Maybe I should have. I'll think about it. It was all I could ask for, and more than I really thought I'd get. So why did I suddenly want so much more? "Would it be okay to bring Sophia to the shop?" I asked Milo as we were cleaning up after lunch. "I'd love her to see where I work, and everyone is excited to meet her." I looked at the plate I was rinsing in the sink instead of Milo. After all, this was a take your 2-year-old niece to a tattoo shop question. There was a chance he'd say no. "Sure," he said after a moment's hesitation. "It's just that, like your sister, do you think they'll have a problem with me?" That hadn't even occurred to me. A quick glance showed the concern Milo was experiencing, and I smiled as I dried my hands. "As long as you don't punch you in the face again," he rolled his eyes. Yeah. I drove all of us to Gettingt, fingertips drumming in excitement on the wheel. In a short time, Gettingt had become family. Now they were going to meet my daughter, and it made me nervous excited. The way I imagined dropping her off at school would feel in a few years. As soon as we were in the door, Brian's hands went to his mouth. "Oh my God, Eric, she's precious." Mateo was close by and came to see what the fuss was, putting an arm over Brian's shoulder. Brian said, "Isn't she precious? I want one. Can I have a baby, please?" Mateo's eyebrows launched up and his mouth fell open like a stunned fish. I laughed long and hard, having caught the teasing twinkle in Brian's eye. They were proof you could work with who you loved and not have it all go to hell. Dane popped over shortly after. He skipped over saying hi to me and went straight for making silly faces at Sophia. She clung to me, peeking at him shyly from the protective snuggle of my sweater. When he didn't get so much as a giggle, Dane looked so shocked that the rest of us lost it, descending into laughter. "Whatever," he moaned. "She just doesn't understand my comic genius." "Maybe she knows a dope when she sees one," Javi joked. He nodded to me, his face mirroring mine, showing all the pride and joy of having a brilliant, beautiful little girl and knowing she was yours. After that, it was kind of gentle chaos. Everyone wanted to meet her, to shake hands with Milo, and to rib him a bit for that first encounter. He really was never going to hear the end of it. To congratulate me. Sophia was totally overwhelmed, clinging to me and hiding her face. Until Erica came up. As soon as Sophia heard her aunt's voice, her affections changed. She leaned from me, reaching for my sister with desperate grabby hands. Who was I to deny her? Erica took my daughter into her arms and carried her around, showing her around the shop and introducing her to the tools, the chairs, the work. "She's so good with her," Milo said. I nodded. "She's always been maternal. We raised each other. I was good at getting what we needed, but she was for sure the emotional support and most reasonable of the two of us." "What do you mean you raised each other?" I rarely talked about my childhood, and in the middle of the shop surrounded by joy, it didn't feel like the right time, especially when I didn't know where Milo and I really stood with each other. "Maybe another time," I offered. He offered me a small, gracious smile. He understood needing to keep some things close to the chest. Milo nodded at my old station, where Kaiser had been working until L.A. was ready to launch. "Who's that?" "That's Kaiser. He's coming with me to L.A. Milo's smile fell, and I bit back a laugh. As an employee. We hired him and a dude named Chester. Chester's wrapping up stuff in Cleveland, where he's from. But Kaiser's local. He's been using my spot to get used to the film crew and our dynamic. Not bringing a boy toy with you to L.A.? Milo teased. Kaiser turned pink in the cheeks. He shook his head vehemently. That's not how I roll, he said in such a way that piqued my curiosity. I made a note to investigate sometime. I can't believe you've been here for more than a day and haven't learned that there will be ribbing about hookups, I said to Kaiser. But we can keep it to a minimum if it makes you uncomfortable. He chewed his lip ring. It's fine. The jokes just catch me off guard sometimes. I took another look at him. The totally inked skin, including several blacked out swatches. The facial tats and the piercings. The super long strawberry blonde hair that he let hang in his face like some kind of Viking warrior. He was quiet. He was a giant. He looked intimidating as fuck. And he was shy. I wondered if anyone had ever gotten close enough to him to make a connection. I wondered if he armored himself against that very thing. But I also knew he was my employee, and that was his business to share as he chose. Milo, in turn of grace, said only, I'm sorry to have made a joke at your expense. I'm in L.A., so maybe we'll be seeing more of each other in your shop. At this, Kaiser visibly relaxed. Cool. You thinking of getting a tattoo? To my shock, Milo nodded, but then he looked at me, his gaze both trusting and fearful. I'm thinking about a tattoo, and as you know, I've done some research on you. I love your work. And then I realized that he was asking me to tattoo him. I thought of the smooth, tanned expanse of his skin and how fucking hot a tattoo would be on it. I can give you one now if you want. Something small and discreet. I nodded toward the chair. No charge, obviously. Milo worried his top lip for a half second before saying, What about something bigger? On my back. And of course I'll pay you. You tend to go topless in a lot of movies. Won't a huge tattoo be an issue? Nah. Movie editing magic. They'll either use makeup or edit it out after. Tattoos aren't a big deal anymore. Especially once you're as established as I am. He sounded lighter, happier than he had in a long time. So how about it? As if it hadn't been his idea all along and he was trying to convince me. My heart beat a little faster, but my hands were itching to get an ink gun in them. Let's do it. What are you thinking? In the end, Milo chose to have Maya's name with angel wings, a memorial tattoo. We made the wings reminiscent of a golden eagle, Mexico's state bird. Milo stared at the design, his lower lip on the cusp of trembling. With a shaky finger, he traced the design over and over, as if trying to memorize it. It'll be on you forever, I said lightly. Still want it? Yes, he breathed. His skin took the ink beautifully. With each line pass, I took my time and thought about what losing Maya must be like for him. How looking at Sophia's sweet face was a permanent, beautiful reminder of what he'd lost. And how much he must have loved her to take on her daughter and make Sophia feel safe and loved, no questions asked. How he'd found me because she'd asked him to, and put up with me despite his concerns and initial dislike. Kaiser looked over my shoulder, watching me work with a stoic intensity I admired. He was definitely in tattooing for the art, not the image of being an artist. At one point, he shyly recommended adding a touch of purple to the undersides of the feathers. It was a brilliant move. I hadn't needed any more reasons to look forward to L.A. Sophia was enough. But that didn't mean I couldn't appreciate that working with Kaiser was going to kick ass. Finally, it was time to wrap up. I cleaned the tattoo and took a picture so Milo could look at it. As he stared at my phone, I felt myself get emotional alongside him. Sniffling, I dabbed at my eyes before anyone could notice. I didn't know Maya well, but she'd given me the greatest gift I hadn't known I needed. Tattooing her name on Milo was a gift to me as well. I think someone's about to drop, Erica said, carrying Sophia over. Indeed, my daughter's head was rolling a bit as she struggled to stay upright and awake. Thanks for letting me get some extra snuggles. She turned to Milo. If I was your sister, I'd be proud as hell of you. That tattoo is perfect. Milo looked alarmed. A deer in headlights, unprepared for that kind of acceptance from Erica, but he managed a quiet thanks. I quickly put plastic on the tattoo and Milo pulled his shirt on. I noticed all the guys had taken a peek at his abs. Well, they were famous for a reason. I could never be mad. The goodbyes were joyous. Sophia finally relaxed enough for some high fives and smiles, and everyone congratulated Milo on his new tattoo. It meant the world to me to see how loving and welcome everyone had been toward my daughter. And Milo, my co-parent? Something more? Sophia dozed in the car, and Milo was also on the verge of napping. Feeling the post-tattoo crash when the endorphins disappeared, and the body felt like it was being held together by duct tape and willpower. In the house, I sent Milo to the guest room to rest and took care of bedtime, which was short as hell because Sophia refused to wake up enough for a bath. I settled for changing her diaper, putting her in PJs, and tucking her into bed. Her eyes were shut, and her little lips parted. She was asleep, but I'd read her a story anyway. She was leaving tomorrow, and she'd be taking my heart with her. I knew soon I'd be in LA and wouldn't have to go so long without seeing her, but in the moment it felt brutally unfair that we had to spend any time apart. She was a part of me now. She made me whole. She made me joyful. I kissed her head. "I love you," I whispered. "You make me a better man." I stayed close, feeling the warmth of her soft skin and breathing in the sweaty, wonderful perfume of toddler. After, I went to the guest room, preparing to knock only to see the door opened. My stomach flipped, and I wondered if it meant Milo had thought about my proposition. But when I stepped in, Milo wasn't ready for some heavy petting. He was passed out on the bed, shoes still on and all. I made to leave, but something made me stop and study him instead. In the quiet, I allowed myself to remember how his skin had felt, how he'd tasted, so full and big in my mouth, the way his body had responded to rimming, and how I'd wanted to bury myself inside of him. Milo had made it clear he wasn't ready to be out of the closet. I should be listening to that, using it as a barrier to keep feelings from developing even farther than they already had. And I'd offered just sex, but he might still say no. The idea of it soured my stomach. I'd have to say goodbye to Sophia and Milo in the morning. That thought hurt my heart so much more than I could ever have anticipated, because I wanted both of them to stay. I wanted a family. Chapter 12. Milo. It had been over 3 weeks since Sophia and I stayed at Eric's, and I was finally going to have an entire week off from filming. Work had been running me ragged, and I missed Sophia terribly. But it also meant that I hadn't had much time to video chat or text with Eric. And if I was being honest with myself, I missed him too. When it had come to making plans for our next visit, I hadn't thought twice about inviting him to stay with me. Of course, I wasn't ready to tell him how much I'd missed him, or how many times I'd replayed the kitchen blowjob in my mind. Having time off and Eric coming to stay was running my mind in 100 directions. None felt certain. But I knew I had enough energy to burn that I'd gone grocery shopping so Hadley could spend more time with Sophia in the pool. They were finished now, though. Hadley in the cover-up and Sophia down for a nap while Hadley helped me lug in the groceries. "You have enough food to feed an army," she laughed as we began to parse out and put away the food. "You may not know this about me," I said, "but I love to cook. It's just with work and needing to maintain my physique, we end up eating a lot of prepared foods. I have a week off and another 2 weeks past that until I shoot topless. I can't go crazy, but..." I picked up a pineapple and kissed its rough outside. "I'm very much looking forward to being able to eat without having to count carbs." Hadley laughed. "When does Eric fly in?" My stomach turned in anticipation. "Another few hours. He'll get here right before dinner." "I bet the custody arrangement has been stressful," she said, while stacking eggs in the bin in the fridge. "Going back and forth, calling, getting used to a custody arrangement while both of you are getting used to having Sophia." "It's been hard, but we're starting to make it work." And there's the other offer on the table, the one that's had me jerking myself off night after night as I think about it. "So I was thinking..." She hopped up onto the counter, tan legs swinging. Maybe Sophia could come with me after her nap. I could take her to my parents' house for a slumber party. Give you guys a little space. She'd done it once before, when a shoot went well into the night and Hadley had felt better with her mom's support for an overnight. I'd met her parents, and liked them well enough, and Sophia had a blast doing something new and different, so I hadn't minded at all. But that had been out of necessity. I don't know. Eric probably wants to spend some time with Sophia when he gets here. Sure, but he's here for at least a few days this time, and he's getting in late. Both of you deserve a night off. You can relax and talk about his move, and I'll bring her back in the morning so Eric doesn't miss a ton of time with her. You don't have to take me up on it, but I thought I'd offer. Selfishly, I wanted to say yes. I could honestly use a bit of a break, and time alone with Eric sounded too good to be true. Not that I should be entertaining these types of thoughts at all. There was no way I was ready for something that could get as messy and complicated as a relationship with Eric. It could just be sex, though. He said so. Okay, I finally said. That would be amazing. I'll give you some cash and you can get dinner for everyone on me as thanks. Hadley smiled and went to fold some of Sophia's laundry and pack an overnight bag before Sophia woke from her nap. I stood in the kitchen, suddenly unmoored, an entire night ahead of me with no toddler to cater to. What should I do for dinner? Enchiladas. I had a few hours before Eric would arrive, and my mom's enchiladas were Tex-Mex perfection via Baja country. I had everything for them, too. Quickly, I started the chicken cooking while I chopped green chilies and prepped for the sauce. There was a rhythm to it, and I was transported to cooking in the kitchen with my mom years ago. My mom's melodic voice doling out instructions. Sophia woke and was instantly thrilled to discover she got to have a sleepover. We hugged and kissed goodbye, with promises that Dad would be here in the morning when she came back. Then she was gone. I wrapped and sauced the enchiladas and stuck them in the oven. After that, I cleaned the kitchen. There was still time before Eric got there, but I felt an intense need to stay busy. If I overthought things, I'd call Hadley and have her bring Sophia back, and I'd order pizza and pretended like I hadn't been thinking about Eric's arrival all week. We should have wine with dinner. After all, Eric might need to relax after flying, and I might need to relax before whatever stupid decision I feel myself about to make. In my wine cooler were several bottles of a Chilean Sauvignon Blanc that I knew would pair well with the enchiladas. I set a bottle in a bucket of ice and 2 wine glasses on the table. I knew it looked snooty, but I'd also spent a lot of time in Napa Valley in the past with my father, who knew his wine. Some things were worth being snooty over. But what if it's awkward and silent? Better put on some music. I didn't know what Eric liked to listen to, but I figured it was impossible to go wrong with Spanish-influenced guitar. Rodrigo y Gabriela was a favorite group of mine, so I put on a mix of their songs, turned low and playing through the Bluetooth speakers mounted in every room. I checked my phone. Eric's plane had landed, but it would be a while yet before he arrived. I was feeling more and more anxious, my heart beating erratically each time I pictured Eric here. I should light some candles. Candles are chill. Maya had bought me some white tea and thyme candles for my last birthday. Burning them made me think of her, yes, but they were also incredibly soothing. I lit 3 of them and placed them around the room, then lit another and put it in the kitchen. When I glanced at my phone again, I realized Eric would be arriving at any moment. My heart leaped into my throat and I swallowed hard, trying to keep my cool. It was only then that I looked around and realized what he'd see. Homemade dinner, wine, music, candles. No kid. Oh, fuck me, this looks like a date. Should I turn off the music, blow out the candles, grab beer and chuck the wine? The doorbell rang and I groaned. Well, there was nothing left to do now beside to act like nothing was out of the ordinary. When I opened the door, I had to bite my lip to keep from groaning. It was critically unfair that Eric had gone from work to flying across the country to showing up at my doorstep looking that good. He was wearing his trademark smirk, and his locks were getting longer. He'd pulled them half up into a bun at the top of his head. He had on a V-neck t-shirt that showed off his pecs and the tattoos on his chest, and a cardigan sweater that he managed to make cool. Hi, I managed, voice rough. His eyebrows shot up. Hey to you. I stepped aside, and he came in, putting his bag down and opening his arms like he wanted to hug me. My muscles seized, and he paused, hesitant. Hug okay? Don't be weird, Milo, Maya's voice, scolding and teasing at the same time. I'd missed hearing her in my mind. She would have found all of this hilarious, I realized. Yeah, it's okay. It's good to see you. It was okay to admit that, right? That didn't have to mean anything. Eric lingered close to me, long enough for me to feel heat rising in my belly. Before either of us could do anything about it, though, I was saved by the oven timer. I hope you're hungry. That's dinner. Eric followed me into the kitchen. He leaned on the counter while I pulled out the casserole dish and began to plate our food, making a conscious effort not to meet his gaze. I'm noticing an absence of Sophia, he said, and I was grateful he sounded amused and not upset. Hadley took her to spend the night with her parents. She thought it would be nice for you to have some downtime before having to keep up with Sophia. And that was Hadley's idea? The amused lilt in his tone had me blushing deeper. It was, I said, only slightly defensive, and Eric laughed. Taking the plates, I turned to walk them to the dining room table, only to remember the predicament I'd been facing when he'd arrived. Eric was right behind me. I felt his gaze without seeing it. I could picture him taking in the music, the candles, the wine chilling. This isn't a date, I blurted like a fucking idiot. Sure. Eric walked past me to take a seat near the wine. I followed and set our plates down. When I had the wine bottle in hand, working the cork out with an opener, I knew I was a big, fat liar. It was a date. Like, definitely a date. I groaned. Eric laughed, a deep rumbling sound like water in a riverbed. Relax, he said. This is really nice. It's been a rough week, and being wined and dined by a handsome man is a very welcome end to it. Sucking in a deep breath, I exhaled and pictured my worries blowing out with it. Was I really going to keep pretending this wasn't something? Or could I let go and just see what happened? I poured and drank a little fast, but hey, I was human. These, Milo, are fucking amazing, Eric said as he dug into the enchiladas. He moaned after every bite in a way that was both flattering and obscene. It's my mother's recipe. Maya and I used to make it with her. Cheers to your mother then, and to Maya. Eric held up his glass and clinked mine against it. Tell me about them, he said while refilling our glasses. Where to start? I'm sure you're familiar with my parents, at least on some peripheral level. Both of them were actors. Yeah, award-winning. They fell in love on a movie set, and it was a big deal. My dad was Mexican, and my mother was half Guatemalan. It was unheard of to have two Hispanic leads at that time, but their love story made the news, and it made them famous. I took a bite and chewed thoughtfully. In a lot of ways, Maya and I had a blessed childhood. Elite schools, tutors, coaches. We were never hungry, and we never struggled. Sure, Maya and I fought a lot, but just normal sibling rivalry. And that went away when she made it clear she wasn't going into acting. Maya was an accountant, right? I nodded. She was. Damn good one, too. Even if I didn't have money, Sophia has a trust fund that will keep her comfortable thanks to Maya's hard work. Both of you worked hard, and at a young age, Eric said. Yeah, there was a lot of pressure from our folks. They'd managed to break into acting, but they'd had hard starts. They didn't want that for us. But I think, too, there was just the pressure of upholding the family name. The Hollywood Perez's, you know? I had to be the best. My sister had to be the best. Because for my parents, if we weren't at the top, then what was all of their hard work for? Eric nodded his head. Suddenly, I remembered him saying something about Eric and him raising themselves. I bet I sound like a rich elitist asshole. Eric's sparkling laughter made me jump in my seat. No, don't worry about it. I mean, yeah, Erica and I came from a very different background. But having money doesn't make you an asshole. Punching people you've never met, well, that's a different story. I threw my hands up. Who does a guy have to blow around here to get people to move on from that? As soon as I'd said it, I wished I could put a foot in my mouth. Because there was clearly a willing dick sitting at my dining room table. Eric's look told me exactly whose cock could be sucked. With that, I choked on a piece of chicken. After graceless coughing and hacking, I settled back, tears in my eyes. "You okay?" Eric asked as I quieted down, concern painted on his lovely features. "Yeah," I rasped. "Maybe you should tell me about your childhood while I collect myself. Fair's fair." He smirked. "Only because you almost died." Eric leaned back in his chair. "My mom and dad were angry people. I think being mad at the world boiled in their veins. It was what brought them together, because that kind of fire makes someone passionate as hell. But it's also what ruined our family." I wiped my eyes and waited, knowing he was building up to the hard shit. It hurt knowing there was hard shit. A stark reminder of the safety privilege had bought me. Eventually, their anger outweighed the passion. Instead of exchanging words, they started shouting, loud enough that the neighbors complained. When shouting didn't get their point across, they started using fists, and not always with just each other. His eyes squeezed shut, and I knew he was reliving a painful memory, and I wished I knew how to soothe him. When Erica and I were a little older, they took us away from our folks. They weren't seen as fit parents, and in truth, they weren't. But trying to keep two black preteens together in the foster care system is a goddamn nightmare. We were separated a few times, but he sighed, then shrugged. Erica and I had ways of making sure we ended up together in the end. Most of them involved acting like assholes to the families we were placed with. So that's the short version, and honestly, the only version I can stand. I was lucky to be born with a twin. She kept me sane. She taught me to focus on what you can control, to bust your ass, and to keep your violence in check. I thought about how Eric had come into the studio that day during my shoot, after I'd sent the papers for full custody. So angry the film crew had backed away instead of stopping him, and how I'd felt the violence in him and then goaded him even while my insides quaked. He'd grown up used to fists solving problems. "And I hit you," I said, and this time there was no joke. "I did the same thing your parents did. I'm amazed you and your sister are willing to talk to me at all." Eric's brown eyes swam with depths I couldn't imagine. But they also held forgiveness. Anger from grief isn't the same thing. You were hurting, not thinking rationally. You also never hit me again, even though I probably gave you reason to. "I thought about it," I admitted. Eric tilted his head, conceding. "But you didn't. And you made an effort. Welcomed me into your home, fed me your mama's cooking. Did I like being punched? Hell no. And I was pissed at you for a long time. But we've talked about it, and I know where you were coming from. For what it's worth, I'll never hit anyone again. It was my first unchoreographed punch, and God, it fucking hurt. My knuckles were swollen and everything. I don't understand how people do that for real." Eric's smile bloomed like a lily, teeth white and beautiful. "No joke. For not being a fighter, though, you packed a hell of a punch." "I wish you hadn't had such a hard childhood," I said. I know that sounds flippant and shallow, but I really mean it. "I wish that too," he agreed. "But pain is a good teacher. Erica and I are driven and focused because of our family history. And I see that in you too. Sophia's always going to be without a mother. It's going to hurt, and her childhood will be different because of it. But it will also help shape her, and, if we're careful, she'll be amazing." I sipped the last of my wine. "You know, there's a lot of Maya in Sophia." "Oh?" Eric's eyes twinkled. "Like what?" "Like being bossy as fuck." There was a pregnant pause before we both lost it. We laughed until tears were streaming down our cheeks. As we settled down and finished up the last of our meal, we fell into a routine like we'd always had one. Eric helped clean up, rinsing the dishes as I stacked them in the dishwasher. He wiped off the counters and table while I blew out the candles and made sure the kitchen was clean and coffee was ready for the morning. It was strange how domestic we could be together. It sent a thrill through me. "So, you'll probably want to get cleaned up and get some rest," I said, testing the waters. Eric stood near the stairs, staring at me like I was something he wanted to devour. The calm of the dinner disappeared. Left in its place in me was a humming anticipation, but I couldn't make demands of him. and I was too embarrassed to say what I wanted. "Fuck it," he murmured. And before I could ask him what he meant, he was in front of me, my face in his hands, his lips on mine. Eric kissed me with a vigor that left me breathless. He tasted of wine and the chilies. My fingers wound their way into his locks, pulling him closer, deepening the kiss. I felt the hard press of his cock on my hip, and the promise of it made me dizzy. He broke off the kiss, keeping his forehead pressed to mine. "I missed you," he said. "I've thought about you every fucking day, Milo." I sagged in relief against him, using his strength to stay upright. He smelled so good, and I wanted to wrap myself in his scent like a blanket. "Thank God," I murmured. I thought I was the only one going crazy. He rubbed his erection against me, a slow, circular grind that had me salivating. Taking a leap, I decided maybe I could ask for what I wanted. "Do you want to come to my bedroom?" Chapter 13. Eric. As much as I thought about what Milo's room might look like, I couldn't describe a single thing about it now that I was here. How could I pay attention to anything but the man pressed hard against me? He was so fucking responsive. As I kissed him, he opened for me, inviting. Delicious. His kisses were soft, hungry things that stoked the lust inside of me. We undressed each other slowly, leaving trails of kisses and nips. Milo bit into my hip as he took off my pants, and I groaned at the pinprick sensations of his teeth in my flesh. He started to grab for my cock, but I stopped him. "Let's get on the bed." He complied, his hooded gaze never leaving my body. I worked out and fueled my body to stay in shape, both out of function and health and a little bit of vanity, and Milo's gaze made every effort worth it. The heat of it moved over my skin, leaving tingling awareness in its wake. Seeing him stretched out on the mattress made my cock impossibly hard. I gave it a few preliminary strokes, just taking in all the firm, sculpted muscles that made up Milo's exquisite body. "Surely he didn't come up here just to look," Milo teased, but there was an edge to his voice. Maybe he thought I was playing with him. I wasn't, though. I'd been thinking about this since I'd sucked him off in the kitchen. And the more I thought about it, the more it became, well, more. I promised him sex with no expectations, but my heart was throbbing and angered me, raging against the impossibility of that promise. I wanted all of him, not just the body laid out like a gift in front of me. Dinner had been a blast. The food, the ease of it, how I'd managed to feel relaxed and welcome after a hectic week. It had been home-like. And Milo? God, Milo. He'd been so open, and we'd laughed, and I'd felt this stirring in my chest that was as potent as the stirring in my cock. But he's not there yet. If I allowed myself moments of honesty, it meant admitting he might never be there. Milo wasn't just in the closet. He'd turned it into a bunker, something he was certain would be ruinous to leave. I didn't think I could compete with that. "Eric?" Milo sounded worried now, and I realized I'd been too lost in my thoughts and appreciation, and too much time had passed. I gave myself one more stroke, then crawled into bed with Milo. It was strange, scary, to want so much more than a hookup, or even a series of them. Even stranger and scarier still to know I might not get all I wanted. But Milo needed this connection in a way I could feel, like hooks in my body that refused to let me go. And that connection? I could give him that much. Kissing my way up his legs, I stroked his calves and rubbed my thumb in circles on his ankles. His thighs were flexed and trembling, his rigid cock beautiful in its hardness. The tip glistened, and I licked my lips. Then I flipped my body around, moving my knees to the other side of his head. "Fuck yes," I heard him moan. Then Milo's tongue licked at my tip, and I cried out. With slow, deliberate care, I lowered myself, trying to support my weight enough that he could back off my length if he needed to. After his response in the kitchen, I hadn't been sure if he'd ever been with another man. As he sucked my dick, allowing it to slide deep in his throat, I had an answer. He'd done this, at least. It felt so fucking good. My ass clenched, and I worked not to come down his throat too soon. For a distraction, I grasped the base of his cock and began to lick and suck. The answering moans vibrated through my cock, and I shivered. I took Milo deep into my mouth and groaned so he could experience it too. Thus began a game of edging. We sucked and licked and stroked until the cock was twitching, breathing now tiny pants, hips rolling with the need to come, and we'd back off. Listen to the growls and moaning pleas of the other while slowly fucking his mouth. This was one of my favorite ways to fuck, but it felt even more satisfying with Milo. Every inch of him responded. His toes curled, his forearms flexed, his eyelids fluttered. He gave himself over to the sensations completely. It was so at odds with his normally shuttered outside persona. And then, that glare of frustration when his cock would pop from my mouth and I'd dance away. Which, of course, meant he retaliated. But he lacked in skill. He made up for in enthusiasm, sucking me until I was sure I'd blow, only to have him leave me hanging. Again and again to the brink. Milo was just as vicious as I was, bringing me so close I thought I'd never be able to stop the climax, only to find my body covered in sweat and vibrating with nerve endings that were going to snap, it seemed. Finally, I rolled off him, and we lay panting, our dicks so hard and wet and swollen with the tension that it looked painful, but it felt nothing but good. "You're amazing at sucking cock, Milo," I managed. "My dick is going to be in your mouth so often." He chuckled, low and shy. "You aren't my first, but maybe the first I didn't make sign an NDA. Oof. There was a lot to unpack in that sentence, but I had zero desire to do so at the moment. Right then, I needed to be buried in him, or have him in me. I didn't much care at that point, honestly. But about fucking. "Have you ever fucked a man?" I managed, fisting the sheets to stop myself from grabbing my cock and giving myself the orgasm my body demanded. "We should have talked about this when we were a little less worked up, Eric," Milo answered, tone wry. "But yeah, I've been fucked. Never done the fucking." The thought of having him up my ass, of being his first, was enough to make me squirm on the bed. But I wanted tonight to be about him, about helping him take the edge off, helping him relax into himself with me. "What do you want? Tell me." He propped himself up on his elbows to meet my gaze. "I want you to fuck me, Eric. I want your big cock so deep inside me, I'm afraid I'll taste it. I want you to fuck me long and hard and deep." "You have a filthy mouth," I said as I sat up. "I love it. Do you have lube and condoms? If not, I have some in my bag." I didn't know if being in the closet meant not being prepared, so I'd packed some things that made the TSA officer blush as she looked through my travel bag. "I have some." His face shuddered a bit, like he was embarrassed about having the basic materials for fucking. It made my heart ache. Side table. I moved to the table and opened the drawer, finding a few condoms that were almost expired and an unused bottle of lube. Oh, Milo. He wanted it long and hard and deep? I was going to give it to him, and then some. "Roll over and put a few pillows under your hips," I ordered. My cock was big, and it was going to take some time to get him ready. I couldn't get enough of the deep red stain of his cheeks as Milo propped his ass in the air. With care, I began to rub his back, pressing my thumbs and fingers into the meaty muscles there. He was tense, his body a violin string desperate for a bow. But tense didn't bring out the music. So I massaged his muscles until I felt Milo give a bit, sinking into the mattress. Then I kneaded the firm globes of his ass, slowly sweeping my thumbs toward his tight hole, giving him time to adjust to being touched back there. When he no longer jerked each time my thumb brushed against his hole, I knew it was time. The crack of the lid opening felt too loud, but maybe it was that we were so wound up, all our senses were working overtime. A thin drizzle of lube slid down his crack. When it reached the tight star, I used a finger to start rubbing it in. Slowly, barely pressing inside of him. I watched his body like a hawk. I didn't want to miss a sign that he didn't want this. But God, I hoped he did, because I needed it. I needed to be in him. When there was a sloppy amount of lube, I really went to work. The initial finger found a lot of resistance. I rubbed an ass cheek with one hand, spreading the cheeks while slowly applying pressure with the other. Relax, Milo. Breathe. A shudder went through his body, but I heard his long exhale, and he lifted his hips a bit more. I loved his body. I loved how sex felt fresh with him. This wasn't the mechanical fucking I had with strangers. There was tenderness here. After a while, I had 2 fingers in him, pushing deep, curving to stroke inside. I found his spot when he jackknifed with a cry and grinned to myself. I'd be hitting that with my cock in a short bit. It was when I was working him with 3 fingers that Milo started to beg. "If you don't fuck me now, Eric, I'm going to come," he panted. "I want you in me now. Please." Who was I to deny? The time it had taken to get him prepped had helped me get control over my own erection. Yeah, I was hard as fucking steel, but I didn't feel like a single touch might set off my climax anymore either. Long, hard, deep. We were both ready. I moved up to my knees behind him, tore the foil with my teeth, and rolled the condom on. Dug fingers into hips and lifted him into place, the lube on his pucker glistening and inviting. I placed the tip of my dick at his hole and slowly pushed in. I hissed, "You're so tight." It was true. Even with the work I'd done to open him, his channel was so tight and warm. I felt prickles run down my spine. "You feel so fucking good." "Eric," he moaned, pushing back at me. With a grunt, I pushed all the way in, not stopping until I was buried. He trembled, and I held him there, letting Milo adjust to me. Selfishly, I wanted to prolong it, too. It felt even better than I'd imagined. Milo began to move back and forth first, sliding, demanding. My fingertips dug into his hips, and I pulled out to the tip, then plunged back in. He cried out, but it was the sound of pure animal pressure. "Yes," he moaned. "Yes, yes, yes." His cries set our pace. He begged and pleaded, and I worked him hard and deep, just like he'd asked. When he was barely able to hold himself up, his moaned phrases becoming nonsensical, I knew it was time to pick up the pace. Sweat dripped down my back. We'd been fucking like this for what felt like an hour. My whole body seemed to be covered in the same nerves as my cock. Every stroke had my eyes rolling. I grunted and plunged into him, faster, harder. When I was close, I reached under him and pulled him upright. Milo began to bounce on my cock. I supported his chest and let him bounce and ride, my slick chest sliding against his back. His head flopped back, his hair tickling my sensitive skin. He reached behind and clumsily grasped at me. I held him with one arm barred across his front while my other hand reached around and grabbed his cock. "Oh, fuck." He was so loud. It was a good thing Sophia was out of the house. He was moaning loud enough for the next house over to hear. I was sure of it. And I was the one doing that to him. It lit me up inside. "That's right, Milo. Ride me." The change of angle meant I was hitting just right inside of him. My hips pumped to meet his bounce, and I felt the churn of my climax building like a storm inside me. My balls tightened, and my abs squeezed, but I wasn't coming first. Faster and faster I stroked him, merciless. His cock was so hard in my hand, the pre-cum dripping and oozing and making him slick. When I added a little twist with my wrist, Milo bucked and came, his ass clamping down hard on my cock. His load coated my hand and splattered on the sheets. And I didn't stop moving in him. I ground into his ass while he shouted, his body limp in my arms. "Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck." My orgasm took a hold of me, and I came hard, black spots dancing in my vision. It felt like I pumped a gallon of cum into his hot, tight ass. Like it wasn't going to end, or maybe it was going to kill me. And all I could think of was it would be a good way to go, buried so deep in Milo. With a shudder, I released him. Milo collapsed on the bed, writhing in the aftershocks of pleasure. I pulled off the condom and tied it off, getting out of bed on colt-like knees to wobble to a trash can. That was intense, I managed. Christ, Perez. Smiling at that, I slid back in bed. Milo's on his stomach, body more relaxed than I'd ever seen it. With the lightest of touches, I traced the lines of his tattoo. This has healed nicely. Did you catch the bug? Gonna cover yourself with tattoos? No, he sighed. But it was a contented sigh, deep and rich and lazy. That's the only one for me. So I'm your first, last, and only tattooer. How sweet, I joked, wanting to cover my face with a pillow. Why was I talking about this after sex that had felt fucking spiritual? Was I a dumbass? No, you're freaked out by the intimacy and trying to sound casual. That's what makes you a dumbass, because that was anything but casual. So I stayed silent after that, letting my mind clear and my fingers delicately explore the soft, tanned skin of the man next to me. When I heard his snores, I almost laughed. But when I looked at the clock, I realized we'd been at it for hours. He wasn't sleeping to avoid me. I had just worn him out. I was worn out too, but my brain refused to cooperate by letting me sleep. It was listing the 100 concerns it had over what I'd just done, and what it would mean for my future. Because of Sophia, I had to tread carefully. Which was disastrous, really, as I felt like I'd just fallen into a pit of quicksand named Milo, and I wasn't sure I wanted to try to get out. Morning arrived with that languid, sore-limbed satisfaction that only happens after intense sex. That part I was expecting. What surprised me was waking up alone in Milo's bed. Then the best sound I'd ever heard rang through the house. Sophia's laugh. Excitement over seeing Sophia rushed through me, but also relief. It hadn't been regret that drove Milo out of bed. It had been the arrival of my daughter. She was only 2, but I wasn't ready to try to explain why I had been sleeping in Milo's bed. Moving quickly, I showered and changed, my heart tightening with the anticipation of seeing Sophia. When I got to the bottom of the stairs, it was like she sensed me. She stopped her play and broke into a run, leaping into my arms. As soon as I had her wrapped up in my arms, I felt a wholeness envelop me. She squeezed my neck and giggled. When I put her down, Milo called from the kitchen, "Show Dad your blocks." My heart stopped, like full-on chest suddenly reeling, lungs gasping. What just happened stopped. It was a 1-2 knockout. First, he'd referred to me as her father to her, using my title as naturally as my name. No stiffness or hesitation. And then she grabbed my hand like I'd been there forever, pulling me to her block bin. It felt so organic, and I could barely keep my happiness contained. When my heart resumed its rhythm, it was fuller, stronger. Milo fixed breakfast while I played with Sophia, and over pancakes and sausage and much-needed coffee, we discussed plans for the day. For a bizarre moment, it felt as if I were in a 90s sitcom. This was my family. Everything flowed. It just made sense we'd planned together, and Milo and I alternated encouraging Sophia to stay in her seat and not play with her food. I liked it, and that was flabbergasting as hell. Erica would bust her ass laughing at me if she saw me being so domestic. "So I'm thinking Griffith Park, if you'll allow me to accompany you and Sophia," Milo said after we'd finished eating. "We could take a hike to the Hollywood sign, but there are also trains and a lot of play space too." "That sounds perfect. Of course you can come. I want you to." My skin felt warm and tingled as I looked at Milo. I remembered how he'd come undone the night before, the way his body had ignited. When he caught my eye, I could tell he was still thinking about it too. It hit me then that I couldn't look at him like that while we were out. He'd have to just be Sophia's uncle and my host, not the man who'd offered me one of the most intimate best fucks of my life. "Let's get ready to go," Milo said, mostly directed at Sophia. But I didn't miss how he turned to give me another heated glance before they walked out. The park was crowded, but not overwhelming. We were blessed with the perfect Los Angeles weather. The sky was clear and a gorgeous blue. It was warm, but not unbearable, and there was a breeze that seemed to blow at exactly the moments when you needed it most. Sophia was skipping through the grass and picking dandelions. I was struggling not to grab Milo's hand. Of course, the first time I had a guy I liked enough to hold hands with was the one time that guy was closeted and had a lot of riding on staying closeted. I got it, I did, but my palms itched with the need to touch. It didn't help that we were surrounded by gay couples. Women with arms draped lazily around each other's waists and shoulders, men canoodling and sharing coffees or ice cream cones. And not a single person around us looked angry. No one was even batting an eye. Hell, L.A. was one of the most gay-friendly places I'd ever visited. I was going to live here. And I wasn't going to be able to get any of the benefits of that tolerance and safety, not if Milo and I became a thing, which was an idea that was growing exponentially in appeal. Except for this one small, big piece of the puzzle. I couldn't touch my guy. Couldn't kiss his cheek. Hell, I wasn't even entirely sure he was my guy, or would want to be. And that not knowing was burrowing under my skin. We rode the trains and took hundreds of photos of an exuberant Sophia. We ate food from a truck that had no business being so delicious. Sophia ran and laughed and snuggled close when her energy ebbed. It was so close to perfection. If I was going to be living close and Milo and I continued down whatever emotional path we were on, I was going to have to talk to him. Again. The difficult part was the timing. Luckily, Sophia seemed to be on my side. When we returned, she'd only had a car nap, which meant we made an early dinner of leftovers from the night before and some broccoli, gave her a quick bath, and had her in bed in record time, and with minimal fuss. I was smoothing her hair from her face and memorizing all the perfect lines of her features long after she'd started snoring. Milo was waiting for me in his bedroom, still in his boxers, nothing else. His thighs were so firm and sculpted, my mouth watered, eager to bite and nibble. His nipples were tight brown buds, and his cheeks had a pink tint from all the sun we'd gotten. He was, in short, the most beautiful man I'd ever laid eyes on. My body responded instantly, cock hard and eager. I crawled up in the bed, taking time to lick at his nipples until he squirmed and hissed before I claimed his mouth. A fierce kiss, my lips and tongue pouring out all the pent-up frustration from the day onto his. He was just as needy, moaning into me, his hips beginning to pump up. It would be so easy to fuck and fall asleep with him again, so easy to ignore everything I'd been thinking about. Ugh, I said as I broke off the kiss. I've been wanting to do that all day. His chuckle was like chocolate, smooth and rich. Me too. So I wasn't exactly expecting an ugh. I pushed up, straddling him. The ugh isn't you. I think we need to talk. Milo's cock was so hard I could feel it pushing against the seam of my ass through my jeans. Milo's face twisted a bit. Ugh. I mean, you're right, but ugh. Milo moved his hands to my thighs to settle on my hips, his thumbs brushing the waist of my jeans. Pinpricks of pleasure stole up my spine. Look, why don't you shower and get ready for bed, and I'll try to get into a talking headspace. His hips rolled once more, grinding against my ass. We both moaned. As you can see, I've got other things on my mind at the moment. I kissed him once more, slow and deep. But when the sexual energy started crackling for real, I jumped off the bed before we got carried away. Putting the shower on cold helped soothe the heated need for the man waiting for me on the bed, but only by a bit. I was sporting a mere semi tucked into my pajama bottom's waist when I returned, and Milo had done me the courtesy of throwing on a white t-shirt. I wished he knew that seeing the crisp white cotton hugging the hard brown curves of his body did nothing to diminish my desire. Is this where you ask me what we're doing? Milo asked as I crawled in next to him. This is where I ask what we're doing. I know I said we could make it just about sex, scratch an itch and all that. But I need you to know that for me, it's starting to feel like much more. Milo turned away from me. It was difficult to give him time, and, I supposed, to trust. I'd never considered myself a needy person. For so long, I'd needed only Erica, and the rest of the world could have gone to hell. and I wouldn't have cared. But everything seemed different now, because the wanting was for so much more than good sex or easy co-parenting. I wanted what we'd seen at the park. The carefree caresses. The definitive ways of belonging to someone. Not having to worry they might just disappear when it was convenient, like my parents had so often in my childhood. But I needed to remember Milo had his own baggage too. Who knew what else might also be holding him back? Lying beside him, I snuggled close, the big spoon. My arm fell around his waist and pulled him close to me. He burrowed instead of pulling away. A good sign. "Talk to me," I whispered in his ear. "What are you thinking?" "I'm trying to find the reasons why I can't do this. I know I have them, but I can't for the life of me think of a fucking one," Milo answered, tone low and haunted. "I think about you all of the time when you're not here. And when we do visit, I'm not only thinking about how Sophia will be excited to see you, but how I will be too." Each of his words was stiff, reluctant. I could practically feel the battle he was waging inside himself. It wasn't one I could help him fight, as much as I wanted to, and that sucked. "It's new for me, you know," I said instead. "I don't date." Milo snorted, the sound an audible eye roll. "Oh, really? I see men and women from time to time, but always just once. I told myself my career was more important, and that all I needed was Erica. But then Sophia changed that, and you changed it too. But I understand your position, and..." Milo shifted suddenly, rolling around to face me. "Do you understand it, though? The kind of pressure put on you to be something and someone you aren't?" I sucked air in between my teeth, then exhaled. "No, you're right. I don't understand how you feel. But I do get how important discretion is for you. And it doesn't change the feelings I'm developing for you, Milo." Milo's brown eyes swam with something painfully akin to hope. "I feel the same way about you," Milo admitted, "and damned if I didn't experience a wave of bliss from head to toes." "I do, Eric. But I don't know how we're supposed to make something work when I have to be so damn careful all of the time. It's not like the rest of our situation is complication-free as it is." Heart swelling in my chest, I leaned forward and pressed a kiss to his forehead. "They've got a lot on our plates. My move and the show, your schedule and career. Let's take it one day at a time and figure it out as we go. I feel like we should try." He reached to cup my cheek. The warm press of his palm was soothing. "I want to try to, so long as nothing affects Sophia negatively. She still needs to be our first priority." 100% agree. Milo kissed me then. Soft, no tongue, just soaking pressure and warm breath. I felt grounded and connected and impossibly optimistic about our future, even though it was hazy and unknown. And despite having gotten riled up previously, we only kissed. We kissed until our eyelids became heavy and our breaths stretched out. For the first time ever, I fell asleep in a man's arms without having sex first. To my utmost surprise and pleasure, I discovered I liked it. Chapter 14. Milo. My soon-to-be 3-year-old niece was, at the moment, a hot fucking mess. Eric was kneeling down and trying to soothe her, but nothing was working. And honestly, I got it. Eric was leaving. He had to fly back to the East Coast, and I was feeling just as unhappy about saying goodbye as she was. I was just better at hiding it. "I'll see you soon, baby," he said, holding Sophia tight while she blew snot all over his shirt. "This isn't forever." "But I don't want you to go." I knew his ride was going to be arriving soon, and I couldn't stand the thought of Eric having to go home with such a hard send-off. Scooting close to them, I held up my phone. "Sophia, see this?" A product of a technologically savvy generation, Sophia immediately calmed and stared, sniffling. Her little eyebrows knit together. This is a message from my friend Joel. It says the papers that let Eric see you at any time he wants are all going through. He's officially your daddy now, and he and I are working very hard to make sure you get to spend plenty of time with him." Eric swallowed hard. "Yeah?" I winked and nodded before turning back to Sophia. "Yep, Daddy is planning on moving here too, so this really isn't forever. It's just hasta luego. See you later." Sophia didn't look fully convinced until she saw Eric beaming. His elation was clear enough that she clapped and threw her arms around his neck. Crisis averted. "I can go play now?" "Yeah, baby," Eric said. He gave her one last hug and she ran away to the playroom. It was my turn to say goodbye. "How soon they recover, am I right?" I joked. Eric's gaze shifted from elation to pure liquid heat. He grabbed at the front of my shirt and spun me, pushing me until my back slammed against the wall. Then he was kissing the ever-loving shit out of me, his tongue claiming my mouth. And I was helpless to do anything but open and submit. I loved when he was like this, so in command and undeniably masculine. I loved how his body pressed against mine, the heat of him seeping through me. He kissed me until I was whimpering and dazed and struggling to remain standing, until there was a honk outside, his ride to the airport. He broke off his kiss. Both of us were panting, our pupils blown and eyes glassy. "I'm going to be thinking about you," Eric groaned. "Missing you like hell. I can't wait until I don't have to fly back and forth anymore." I swallowed hard and gave a thin laugh. "I'll try to remember you. You know how it is with my crazy Hollywood life." He growled and kissed me again, biting my lower lip until I moaned. The car honked again. "I can't wait for that either, Eric," I admitted. I want to really lean into this, whatever this is with you." He cupped my cheek, the warmth of his palm a gift. "Okay, so we're doing this. And soon I'll be stationed in LA. So don't get too caught up in your wild and loose Hollywood lifestyle while I'm gone." "Get out of here," I joked, pushing at him. I felt the air brush cold against me in the space he'd just inhabited. "I'll miss you like crazy. Call me when you get home." Eric looked at me with an intensity I'd never seen before. "I'll call you when my plane gets in, but that's not my home anymore. I won't be home until I'm back with you and Sophia." With that doozy of a parting line, Eric scooped up his bags and walked out, leaving me breathless, hard as hell, and filled with a tender ache for the man who'd just left. What if I got to be kissed like that every day? What if we didn't always have to say goodbye? What if Eric were mine, in more ways than just behind a closed bedroom door? Hadn't we just declared that was what we wanted? Where that once would have scared me shitless, I now found myself curious, longing, and realizing exactly how much of myself I kept locked away. It wasn't just the desire for a man. It was every facet of my sexuality, my gayness, parts that made me, well, human. Dreams of standing with Eric out and proud kept me comforted in his absence, but the next day started a brutal week of filming. A stark reminder of what my life was when I didn't have many vacations spent in Eric's arms. The week with Eric had been a breath of fresh air, but now it was back to the grindstone. I already had Hadley on for overtime, and I couldn't even have sugar in my coffee to give me that needed extra oomph, since it was time to cut the carbs again. You'd think that with my lover gone, long hours, and no more sugar, I'd be in a foul mood. But the promise of Eric, and what we could possibly become, had me light-footed and chipper, which was apparently enough to warrant concern from Joel, who took it upon himself to wait for me in my trailer between takes. "Who are you seeing?" he asked as soon as I stepped inside. "Hey, Joel, it's nice to see you too." "Cut this shit, Milo. Who are you seeing?" I went to the mini fridge and grabbed a water. "Who says I'm seeing anyone?" Your stupid, doe-eyed look and good mood say all I need to know. You're seeing someone, and I need to know who so I can get them to sign the NDA. This is my job, Milo. One of the many reasons you pay me. He was right, even if he was being a complete dick about it. Sighing, I plopped down on the small couch beside him. We won't need the NDA. It's Eric, and he understands my situation. Joel groaned and slumped, his head back and eyes shut as if in pain. Of course, it's Eric. Eric Cook, I assume. The messiest person you could possibly have gotten involved with. That Eric? I swallowed some water, almost choking on it. Joel was a fabulous manager. He knew what I wanted, secrecy, and he did what he needed to in order to keep my career moving further and further into the limelight. There was no man as hardworking and anal retentive and loyal as Joel in all of Hollywood. But now, he'd be like a goddamn dog with a bone, and it left me feeling like I was standing on thin ice. I needed to sound confident or he'd never ease off. That's the one. And trust me, I've already agonized over the logistics. It just sort of happened. But it's feeling like something really, really good. I'll just need to work hard to make sure it doesn't get messy. You hate me, Joel cried out, throwing his hands in the air. Pure diva. You love me, I shot back. Your best client ever. Fuck you, Perez. I've already got someone for that now, but thanks, Joel. He growled, but then we both laughed. It wasn't uneasy laughter, but it felt like a truce. Joel sat up and started collecting his things. I'll trust you about not needing the NDA. I'm scared as hell for you, of course, but I trust you. He pulled his sunglasses from his pocket and put them on before heading out of my trailer. And Milo, I'm glad for you. Happiness looks good on you and makes your acting better. Angelica nudged me with her shoulder. So, Milo, only a few more days of shooting this movie. Lord, I knew it. I'd been counting down the days. The final weeks had been filled with 12 and 14-hour days. We'd shot in blistering heat. We'd shot at night. We'd shot in the rain. We'd done the shirtless scenes so many times, I often wondered why I even bothered putting shirts on when I'd just have to take them off later. Mostly, though, I was tired of not seeing Sophia or being able to talk much to Eric. I'm relieved. It's been a good project, but you've had a lot going on, she said, nodding in understanding. And I know it's been hard filming so soon after losing your sister and gaining a child. In hindsight, I should have said no to the film. My agent would have flipped his shit, but you're right. It's been hard as hell. She leaned closer, our arms touching. Angelica was flirting, I realized. I wanted to chuckle. I wanted to kindly explain I was taken. I can do anything but let it happen. I'm glad you stayed on, she said low and hushed. I feel we had great chemistry. It burned a bit, my secret somehow having more power over me, when there was something more tangible to hide. I wasn't just hiding a part of me, but an entire part of my life, and I didn't like it. We sure did, I said, my skin feeling too tight. I'd need to go call the nanny. I hoofed it, afraid of coming off too rigid, but also afraid of not coming off rigid enough. Co-stars were difficult. In a lot of ways, they were more likely to discover my secret. So much of acting depended on people watching, on empathy and understanding motivations and secret tics. Angela was a damn fine actress, and she was looking at me more and more as filming wrapped up. In my trailer, I called Eric. To my delight, he answered on the first ring. Perez, he crooned teasingly. To what do I owe this surprise call? Can it, Cook? Can a man just want to say hi to his boyfriend? A pause, and I wondered if I'd said something wrong. Then his warm, silky chuckle came through. I shivered. Eric's voice. There was nothing like it. Am I your boyfriend? Not just a down-low lover? No one likes the word lover, I argued. It goes on the list along with moist and squelch. Do people have a problem with squelch? I made a gagging noise. Blech, they should. It sounds like, well, like it sounds. So gross. Eric laughed more fully, and I felt warmth begin to build in my belly. So you called me to tell me about your distaste for onomatopoeia? He teased. No, because I'm fine with words like sizzle. I'll bet you are. I was smiling so large at this point that my cheeks hurt. I called because I miss you. We're wrapping up this film in a few days, and then I'll have almost 3 months off before we have to do promotions and stuff. I could almost feel Eric perk up over the phone line. 3 months? Lucky you. And lucky for you, I know someone you could relax with. He's very good looking. Charming, too. I tend to be more attracted to humility, I joked back. But seriously, yes, I'd really like to spend it with you. Where's the LA move at? Eric sighed. I'm pretty sure we've locked in a location. Reagan still needs to sign off on some things, and as soon as he and the production company give me the go-ahead, I'll be in LA for good. Yearning made my heart dance, soft and achingly tender in my ribs. Could you tell Reagan to hurry it up? I'm ready to have you here. You could always come here and punch him in the face. Oh my God, I groaned. I hate you. You hate me so much, he agreed mockingly. Really hate me when I'm kissing you or sucking your... There was a sharp staccato knock at my trailer door. Ace timing assholes. Mr. Perez, we're shooting in 5, someone yelled outside. I gotta go, I said, the flush of his train of thoughts heating my cheeks. I'm glad you called. Talk to you soon. Hate you too, he added. The after-party was in full swing. The entire cast and crew had been invited to an upscale restaurant the director had blocked out for the whole night. There were other actors and agents there, producers and models and more. Everything and everyone was beautiful. I just wanted to get home. But being here was important for appearances, and I was thankful for the film and its cast and crew. A little mingling wouldn't hurt anyone. As I walked around the perimeter of the restaurant, I saw an old fling. Drew Gables was chatting with someone I didn't know until he caught me looking at him. He made his way toward me. Hey, Milo. We clinked our glasses together. Drew was like me, gay and not out of the closet. We'd met when I was an extra in one of his movies early on, and he'd signed my NDA, and I'd signed one for him. It had been an amicable arrangement, but ultimately, I hadn't felt like it was going anywhere. Still, it was nice to run into him every once in a while. Drew, I said, it's been a while. His smile was dazzling, his jaw covered in perfectly sculpted stubble. All I could think of was how much I missed Eric. This movie looks promising, Milo. I've been hearing a ton of buzz about it. I plastered on a smile. Thanks. It was hard work and a rough time, but I'm proud of it. Yeah, Drew said, leaning in. Angelica's been over the moon about working with you. He shot me a conspiratorial wink. Speaking of, how's the love life going? It felt a bit blunt and out of the blue. Drew tended to be more subtle, though inevitably we'd circled around availability in the past. But then I remembered the sexual famine that had led up to Eric. It wasn't that it was difficult to find gay men in Hollywood. There were plenty. But finding partners willing to keep your secret was much more difficult. Drew might be in a rut too, and I was, in his experience, a safe bet. Ah, well, straight to it then. I made sure we were clear of anyone close enough to overhear. It's going, I admitted. Like, really going, I think. For a brief moment, something like hurt flashed on Drew's face. I thought you were too into your career for anything serious. Oh, right. That's what I'd said to Drew when we'd broken up. I hadn't realized that there'd been enough there for a breakup to cause hurt feelings. Back then, that was true, honestly. Until life kicked me in the balls, work was all I cared about. But then, with my sister Maya passing and, for all intents and purposes, becoming a father to my niece, perspectives changed. The truth worked. Some pain still lingered in the lines around his eyes, but Drew's sigh and smile were ones of acceptance. I'd heard about that in the papers. I should have reached out. I'm sorry for your loss. Thank you. I drank some of my wine, thinking about how Maya had liked Drew for a milquetoast white dude. Are you happy now? Drew's question caught me off guard. But maybe that's because, in my business, being in a relationship didn't necessarily equate to being happy. I thought about the ups, the downs, the tantrums, and the warm safety of Eric's arms. I'm getting there for sure, I answered after a moment. Because this thing with Eric felt right. Happiness could saturate my days some of the time and be fleeting on others. But did I feel more content overall? Less angry at the unfairness of life? Did I have someone who made my skin crackle and my heart pound? Yes. Yes. Drew sighed, exaggerated, feigning at disappointment. Well, good for you. I wish you well. And should things go south with your new lover, you have my number. We toasted again, as there wasn't much to say. It had been a booty call for Drew, and I hadn't been available. He moved on, and I took it as my cue to head home. In the back of the cab, I texted Joel. Me, could you find a flight for Sophia and me to see Eric? The sooner the better. Joel, it's not even midnight. Tell me you haven't left the party already. Me, in a cab. Flight, please, unless you have some pressing arrangement. Joel, no plans. I'll send you flight info in the morning. Tell Eric I said hi. I leaned back in the seat, staring at the city lights flashing by. Are you happy, brother? Maya's voice had been getting dimmer lately, less pronounced when she spoke to me. It stung, having to strain to make sure I was remembering it right. It wasn't fair that I lost her person. Sometimes I worried about losing the essence of her as well. Oh, please. Her teasing laugh rang in my mind. You have home movies of me. I'll always be there. Stop avoiding the question. Are you happy? The City of Angels lifted its neon wings all around me. I was headed home to a niece I adored more than anything. Soon we'd be heading to see Eric, Sophia's father. My boyfriend. The person who was, in a strange twist of fate, helping me pick up the pieces of me that I hadn't even known were broken. I told Drew I was working on it, but the truth was burning in my chest. Yeah, I was happy. Chapter 15. Eric. My back cracked audibly when I stretched my hands over my head. Kaiser lifted an eyebrow. I have like 2 more medium-sized tattoos today, I explained. And that's after 4 already. Damn, man, you're hustling. Kaiser really did look intimidating as hell. I mean, all of the guys at Get Inked had tattoos and some serious muscle, but he managed to one-up all of us with his serious attitude and hulking figure. 12-year-old me would have been all over that shit. Trying to get the practice in before we head to L.A., I said. I started prepping my station for my next customer. Kaiser and I were sharing a seat, but he'd come in today just to watch. A lesser man might have been intimidated to have his process presided over, but I knew I was good, and Kaiser was easy company. Besides, I didn't think it was possible to do well in this business if you had a fragile ego. I think they want another confessional from you, he said, nodding toward the director who was shooting me furtive glances. To talk about that last client. Fuck. The last client had been nice enough, but he'd changed his design idea what felt like 500 times. He wanted too much, and when I explained, kiss, keep it simple, stupid, he hadn't really understood. We'd gone with the elephant he'd wanted, but I'd convinced him to cut out about half of the extra shit he'd originally asked for. I'd made the remainder work, but the design had been too busy. Not a tattoo I'd put in my portfolio. Shit. I've got to get ready for the next one. I can clean up if you want, Kaiser offered. Keep my hands busy, and you won't have to do all the last-minute filming after your clients. Yeah, Kaiser was a goddamn keeper. Very team-minded. So quiet, he was like a gangster had a baby with a ninja. That would be killer, man. Thanks. So it was that I found myself in the small confessional booth they'd incorporated this season. As I was giving my thoughts on my most recent pieces for the camera, I heard the front door of the shop open. Then a bunch of warm and excited hellos. Curious, I peeked out from the confession booth, and my heart skipped a beat. Milo was standing with Sophia on his hip, talking to Brian and Javi. Sophia's small, boisterous laugh traveled, and I smiled so large my face ached. I slipped out of the booth and went to them without glancing back at the production assistant. I was so elated I almost walked up to Milo to plant a kiss on his mouth. It was only at the last moment that I remembered myself and twisted to plant the kiss on Sophia's cheek instead. Her arms snaked around my neck, and with a quick, awkward shift, she was in my arms. What are you doing here? I asked. I thought you weren't coming until Monday. Milo shrugged, his cheeks pink. I hoped no one noticed it, or the way his eyes were glittering with happiness. We finished production and the after-party, and I figured you'd like a few extra days with your daughter. And with me... It was unspoken, but I heard it anyway. I kissed Sophia again, and she laughed, so I nibbled and tickled her until her shrieks of laughter had everyone smiling. "I missed you, baby," I whispered in her ear. "Every day. I'm so glad you're here." "Me too." Only she was craning around, looking for someone. "Erica?" she asked. "Auntie Erica is off today, but I promised to let her know you're here. She'll want to see you too." Reagan popped out of his office to see what the fuss was about and immediately got a goofy smile when he saw Sophia in my arms. There was a glint in his eyes that was a little too told you so for my tastes, but I decided he was really just happy to see me in a good place. Hell, I was glad to see me in a good, if unexpected, place too. Kaiser came over and Sophia started to hide from him. "Daddy, he's scary," she said. Hurt flashed on his features, but Kaiser kept a brave, calm face. "Hey, sweetheart," he said, his tone so low and even it was like chocolate for the ears. "I work with your daddy. He talks about you all the time." Sophia peeked out a bit. Kaiser took that as permission to continue. "I know I can be scary. Do you want to ask about it? About my tattoos or my piercings?" He stopped because while I was tall, he was a tall bastard. Sophia slowly peeled away from me and stared at him with the intensity only a child could. "You a robot?" Kaiser and I glanced at each other confused. Sophia huffed and pointed to his lip ring, then his nose ring and eyebrow rings. "Metal Man!" Understanding blossomed on his features. "Yes, I am half robot," he said with a wink. "And the pictures in my skin are like the pictures in your daddy's skin." He held out an arm, and I placed mine beside it. My dark brown complexion contrasted with his pale skin, my bold and organic tattoos compared to his almost gothic-looking grayscale. But we were both sleeved in ink, and it only took a second for her to start touching his tattoos with a tiny finger. The look he gave me had my heart bursting. I didn't know much about his background, but I knew that even new clients in the shop had initially shied away from his fierce image. It was probably a big deal to have a child willing to touch him. Milo coughed behind me. "We came straight from the airport. I was hoping that grabbing your keys and going to your house while you finish here wouldn't be too much of an imposition." I frowned at the reminder that I still had 2 clients. Then Reagan came over. "Maybe Kaiser or I could cover your last couple of clients if they're amenable. If not, I'm sure I can find a way to smooth it over. Go be with your daughter." Kaiser nodded, though he was looking at Sophia with the sweetest, most smitten look. "Totally. This little lady needs some dad time, am I right?" He tickled under her chin. "If you're sure the show wouldn't mind," I said. They'd been running a lot of film on me, trying to get some good edits to help segue into the spinoff. Reagan nodded. "I'll make sure the show doesn't mind. Employees come first, clients second, and ratings a far distant third in my priorities." Milo reached for Sophia. "I can hold her if you need a moment or two," he offered. Nodding, I took Kaiser over to the work tables. Pulling out some sketches, I showed him what I'd planned on showing the clients. His specialty was portraits, but he took what he knew about shadow and negative space to make some quick suggestions on my sketches. Damned if it didn't make them better. You can be fragile in this business, but I was glad my ego could handle seeing another man improve upon my art. "I think the clients are going to flip over this," I said. "When we're out in L.A., I'm buying you dinner. You're a great artist, but now that Sophia is a fan of you, you're going to have to become a friend. It's basically mandatory." Kaiser's cheeks were freckled, and below those constellations he turned a vivid red. Yeah, okay." Oh, that'll be a fun nut to crack. But I had other things on my mind at the moment. Namely, Sophia was here. And Milo. God, he looked so fucking dreamy. It was killing me, not being able to wrap an arm around him. Hell, I was worried he wouldn't want a fist bump in public. I had told him I understood, and I did. We'd said we'd take it day by day, and we would. But it was beginning to dawn on me what exactly that might mean now that we were looking at an actual future. This was a first for me, wanting to be in a potentially long-term relationship. I wanted to be supportive of his needs, but I'd have to learn how to balance that with my own. "Let's get out of here," I said. Milo nodded, his eyes flashing with heat. Apparently he was wishing for the same things more and more. I'll show you around town. Sophia was far more wired from the flight than anticipated, down to party right through her nap time. I knew that Milo and I wouldn't be able to have any alone time until she was asleep, so it became my sole goal in life to wear her out. I drove them to the park and let her feed the ducks. When the ducks started chasing her and Sophia screamed in terror, we moved on to the carousel, which she loved so much she rode it 3 times in a row, until my stomach threatened to punish me for being her chaperone on the ride. Then we got ice cream, and her face was so covered in strawberry pink cream and sprinkles, I had to take a picture to send to Erica and all the guys at work. Finally, her words shifted from toddler to completely unintelligible, and her eyelids looked weighed down. I got us to my home in record time, and Sophia was asleep as we got into the townhome. She slept through a sponge bath, a diaper change, and new PJs, and she didn't stir when I transferred her to the bed. As soon as I was in the hallway, I turned to Milo, who'd been waiting for me outside of her door. It had been too long. A whole day spent next to him without being able to touch him or smile the wrong way. It had driven me crazy. I pushed him gently into the wall, crashing my mouth against his. Milo melted under my touch, molding to me like we'd been made to fit together. I tasted his mouth, drinking in his quick breaths and tiny suppressed moans. When we were like this, pressed tight together, I could only think about how right it felt. How no one else had ever made me feel so complete and so undone at the same time. His fingers gripped my scalp, pulling me deeper into the kiss. He grew restless, aggressive, kissing me back with frenzied need. It dawned on me that I was probably the only person he could ever be truly authentic with. That thrilled me, and made me sad for him. I wanted to kiss it better. If this was the only time he could fully let go, then I was going to make it as good as I could. "Let's go to bed," I growled. "God, yes." Chapter 16. Milo. Eric didn't just lead me to his bedroom. He picked me up right then and there, in the hallway. I didn't think, just reacted, wrapping my legs around his waist and peppering his mouth with kisses as he carried me. In his room, we tumbled to the bed together, locked tight. He draped his long, strong body over mine, pressing me to the firm mattress. "I've thought about fucking you in this bed so many times," Eric whispered before going to work on my neck. I was fluttery, lightheaded. I was senseless with him, all reactions and need. I loved it. I wanted more. "Fuck me," I moaned, arching my back into him. "Please." "In good time. You don't have to be hasty." He began to lick and suck my nipples through my t-shirt, the texture and heat spiking my pulse. "I want to savor you." I whimpered. He lifted off me, moving to stand at the foot of the bed. "Get undressed," Eric ordered. My head was swimming, and my cock was hard enough to cut diamonds, and he wanted me to undress? I scrambled to get out of my clothes, throwing them to the floor. When I was naked, the air felt cold against the sizzling heat of my skin. "Okay," I said when Eric didn't move. The corner of his mouth was turned up in a truly evil and very, very sexy smirk. His gaze traveled over me slow as molasses, like he was memorizing every square centimeter of my skin. The heat in my belly crept up to my neck and cheeks. I looked away, embarrassed at being studied with such intent. "Milo," Eric said, so calm and cool I wanted to cry. "You are beautiful. You know that, right?" I knew it objectively. The way the newspapers talked about me, the promotions, the interviews, all of them made sure I knew I was handsome. But it wasn't something I spent time thinking about. He must have caught how non-committal my response was. "You won't get out of this that easy. You are beautiful. Your body was made for pleasure, and you deserve to feel it." His words were dangerously close to being weapons. I'd let my wall down with Eric, allowed myself to stop worrying all the time about what I looked like or acted like. But I needed that wall badly to do my job and remain in control. Why was he doing this? Confusion didn't deflate my cock, though. That was for fucking sure. It was leaking pre-cum in long dribbles on my stomach. Eric eyed it and licked his lips. "Show me," he said, low and sure. "Show me how you love yourself when no one is around." "We've been apart all this time? And you're asking me to jerk off for you?" He shook his head, brown eyes twinkling. "I'm asking you to appreciate your body for me, to show me how you like to be touched." My eyes rolled in frustration. "But there's no one here but me, Milo. Stop thinking so much. Stop worrying. Show me." My hand drifted down my chest to my aching cock. I didn't have lube, but I didn't need it. There was so much pre-cum pooled on my belly. Using a finger, I scooped it up and began to smooth it down my cock. Slow, soft strokes, enjoying the pressure and warmth. Eric worried his lower lip between his teeth while he watched. I dragged my thumb across the slit of my dick, moaning as I did. The truth was, I loved slow and sweet, but my encounters with men were almost always hushed and hurried clandestine things. Masturbation had always been a job, something to take the edge off in quiet and occasionally shamed silence. But Eric had asked me to show him how I liked it. Maybe this was one of the first times I'd allowed myself to experience how I liked it. How I really liked it. I eased my fist up and down in careful, measured strokes. My skin was flushed, and I felt the fires within my gut kindle. My thighs fell open on the bed. While I slowly fisted my cock, I reached with my other hand to cradle my balls. "You're so sexy," Eric said, sounding less in control. There was a rough edge to his voice that ratcheted my hormones up another level. I liked knowing I could make him struggle to retain control. "If only I had a big cock, eager to get up this ass," I teased, letting my fingers circle my ass. It felt daring to be so bold, especially when I was already quaking inside. I wanted to come. I wanted to hide. I wanted him inside of me so bad it ached. "If only," he agreed. He moved to his bedside table and pulled out lube and a condom. I watched him through hooded lids as he undid his pants and pulled himself out. He was so perfectly proportioned, and I'd be intimidated if I didn't already know we fit together so well. I slowed my strokes, already shamefully close to blowing my load. Eric moved in between my thighs and drizzled the lube onto my eager hole. He looked me in the eyes as he began to finger me. I was stretching around his fingers. They were stroking inside of me. I was forced to stop touching myself. "Milo," he said, my name a song on his lips. When he entered me, everything beyond the place where we connected faded. I basked in the pain, the stretch, the intense fullness of having him inside of me. Eric had asked me to show him what I liked. It was this. It was his weight pressing down on me. It was his hips beginning to roll and thrust, stroking inside of me at depths that didn't feel possible. And the way our gazes were locked, our breathing matched. "Fuck, Eric," I groaned as he picked up the speed. He braced his arms on either side of my head, thrusts punching into me hard and slow. "I want you to come," he crooned, swiveling his hips. He managed to stroke my prostate, and I gasped, clutching at his shoulders. I wasn't even going to need to touch myself. The air was crackling with the heat and energy produced from our two sweat-slicked bodies, from the friction and heat we made together. Everything felt too big, too overwhelming. This was so far from just sex that it made my heart sick with panic. His tempo changed again, and Eric was grunting and moaning my name, and my release poured out between us. I bucked and bit my hand from crying out too loud. Eric followed right behind, bearing down into me and going rigid as he came. We stayed there, shaky and recovering. When he pulled up, I worried about how much we were truly risking. Because if being with him felt this good, what in the hell would happen if we couldn't work it out? I stroked his spine, letting my fingers trail up and down, up and down. I watched his ribs expand with each satisfied breath. I ached with the kind of soreness I craved, my body worn out and limp. Coming here early had been a good idea. But next to Eric, listening to his breaths and feeling the soft texture of his skin, it was beginning to feel like it had been necessary too. Like I needed him. Like I needed food, water, shelter. A need, not just a want. In moments like this that didn't feel as scary as it should have, it was just the two of us wrapped up together, warm and tangled and blissful. Eric rolled over, surprising me. I thought he'd fallen asleep. "I'm glad you're here," he said, and while he was awake, his voice was thick with exhaustion, but warm too. I snuggled closer. "I needed to see you," I admitted. It was at the after party, and there was just no interest in anyone. All I could think was that I wanted to be with you, so I left early and called Joel for help with flights, and here I am. His lips curled into a sensual smile. I like hearing that, but I've got to tell you something. The moment felt too warm and tender for the spike of cold that accompanied that phrase. As we'd walked around with Sophia, I'd caught all of the twitches Eric had made, like he was going to grab my hand, or leaning closer, or pull me into a hug. Normal, affectionate things that he'd had to pull short. Maybe he'd discovered I was too much to ask of him, because I was beginning to feel like it was too much to ask of me. If it weren't for the memory of my mother and father, I suddenly wondered if I'd be pushing so hard against just accepting who I was publicly. "Milo, don't be dumb," Maya said faintly. But I didn't know if she meant about keeping my secret going or wanting to be open in public with Eric. My subconscious, disguised as my sister, wasn't interested in expanding either. "Don't look so scared," Eric said, his tone light. Hell, I wanted to say that I know it's fast and it's complicated and all that shit, but Milo, I think I'm falling in love with you. It was like my skin shrank and my heart, my lungs, and all of me was filled to the point of bursting. His words cut into me, tattooing themselves in my heart. I wanted to keep them close and guard them. "I'm falling for you too, Eric," I said back. "Hard and fast." He started to lift to kiss me, and I couldn't stop myself from blurting, "But what does that mean for us?" Eric looked confused and still a bit sleep-addled. "I think it means we are falling in love with each other." "Yeah, but you know how my life is. It isn't just the demanding schedule and the fact that there will be months when I'm on turbo grouch because I can only eat chicken breast and broccoli and train in the gym every day. It means being discreet. I'm not ready to be out, but I don't want to treat you like a dirty little secret." Eric collapsed back on his pillow, his fingers laced behind his head. In the low light of his bedroom, I could see the small striations in his well-developed pectoral muscles, the kind of strength that comes from someone who works hard at it. His dark nipples looked like jewels I wanted to pluck and play with, but the talk we were having was necessary, and I was scared my needs were going to be too much. "Do you want to be with me?" Eric asked. "Of course. So much that I ache with it." "That's enough for now." For now. I couldn't help but latch onto that. How long could that kind of patience last? A month? A year? When would it be too much? I wanted to know, but at the same time I didn't, because knowing would feel less like an answer and more like a countdown to the end. Chicken shit and in love. I didn't ask for details. I wanted the perfection of his body next to mine and his decisive nature and the way I seemed to melt into him to last forever. "If it starts to be too much, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it," Eric added. He propped himself up on his elbows and brought his mouth close to mine. But if these feelings keep growing, and I believe they will, we'll be able to cross it. I want it to work, and not just for Sophia, but for me, Milo. Selfishly, I want you for me. I feel the same. Eric kissed me, his lips firm and sure. I wondered what he was thinking. He sounded so confident. I wanted to believe him, to believe in that assuredness. But I was the one who was making demands. If there was friction, it was going to be my fault. Sooner, rather than later, I was going to have to decide how much longer I was willing to be the one making things hard, and what that change would mean for me. But sooner didn't have to be right at that moment, not when Eric's tongue was slipping into my mouth, tracing my teeth and pressing in deeper. Not when sleep slid to the back burner and desire welled up again, giving me renewed energy. His hand traced down my abs until my cock was hard and ready. Eric grabbed it, moving down to suck me. As he did, I heard him say, "Then we'll make it work." Chapter 17. Eric. Knowing that LA was going to be a reality sooner rather than later, and I'd have all the time with Sophia I could want, I called in a favor to Erica. She was going to take Sophia for the night, allowing Milo and me some privacy for a date. Well, a date that didn't look like a date. Apparently, his arrival during a production and filming day at work had alerted some local amateur paparazzi that we were amicable now, which meant I was starting to see the flashes of camera lenses when I went out. Obnoxious. But the news was real. We were co-parenting, and we were clearly friends now. Friends with a child in common. This meant us getting dinner together wasn't entirely out of the realm of reality, especially if I could manage to keep my hands off him while we were out. He'd been so sweet in bed, spooked for damn sure at the intensity of our feelings, but Milo had chosen to lean into it, into me, and that had me walking on clouds all day leading up to our date. When Sophia and Erica were happily playing, I made Milo change and get ready in the guest room while I did the same in my room. Care went into picking my outfit. It was surprisingly warm for the time of year, and I chose a linen shirt in a cool mint color that I knew made my dark skin look richer. My shirt was tucked into faded jeans with strategic rips. The look was completed with a leather cutoff bracelet. I looked good, but still casual enough that there shouldn't be gossip from our outing, at least not from my clothes. I went to the guest room and knocked. When Milo opened the door, my breath hitched. He'd opted for a thin, black cashmere V-neck, the delicate weave draped effortlessly on his perfect sculpted body. The creamy tin of his skin was enhanced by his black hair styled in becoming ebony waves. Buck, Milo was beyond hot. "You look good," I managed, but only after clearing my throat. It was taking a tremendous amount of effort not to back him into the room and have my way with him, which meant the date was going to be difficult. "There's a local tapas restaurant I thought you might like," I said, "if that's okay." Milo looked hesitant. "I want to, I do, but it's hard not to be scared." "I know. I'd offer to hold your hand, but..." I didn't finish. Instead, I winked. "It'll be fine. Men go out with friends all the time, and the world knows about Sophia. It won't hurt to see we're getting along, and there's a clear connection between us through her." "If they only knew how well," he joked. The drive downtown was quiet. It seemed Milo needed the time and space to prepare for being in the public eye with me. I watched the way small changes to his face and body were pulled into place. A hardness that was barely discernible, but certainly there. Not the soft-lipped, relaxed Milo I had made love to the night before. I wanted to sigh, but held it in as I parked. It wasn't as if he'd lied about his need for secrecy. Each step of the way, Milo had been firm about his needs. I was the one who had agreed to them. What was the saying? I made my bed. Now I had to lie in it. I just wished lying in it in public felt as easy and wonderful as lying in my actual bed with Milo in private did. The restaurant was bustling, and we were stared at as we waited for the hostess. I could hear the whispers and the pointing. Milo was famous. He withstood the attention with stoic grace. I fought the urge to stand closer to him, as if I could protect him. The hostess's eyes widened when she saw Milo, but she maintained her air of professionalism. We followed her to a back corner of the restaurant. It was a small, cozy table, but then again, all of the tables were small and cozy. When we sat, I noticed the stiff set of Milo's shoulders. "This isn't a mistake," I said, pitched low just for him. "Look around. Friends and families are in here, not just couples. It isn't like eating in a restaurant is limited to only lovers." He sighed. "Sorry. It's hard to relax after what feels like a lifetime of being guarded." "We can spin it in any way we need to," I said, "but there won't be anything that needs to be spun. If it makes it better, we can spend all dinner talking custody and my move to L.A. "We were going to do that anyway," Milo joked. "And a healthy dose of how cute and sweet Sophia is, but how we wish she'd learned to stay in bed past 6 in the morning." The waitress came, and we ordered 2 beers and a slew of small plates. The restaurant did Spanish-style tapas. My favorites were the sardines with potato chips, a twist on the British fish and chips, as well as the bone marrow and toast. Milo ordered oiled almonds, a cheese plate, and olives. "I have to watch my carbs," he said, sounding glum. "I thought you were done filming." "Yeah, but you never know when a scene might need to be reshot at the last minute. It helps to stay in movie shape." He looked at the toast and marrow, so despondent, I almost laughed. "Look, eat the bread. I'll take the blame if you manage to somehow look less than incredible for a reshoot. I'm just saying, I've seen a lot of you, and it's hard to imagine you not looking incredible." His smile was warm as he reached for the toast. After that, we went crazy. We ended up adding a plate of charred octopus, some greens cooked with pickled peppers, and Milo convinced me to try sweetbreads. I thought he'd meant like a dessert plate. It wasn't dessert, but it was delicious. By the end of the meal, I was well into the full and content stage. We'd managed to put away all the food and several drinks. Milo had relaxed, and we'd exchanged funny work stories and looked at some potential houses for me to move to when I came to L.A. I paid the ticket and had to put my hand in my pocket to keep from placing it on Milo's lower back to escort him out. "Dinner was incredible," Milo said as he belted himself in. "Like, I haven't eaten like that in way too long. Totally blew my diet out of the water." "Worth it?" He grinned. "Totally worth it." I started driving, and he quickly noticed we weren't heading back to the townhouse. "Where are we going?" "I have a surprise for you." He needled me for details, but I refused to spoil the surprise, which was the right choice because Milo's face lit up like a Christmas tree as I pulled into the drive-in movie theater. "I can't believe these are still around." "You make so many movies. I thought it would be fun to relax and watch one for once," I offered. "Stay here, and I'll get snacks." "I don't have room for snacks," he protested, sounding giddy. "There's always room for snacks at the movies," I argued. Soon we were in my car with the windows rolled down and an array of popcorn, licorice whips, peanut butter candies, and nachos with that fake waxy-looking cheese spread across our laps. "A movie and a heart attack, courtesy of yours truly," I quipped, before shoving a dripping nacho in my mouth. Before Milo could reply, the movie started. I watched his face, not the screen. When he realized what it was, he looked at me in wonder. "Are you kidding me?" "Nope. Dinosaur Ranch, your sister's one and only claim to movie fame." That part had taken some digging, namely texting Joel, Milo's manager, and asking about Maya. He'd told me she had a supporting role in a terrible movie from the early 2000s. After that, I'd chased down the film rights to screen and sent a complimentary copy to the drive-in. It had taken a lot of greased wheels, but the wonder on Milo's face was worth all the effort. "Shit, this movie is terrible," Milo said as the leads were trying to lasso dinosaurs. "The worst," I agreed. But then came the small scene with Maya. She didn't look like I remembered her, but then again, the movie had been made 10 years before we'd met and hooked up. In it, she was as cute as Milo, but slimmer in the face, and with an "I can't believe I'm doing this" look in her eyes that didn't quite disappear when she was acting. By the end of the movie, we were groaning and laughing so hard my sides ached. We threw away the trash. Milo had found room for snacks after all, and I drove us home. He was quiet and contemplative in the car, and I began to wonder if maybe my gesture had been too much for where we were at in our relationship. Once we made it inside my townhouse, I turned to him. "I should have warned you, maybe, or made sure that was okay." Suddenly, he was kissing me hard enough it stung. Milo wrapped his arms around my neck and kissed with fervor. His tongue licked at my lips, and then my tongue was wrestling his. I groaned into the kiss as it deepened further. I sank into the kiss, into the moment, into the perfection that was Milo Perez. No man or woman had ever made me feel so consumed with desire. He broke off the kiss but remained close, clinging to me. "Thank you. That was the best gift." Sometimes I hear Maya in my head, either yelling at me for being dumb or encouraging me to get my head out of my ass. But it's not the same as hearing her voice and seeing her face right in front of me. Milo nuzzled his face into my chest. My shirt grew damp and I realized he was crying. "You miss her," I said. "So much. The days just keep passing. Some days I don't think of her at all. It's easier that way. Until I realize that it happened. And then I hate myself like I'm letting her down. And sometimes her voice isn't clear in my mind, and her face is harder to visualize. It scares me. Seeing the movie, stupid as A Ranch of Dinosaurs is, helped me see how close she still is to me. She won't disappear, you know. She's always going to be your sister, even if she isn't with us. She'll always be the mom to my little girl, for which I'll forever be grateful for. Maya brought all of us together, and while I didn't know her, I'd like to believe she wanted this." He pulled back enough for me to see his quizzical eyebrow. "You think my sister wanted her former lover to be fucking her brother?" I laughed. "I think she wanted you to be happy, and she wanted someone to make you happy." Milo kissed me again then. While we made out, hands gently exploring, all I could think of was how much seeing Milo surprised that night had made me. How all the effort to make him happy had paid off. I loved him, truly. I wanted to make him happy. I'd do anything to bring him joy because he deserved it. "I have a confession to make," Milo said, slightly breathless from all our kissing. "I might be too full for sex." "Oh, thank God," I muttered. "I'm so stuffed, but I didn't want to let you down." We paused, letting the absurdity sink in before giggling. We undressed together and got ready for bed together. It occurred to me, as he brushed his teeth in the sink adjacent to mine, that he was the first person I'd ever been so domestic with. I loved it. I wanted it all the time. "You have to wait until he's ready for it, Eric." We snuggled into my bed together. Milo tucked himself against me, fitting perfectly into the nook of my arm and shoulder. "I know you just got here," I said, "but I only have a few more days of filming for the show. After that, let's go back to L.A. I need to look for a place to live, and Sophia will feel better with Hadley in the comfort of her home. I can't believe you put together that room here for her, and you're just going to up and move." "I can. I'm happy to. Anything to make her happy. Make both of you happy." He sighed, half asleep and half pleasure. His words were slurred with exhaustion. "I'll be happy wherever we are, as long as we're together." I held him until he was sleeping, my heart thudding hard. As long as we're together. It felt like a promise. Chapter 18. Milo. Eric's suggestion that we head back to L.A. was a relief. I'd go anywhere for him, but Sophia was definitely more at ease in my home. The downside to being back, though, was that within a few days of us getting settled in the house, Joel called. There were going to be some reshoots, he said, and could I come to the studio? Inconvenient, but not unexpected. Eric had no problem having some daddy-daughter time. I left him the keys to my car so he and Sophia could get out and called a cab to take me to the studio. I hated leaving them, but if I could just get through the shoots as quickly as possible, we'd be back together. Work, for once, was feeling like a major burden rather than a gift. Angelica looked radiant and ran up to hug me when I arrived on set. "I missed you," she said. I didn't know how to respond, so I just smiled and nodded. Luckily for me, the scenes weren't topless. The tapas meal and subsequent snack smorgasbord hadn't actually changed my physique all that much, but I was retaining water and felt a bit gross. Remembering the meal and the night, though, made it all okay. Better than okay. I had gone on a date, and even if we hadn't been able to hold hands or kiss, it had felt beautiful to simply be out with the man I loved. And I did love him. Eric was such a far cry from the party boy I'd seen on the internet. Oh, he knew how to have a good time, but he was also smart and caring and completely devoted to Sophia. The effort he must have gone through, Dinosaur Ranch for Christ's sakes, was beyond endearing. It touched me deeply when I thought of it. He'd proven he'd go to great lengths for me, both in effort and indiscretion, the latter of which was starting to seriously chafe. And if I was struggling with it, I couldn't imagine how he was dealing. We ran the scene with a different take, the director and producers coaching us through the new blocking. It felt better, more natural, and I could see why they'd decided to try it again. But I still hated that I was missing time with Eric and Sophia for it. Between takes, I was surprised to see a familiar face. Drew. But then I remembered that he was friends with the assistant director, so I assumed they were going to hang out after. He was watching me with something like amusement, though, and it made my neck prickle. Finally, he made his way over to me, far too cat that got the cream for my comfort. What the hell was going on? "Hey, Drew." He smiled. "Milo, it's been too long." We laughed, knowing we'd just seen each other at the party. Maybe I was being paranoid. This felt like regular Drew. He leaned against the wall next to me. "How are you, man?" he asked. "Things still going with your guy?" I finished my water and nodded. "Honestly, it's been great. Different, but totally awesome." "No joke," Drew replied. "If I was fucking someone as hot as Eric Cook, I'd be great too." My veins turned to ice and my heart lurched. I knew damn well that I'd never mentioned Eric's name to Drew. I'd trained myself too well for too long to make such a basic slip-up. So how the hell had he known that? "What do you mean?" I sounded as strained as I felt. Drew turned, his face suddenly twisted in confusion and concern. He pulled out his phone and handed it over to me. On a Hollywood gossip site, there was a massive headline. "Milo Perez invites enemy to house. He's all friendly smiles to the man he was in physical altercation with earlier this year." The headline wasn't the issue, though it wasn't great. But it was the photos below it that were the problem. There was Eric, standing in my driveway with his bags. And there was me, standing there, goofy smile plastered on a face that was full of desire. It was clear as day. I was giving Eric the googly eyes. Even though I wasn't doing anything wrong, anyone paying attention could see I was smitten. Below that ran some text that not quite accurately chronicled our timeline, along with some pictures of Eric and me standing next to each other in a park watching Sophia. And Eric and me at dinner, low lights of the restaurant giving the photo a deeply suggestive quality. My lungs squeezed, and I was struggling to breathe. Fuck, I needed Joel. "Excuse me," I said, knowing I must appear crazed, like a deer in headlights. Jerking away, I was pulling my phone from my pocket when it started buzzing in my hand. Joel. "What the fuck am I going to do?" I said in lieu of hello. "I'm already on it," Joel said. "I've got Jake on the line. We'll come up with a spin and answer. I'll call you back as soon as I know what we're doing." I stumbled back to Drew. "Sorry. Just a big surprise and, well, you know." Then stupidly I added, "There's nothing happening between me and Eric." Drew frowned. "You know I wouldn't say anything, Milo. I would never out someone. But I looked at those photos, and I'm telling you, anyone with half a brain can see that both of you are super into each other. And he's moving into your house? I shook my head violently. No. I mean, he's staying with me until he can find a place of his own, but it's for Sophia. Drew patted my shoulder sympathetically. I'm sorry. I bet you're freaking out. Let me go talk to Ezra and see if you can sneak out. I have a feeling your handlers will want to do some damage control. I watched him go speak with the assistant director, suddenly very grateful for his interference. My stomach was a roiling mess. Each time I thought of those photos, it felt like I was going to puke. What am I going to do? For once, Maya was silent, and that only made everything worse. How was I going to explain this to Eric? How could we possibly fix this? It was only a matter of time before speculation spun out of control, before a reporter would be asking for a statement, before fans on the internet dug up pictures and old interviews and read between lines that weren't even there. I'd spent so many years being careful to the extreme. One gorgeous tattooed man had been enough to topple the house of cards I'd meticulously built. What would my father have said if he were alive to see this? By the time Drew jogged back, I was sweating through my shirt. He looked me up and down. Ezra says you can duck out. They can do a scene without you today. Do you need a ride anywhere? I shook my head. No, thanks. Sorry for being a drama queen here, but I get it. I knew he did. Soon after, Joel brought me in on a conference call with the PR firm we worked with. To start, Milo, we have a few people shutting down the threads from the article that are filled with speculation. It'll buy us some time there, but the best way to counter this is showing you in a relationship with someone else. I swallowed hard. Who, though, on such short notice? And who'd agree? Dale, one of the juniors at the firm, chipped in. I've already reached out to your co-star, Angelica's people. She's signed an NDA and is ready to start doing some stunts with you. It's a win-win. You'll be seen as involved with your female co-star, and it'll hype the movie. People love when co-stars hook up. Dizzy, I squatted down and took deep breaths. Angelica was pretty. We had a good working relationship. She'd already agreed. This could work. Okay, when do we start? Joel coughed. Now. She's going to drive both of you to a restaurant. We've already made reservations. You've got about 10 minutes to get changed, then she'll meet you at your trailer. 10 minutes, I moaned. Fuck. Okay. I'll call you later with more, okay? Fuck. Yeah, okay. Thanks, everybody, I added, because they were working hard for me. I hated everything about the situation. I hated thinking about being outed over some photos I hadn't even known had been snapped. I hated knowing I was going to have to participate in a bullshit parade with Angelica. But mostly, I hated not knowing how this would affect Eric. I was doing this for my career, but that didn't make it feel good. I wished I had more time to think about it, to make a decision, but we were already behind on the damage control. I'll call Eric and give him a heads up. Only as I reached my trailer, Angelica was already there. She was smiling. Bad day, huh? The worst. Look, I'm not in a place where I can joke just yet. Don't be rude. She's here to help. I knew I needed to be kinder. Stress didn't give me permission to be a dick. Angelica didn't flinch, though. I'm sorry. We've got to go, though. We've got 10 minutes to get to a restaurant 20 minutes away. She jingled her keys in the air. Fortunately for you, I took driving lessons when I was in those drag racing movies. I can go very fast. I thought I had some time to get changed and call my boyfriend, who doesn't even know this is happening. Nope. She dragged her gaze up and down, looking thoroughly appreciative. You look good. I need to worry about wardrobe changes. Now come on, let's go. Everything was moving fast. Too fast. My head was still spinning and my body recovering from the awful shock of the news. It didn't help that, true to her word, Angelica drove like a fucking maniac, and I started to worry we'd die in a fiery crash. Speculation about my sexuality be damned. All I wanted was Eric. I wanted his wisdom and his ability to laugh even when shit got tough. I wanted the safety of his arms. But before I could fumble out a text, Angelica was pulling up to the waiting valet. Joel must have tipped some paparazzi because they were in place and cameras were snapping. I was a hot goddamn mess inside. But I was a fucking great actor. I smiled as carefree as I could manage and threw an arm over Angelica's shoulder. She leaned in, her arms snaking around my waist. We entered the restaurant looking like we couldn't keep our hands off each other. It was just another roll. We sat close and she slung her legs over my lap. We fed each other bits of food. She teased me in a low voice, saying now she understood why I hadn't picked up on her advances. But if this was how she could get a Milo Perez, she'd take it. I knew she was being kind. She'd signed an NDA. This was a stunt for her as well, something that would up her star appeal in the papers, possibly boost her career. She wasn't going to go telling my secrets, and she wasn't going to try pulling anything truly inappropriate with me outside the attention of the press. Still, as the meal came to an end, I wished more than ever that I'd had a chance to warn Eric. Knowing Joel, these photos were already all over the internet. I tucked some hair behind Angelica's ear and leaned in to kiss her cheek, staying there long enough for the nuzzle to be caught on film. She was a phenomenal actress, doing her job. Somewhere, Joel and the PR crew were busting ass doing their jobs. I was sitting there like an asshole, trying to save my job. Everything was working as it was supposed to, and most likely my reputation was saved. So why did this still feel like such a disaster? Chapter 19. Eric. Sophia didn't want to stay in bed. Milo's filming must have gone late, and she was mad because he wasn't there to say goodnight. It had taken an exhausting amount of consoling and promises and one crying jag from her to get her to stay in bed and sleep. It hadn't helped that during the entire bedtime routine, my phone had been ringing off the goddamn hook. When I finally had a chance to slump on the couch, I was fried. Then I saw that I had over 10 missed calls from Erica. Worried, I called her back. Jesus, Eric, are you okay? She sounded so stressed, it took me a minute to realize she was talking about me. Yeah, I'm fine. What's up? Check your texts. Okay, I said, holding my phone out. Hold on. She waited while I pulled up my texts. She'd sent me 3 online articles. The first was one about me moving in with Milo. There was some salacious text and some photos that admittedly looked a bit incriminating. But that shouldn't be a big deal. The next was about my past. It had me rolling my eyes hard. Yes, I'd been a bad boy, but who hadn't in L.A.? The article got under my skin because it surmised being a daddy had tamed me. Like I was an animal. Rude motherfuckers. But it also suggested that a special unknown someone had helped me calm my wild ways, like I wasn't a grown-ass man capable of keeping myself in check. But the last one, it was a swift kick to the balls. It showed Milo at a restaurant with his mega-hot co-star. He'd told me a little about her over the past weeks. She was gorgeous, which was to be expected, but that wasn't what bothered me. What sucked ass was how cozy they looked. Milo was grinning at her, and their hands were all over each other. It felt as if someone had a vice grip on my heart, and their fingers were bearing down hard. It didn't take a genius to figure it out, especially seeing some of the photos of Milo and me at dinner back home. I could read our looks on print. The internet was implying we were fucking, which of course we were. So Milo was out with his co-star to make it look like he was still good and straight, like I wasn't anything to him. Holy shit, but that rubbed at my ego. Feeling stupid is just about the worst feeling in the world. I felt like a fucking idiot right then, as my head swam with all those times I'd told him I was cool with waiting, with hiding. And I wanted to be okay with it. But here were photos of my man with his arms and mouth all over some lady he didn't even like. And it was awful to look at. To know that no matter how much we loved each other, we couldn't have that. My stomach was sore like I'd been punched, clenching each time I reviewed the articles. It made me think of my parents. Out of the picture, whenever shit got really rough. Things had blown up for Milo, and he was out with his co-star, with me at home, hurting, completely out of the loop. You still there, Eric? I heard through my phone's tinny speaker. Yeah, I sighed. I am. What the fuck is happening? I thought you and Milo were a thing. Erica was getting loud. Milo didn't know it yet, but he'd just moved straight to the top of her shit list. She sounded more pissed than after he'd punched me. We are a thing, but he's not out. This is probably a publicity thing. There was a pause. When she spoke, Erica's voice was pure ice. A publicity thing? As in he wants you to suck his dick and help raise a child, but God forbid anyone know he likes it up the ass? You are very crass when you're pissed, sis. But the truth was, I was just as angry. And weirdly enough, pretty damn hurt and humiliated. I knew it wasn't cheating. I did. I trusted Milo that much. But the thing was, we'd agreed that we would cross this bridge together. But I hadn't even known there was a bridge to cross yet. I felt blindsided. At the very least, he should have warned me. I can be on a flight tonight, Erica said. I'll teach him not to fuck with a cook. I mean, he's pretty good at fucking a cook, I argued. But my joke fell flat. I heard the hurt in my voice. Erica would too. Look, she said, letting some of her rage fade. I'm sorry. I saw the articles and I just got so mad, you know? No one runs around with my brother. Are you sure you're okay? I played with the threads coming loose from the hole in the knee of my jeans. I knew it would make it worse, but couldn't stop myself. I'm not okay, but I will be. I just need to process this, you know? Sure, but call me if you need to. I promise. We hung up and I sat in the silence of the giant house that wasn't mine. I stared at the ceiling, but instead of seeing the decorative tiles, I saw the cheek kiss, the hair tuck, the easy smile. Milo was very, very good. Those photos were convincing. This is what it'll be like, I realized. It would always be like this. Anytime we looked too close in public, anytime someone suspected something, regardless of how small, it would be me hiding, and Milo out, pretending for all the world while I watched. This called for wine. Milo had quite the collection. I knew fuck all about wine, but there was a bottle with a badass skeleton on it that I opened. When I poured heavy because I had some soul searching to do. And if I was going to do it in this house, I needed some liquid assistance. By the time Milo came home, I was exhausted. My brain had run a marathon, fielding through 100 potential situations. All of them resulted in me feeling like shit. When he saw me sprawled out on the couch, his face fell. He'd probably hoped I'd be asleep. I'm sorry, he said woodenly. It was all very fast. The photos and articles popped up while I was filming. After that, Joel and the PR guys moved quickly. I just did what they asked of me. My head was swimming. My heart hurt. You did it without thinking about me. No. Milo moved like he wanted to sit next to me but changed his mind and sat in the chair nearest instead. No. I thought about you the whole time, Eric. Fuck. I wanted to call you more than anything, but like I said, it moved so fast and it's my career and my reputation, you know? I had no choice. He was pleading, and I felt his pain. I understood it. What was scraping at me was how he hadn't said anything about my feelings, just wanted me to know how bad he had it. I get it, Milo. You've been clear about how important it is to stay hidden, and I know I promised we'd cross the bridge when we came to it. His eyes were glistening. But I promised all that before knowing how it would feel, I replied. Honesty tasted sour as fuck, but it needed to be said. I'm not mad about the woman. I'm mad that I had to see photos of it sent to me by my sister, who was worried and pissed off before my boyfriend could even give me a heads up. I was completely blindsided, Milo. You couldn't have texted? You didn't think I deserved that at least? His mouth moved, but he couldn't find the words. Milo scrubbed at his face before saying, It's my career, Eric. Those choices aren't up to you. I sucked in air. It felt like a blow. Okay, so for you, it's fair to not include me in your choices. You can go on a date while I'm in the dark in your home with our kid, all because you're scared of coming out? Have you considered what you'll tell Sophia? Have you considered that I signed your fucking clause that said I couldn't date while she's in my care? Milo blanched. didn't forget about that. How long do you think fake photos will work? After all, like the rest of the world, you thought I was a playboy. And I'm supposed to appear celibate now? You don't think people will question that shit? Milo looked like he wanted to cry, and I knew I was being mean. I was hurt and lashing out. I crossed my arms over my chest. I wanted nothing more than to comfort Milo and to seek comfort with him. But the hurt was still too new. I didn't even fully understand what I wanted. Not quite. I can't make you come out, Milo, and I won't. That's something you have to come to on your own. Or not. But I'll tell you that in this day and age, I think it's fucking stupid. I think you can look at Ricky Martin. Everyone told him his career would be over if he came out. Milo swiped at his eyes with his sleeve and sniffed. And where exactly is Ricky Martin now? His voice cracked as he asked. And, okay, maybe that wasn't the best example. I didn't know how to respond. We stared at each other. Lost. In love. So unsure. I don't think I can sit at home and watch you pretend, I admitted. I shouldn't have said I could do that. That was unfair of me. I thought I could be quiet about how I feel about you. But it's one thing to not hold your hand in public, and another entirely to watch you make out with someone else for fun. It wasn't fun. There was a grandfather clock in the other room. It ticked loud enough that we heard it. It ticked away the moments when we should have been saying the right things to salvage this. What am I supposed to do, Milo? I asked. I was begging, the hurt dripping from each word. If you won't even include me in these things, what am I supposed to do? He cleared his throat and I felt it. I knew what was coming, and I wanted to stop, to rewind, to keep him from saying whatever he was going to say next. Joel suggested we take a step back, put some distance between us for a while. Did he? I asked dryly. What else did Joel suggest? Milo refused to look at me. He stared at his hands, fingers laced together in his lap. That our communication should just be about Sophia. Professional, just to reduce speculation. He's getting the article taken down that claimed you were moving in with me. But yeah, he said if we had space, it would be best. I sucked at my teeth. Like if I sucked at them enough, I could take away the bitterness that saturated every cell of my being. And what did you tell Joel regarding this decision? Milo's face was pinched with pain. The regret radiated from him. I told him I agreed. I didn't care anymore. Okay, I said slowly. So, what happened to that whole conversation about crossing these bridges together, solving problems together? You and Joel have it all figured out, and just need me to sign on the dotted line like those custody papers you'd sent me. Got it. Cool. I stood up. My legs felt like they belonged to someone else. But the thing about pain is that as much as it could cripple you, it could give you strength too. I knew what it was like to be hurt by a loved one. Like really hurt. The kind of emotional wounds that could fester if you weren't careful. In my experience with my parents, the only way to protect yourself from being eviscerated was to walk away. To get away before they could hurt you too badly. I'll go pack my bag, I said. Numbness was setting in. It would help me do what I needed to. Milo jumped up. Nobody expects you to leave tonight, he said. I'm not going to stay here, Milo. I'll get a hotel. It's fine. Tomorrow I'll start looking for an apartment. I found the way to the stairs blocked by Milo. His shoulders were shaking. He was crying. What about Sophia? What am I supposed to tell her in the morning? That stopped me cold. I didn't want to hurt her. She'd experienced too much pain already. Fine. I'll stay the night. But because I was so fucking hurt, my stomach threatening to be sick, I couldn't help being a bit mean. Besides, I want a chance to tell her why I'm leaving. Otherwise, you and Joe will find some spin on it that will throw me under the fucking bus. I pushed my way past, ignoring Milo's attempts to get me to stay and talk. I didn't have it in me to fight anymore. Baby, I said, pulling Sophia onto my lap. It's time for Daddy to go. Her lower lip quivered and her eyes widened in panic. No, baby, no, I murmured. I'm staying in the city for a while. I just need to find a place to live. One close to you, okay? Then I can have your bedroom from my old house brought here. Won't that be fun? She sniffled, but no tears spilled. Okay. All my stuff? Even the bed? Sophia brought out the only light my body could muster. She was sunshine during my blackest storm. Even the bed, sweetheart. In my mind, I was already thinking about custody. I was her father. Between that and Milo's schedule, I could talk to a lawyer about a 5-day split. I'd have her for 5 days out of the week, and he could have her for the weekend. I'll call you soon, okay? She nodded and squirmed off my lap, already appeased. I was staying close, and her bed would be here. I wished such simple things could bring me that level of contentment. Grabbing my bags, I started for the door. Milo was waiting, his hand jammed in his pockets. Deep bruises colored the skin under his eyes. He looked like shit. That didn't bring me any joy. Eric, he said, there's no reason to be rash. Milo. I stopped him from trying to take back what had been said. Maybe I could hear it soon, but at the moment, I was too raw. Don't worry, okay? I'll get a hotel. When I find an apartment, I'll let you know and we can start talking custody. I'd like to be able to video call my daughter until then. I trust that won't be a problem. No, it won't, but good luck with your movie promotions. You worked really hard, and I bet it'll be great. I walked through the door before my cool facade could break. Because the truth was, my chest felt empty, like all my weight was going to cause my hollow ribs to collapse in on themselves. Because my heart didn't live there anymore. I was walking away from it. Chapter 20. Milo. I had played the fallout with Eric in a loop in my head since the morning he'd left. Sure, he'd said some hurtful things that night when I got home from my date with Angelica, but I was the dumbass who'd dug my heels in. I'd chosen a hill to die on without even considering if I was right. Too lost in my own spiral of panic and dread. Since then, I'd been completely miserable. Hadley took Sophia out more often than not. I suspect that it was because they didn't want to be in the same place as me and the rain cloud looming over my head. At night, Eric would call to talk to Sophia, and no matter how I answered or tried to hook him into a conversation, he maintained the same even tone. He refused to make eye contact for video calls. He was never rude, never mean, always polite. And it crushed me. But I'd made a choice, and I knew I needed to man up and accept the consequences. Easier said than done, though, when I wasn't sure I'd actually made the right choice. It sure as hell didn't feel like I did. When I wasn't with Sophia, I was thinking about all the roads I'd chosen to lead me to this spot. My father had helped me get into acting at a young age. I'd started in soaps and TV spots. After Maya had made it clear she would not be venturing into acting after being in Dinosaur Ranch, he'd pushed me that much harder. Son, they're going to make everything harder for you because your parents are brown. He'd warned me about the kinds of roles waiting for me if I didn't play my cards right. Drug lords and addicts, rapists and gang members. I'd be the evil guy, the slapstick guy, the stoned guy. Never the lead man. If I didn't follow his advice. If I wasn't extra picky with my roles. If I ever phoned in an acting gig. So I'd followed his advice religiously, and damned if it didn't pay off. In record time, I was snagging lead roles usually reserved for white men with dimples. I was making an exorbitant amount of money. I was getting offered enough roles now that I could turn down 5 for every one that I signed on to do. I liked acting. I loved praise, and I needed my father's approval. So when I had told him about my sexuality, he hadn't been disappointed in me. But he'd made it clear he was disappointed for me because I'd never be able to keep the fame, the money, the praise, and be gay, too. He'd been right about everything else thus far. Why wouldn't he be right about that too? But my father had been dead for almost a decade now. My mother almost as long. And now Maya was gone too. There was no one in my family to give me advice about Eric, about my future. It had to be my choice alone. 2 weeks after the fallout with Eric, Joel wanted to have a business meeting to plan for the next year, go over some scripts, and make plans. He picked me up, waving to Sophia and Hadley as he pulled into the driveway. As soon as we were in the car, he pointed to a stack of folders. Look over those while I drive over to the beach. My lips pursed. The beach? Yeah, man. It's gorgeous as hell, and my tan needs some fine-tuning. He smiled and pointed again. Scripts, with summaries on the front. Do some weeding, please. So I looked through the scripts while he tore through L.A. Because I'd been in an action movie that had done much better than anticipated, many of the scripts were similar stories. But the action movie had been rough on me physically, and with Sophia in the picture, I didn't want to commit to something that came with an additional 5 months of training just to prepare for a role. There was a rom-com. That got shuffled to the bottom real fast. A lawyer drama? Maybe. But as we pulled into a parking space near a public beach, I held up the final one. This a joke? It was another romance, but it involved 2 men. Joel was asking if I wanted to play one of the love interests. Do you want it to be? Joel turned to me, lowering the windows so we wouldn't be baking in the car but making no move to get out. I could hear the surf crashing close by and the happy noises of people enjoying sand and ocean. The script was promising, and it had a quick shooting schedule, which I preferred. It was a drama, not a comedy. There was real meat in the script that appealed to me, but it was a gay drama. I don't know, I said, hedging. Joel sighed. Managers never like to say they fucked up, okay? We're supposed to know everything. We're supposed to be all quick decisions and no regrets, because our clients put their trust in us. My heart was hammering away inside me. How did you fuck up? By going along blindly with your wishes. I don't understand. Joel pushed his sunglasses up so he could look me in the eye. We've been keeping you in the closet for a long time. It hasn't been hard before because you've never been serious about anyone. I treated Eric the same way I'd treat someone you picked up in a bar. But he isn't some rando. I think we were too hasty when we asked you to sweep him under the rug. Swallowing, I nodded slowly. I was panicked. It didn't occur to me that there might have been other choices, or that I could have said no. Would you have said no if you'd had time to think about it? Is it that bad with Eric? My barked laugh was bitter. Ha! Yeah, it's bad. I think he hates me now. I love him, Joel, and I just went with what I knew instead of thinking it through, thinking about how all of it would impact him, how he would feel seeing me with someone else like that with no warning. All of it is new to me, and I don't know what I'm doing, but I know I fucked this up, so yeah, I'd have said no. Fuck. Joel put a hand on my shoulder. He was abrasive most of the time. Money and time-minded, focused on getting the work done. But when he slowed down, he made me feel like a person, not just a client who made him rich. That's why I kept him on. I might be shooting myself in the foot, Milo, since you're my bread and butter. But is your career more important than love? Than being happy? Because if it is, I'll keep doing what I've been doing. My mind spun with what he was saying. All the complications that came with it. I mean, of course my career is important. I could picture my father's face, filled with pride and concern. How he wanted what was best for me. I'd always assumed he only meant in terms of my career. What if he'd wanted what was best for me, period? But I also want to have a life, a real life. I want there to be balance. I don't want to sacrifice one for the other. Joel nodded. Okay. I have opinions on how best to come out. Times are different, and I don't think it has to be complete career suicide. I can't promise you the same level of fame you have now. You never know how these things will completely unravel. But you can still have a great career and be with Eric if that's what you want. I pressed my palms into my eyes. It was too much. I'd always trusted my dad's advice. But when could I admit his advice might have been antiquated, or that it no longer applied? That maybe it wasn't even what he'd meant. I want that, Joel, but fuck, everything will change, and I'm not sure Eric will forgive me anyway. Joel rubbed my shoulder some more. Yeah, but do you know how hard it was to squash those rumors? The way the two of you look at each other in those photos, I don't think he could hate you. He raised his eyebrow at me, and I felt myself flushed. I missed looking at Eric. I missed his voice. He'd given me so much. Forgiveness for being a major dick at the beginning. He'd given me patience and understanding. He'd respected my needs, even when my needs were demanding. And as soon as I'd screwed up, I'd refused to take responsibility. Wasn't that what I'd accused him of originally? Not taking responsibility? Shit. Joel and I agreed on the script. We walked on the beach and discussed strategy for my coming out, making sure I felt in control of every decision. It was hard to focus. I wished my family could be there with me. I wanted their wisdom and their love. I wanted strength to do the right thing so that I could fix the family I still had. It almost never rained in L.A. Not for long when it did either. But when I pulled into the cemetery, the sky was heavy with gray clouds. Fitting, I supposed. Sophia was eager to get out. As soon as I'd set her down, she was off, running through the tombstones. Hey, sweetheart. I started to chase her, but a groundsperson caught me. Let her play, he said. The dead deserve joy, and she's spreading it just by living like that. My throat ached. Thanks. I did have to jog to catch up with her, but I let her explore. She asked about the flowers and the words. She pointed to the angels and statues and the different shapes and stones used for markers. Sophia was comfortable there. I was coming out of my skin. Can I show you someone? I said to Sophia. She nodded. Taking her little hand in mine for strength, I led her to Maya's grave. It was small, under a tree. It was a private spot. Maya would have loved it. This is your mama's spot, I said, kneeling down. I showed Sophia Maya's name. We traced the engraving with our fingers. The marble was cool and smooth, comforting and not. She sleeps here? I sniffed, trying not to cry. Her body is resting here. It's part of the earth. See this tree? Your mama is in it too. And she's in the air we breathe. She's in the stars at night. I pressed my hand to her tiny chest, so fragile it reminded me of a bird. She's in here too. Always. Sophia looked down like she expected to see Maya's face pop out the front of her dress. Great. You're traumatizing my kid. My heart hopped and skipped. It was Maya's voice again. I felt a lump in my throat and grabbed Sophia, hugging her tight. You big goof. Take your own advice. I'm always with you, even when you do impossibly thick-headed things like choose work over love. Sniffling, I clung to Sophia. She squirmed, and I thought she wanted to be free, but when I loosened my hold, she turned around to hug me. The dam burst and the tears ran free and plenty. Just wanted to point out I didn't do what Mom and Dad wanted, and they loved me just fine. They were even proud of me. My subconscious had decided to kick my ass, it seemed. Sophia kissed my tears before dancing off, leaving me sitting in front of my sister's gravestone. Maya's beautiful, wry voice in my head. She was reaffirming what I'd already known in my heart. I knew what I had to do. Chapter 21. Eric. This was Sophia's first birthday with me in her life, and Milo had agreed to let me host it at my new rental home in L.A. I had a small backyard patio with the rental that included a square of the greenest grass ever. It didn't feel like home, but it was a place to sleep and, like today, a place to host. Reagan and his boyfriend Channing had even flown in to help me celebrate, as well as finalize the last of the plans for the shop here. When I'd gone to pick them up, I discovered Javi and his daughter Juliana had tagged along. She was 7 and so thrilled to play big sister at the party with Sophia. Sophia had asked for a frog-themed birthday. New to fatherhood, I spent a week scrambling on the internet to figure out how to make that a thing. But it turned out there was a store for everything, and soon my backyard was decorated like a lily pond. Reagan and Channing helped manage the barbecue. I didn't have much experience grilling. We set up a kebab station where guests could make either fruit kebabs with jumbo marshmallows or make ones with cut vegetables and meats for the grill. All that remained was for the birthday girl to show up, which meant I'd also have to see Milo. Just the thought made me want to hunch over, holding my stomach. I'd had breakups before, but they'd come from short-term relationships. Flings, really. But Milo had been my first love. I still loved him. I loved him so much it hurt when I thought about him, and each time I saw him when I called to talk to Sophia. Because of her, I'd always have to talk to him. Always have to have him in my life, even if it was at an arm's length. I just hoped one day it wouldn't leave me feeling so empty after each conversation. That maybe one day we could talk as, well, not friends, but something. It didn't help that Erica pushed me to forgive him all the freaking time. According to she who knew everything, I was making as many bad choices as Milo had. Let me tell you, having your twin sister kick you when you were down wasn't pleasant, especially in those darker times when I was succumbing to the heartache and wondering if she was right. "I think they're here," Reagan said to me. I was putting the finishing touches on a cornhole game. I'd decorated each hole like a fly and added pink streamers to the bean bags so they looked like tongues. My stomach clenched. Reagan stayed close. "I can go meet them if you'd like." Channing was close by, too. He was young, beautiful, and clearly so in love with Reagan. He laughed. "Big Red there can play a very aggressive friend if you want." This brought a smile to my lips. Unfortunately, I've spilled the beans about Big Red to Milo already. He knows it was a front. Reagan was frowning. "I don't know when I got the nickname Big Red, but I'd like it to go away now, please." "I'll go meet them," I said, leaving Channing to start launching all the different nicknames he could at Reagan. "Thanks for the offer." Steeling myself, I went to fetch the birthday girl. This was for her. For her, I could do anything, including see an ex-boyfriend who still held the keys to my heart. Sophia was jumping up and down when I opened the door. I'd sent a dress to Milo's house for her, a custom-made tutu with a frog face on it and green arms, and she twirled as soon as I saw her. "Hey, baby," I said, kneeling to get a hug. Sophia shouted, "Ribbit!" before giving me a one-armed hug, then hurtling past to run to the back. "Good to see you, too," I muttered under my breath. Milo was still standing there, looking unfairly beautiful. His jeans were expensive and cut to hug all the right places. His short-sleeved button-down shirt was a crisp white, making his light brown skin seem to glow warmly. The top buttons were undone, leaving a deep V to the chest that I'd loved to lick and bite before. "She's been a frog ever since that dress arrived. She doesn't talk. She ribbits. She doesn't walk. She hops. She doesn't stand. She bounces." He sighed dramatically. "So, really, thanks for that." He was joking, and I wanted to laugh. I did. I wanted to play into it, maybe rib him back too, but I wasn't ready to be vulnerable like that. Not yet. It was just too much to bear. When I stood, I looked over his shoulder to the car sitting in my driveway. "Thanks for letting me have her for her birthday this year." "Eric, he's the first one you've gotten to experience. I wouldn't keep her away from you." He sounded hurt, but I couldn't look at his face. Couldn't verify for sure, lest my own walls come tumbling down. "Well, I appreciate it. Next year she can be with you. I'm sure we can figure out a good back and forth for birthdays and holidays." "Oh," Milo's voice cracked. A man heartbroken, and it didn't make me feel a damn bit better. I loved him. I didn't want him punished for his choice, but I just couldn't find it in myself to be stronger. What I'd mustered was just enough to keep me going. "I've got to get to the party," I said finally. "I've got an overnight bag for her," Milo said. "Just drop it inside here. Thanks. I'll bring her back on Sunday." I sounded so robotic, which was the greatest of ironies because I was far from emotionless. We were both too stiff, unyielding, but how else could I be? How could I risk it? Laughter greeted me in the back. Juliana was showing amazing patience with Sophia, jumping from lily pad to lily pad in the obstacle course pond I'd created. It was really just a low inflatable pool I'd filled with small plastic blue balls. I found some green plastic rocks meant to help kids play balance games and put them in the pool as well. Topping them were paper water lilies Javi and Juliana had helped me make that morning. It was small. I wished Erica hadn't had to shoot a promo spot with her large client piece that weekend. I knew she wished she could be here too. But having Reagan and Channing, Javi, and Juliana made it feel like a party. Determined not to mope, I threw myself into total dork daddy mode. I played in the pool. I helped Sophia catch flies with the cornhole game. We used fruit strips as tongues and ran around threatening to lick each other. The food slowly disappeared as all of us grazed through the day. Sophia eventually hit a wall, crying over a broken party favor despite the fact that I had 10 left over I didn't know what to do with. That meant scooting her to her new bedroom and tucking her in for a nap. Not long after, Reagan and Channing had to leave to meet the studio folks, but Javi agreed to help me clean up while Juliana rested with a movie in my living room. It was so close to perfection. I just couldn't let myself linger on the one thing, the one person missing. Eventually, everything was in order. I hugged Javi and Juliana, who was signing with her father, a sign that he was wiped out too. I knew his stutter could get worse when tired, so even though he offered to stay longer, I pushed them to go. It had been a huge gift that he'd even flown them both out for me. New dad camaraderie, I believe he'd said. And then finally, I was alone with my 3-year-old daughter. 3 years old. Shit. I dozed on the couch and dreamed of Milo. The next morning, Sophia was ribbiting at her pancakes. Sure enough, she'd insisted on wearing the tutu again, and only spoke in ribbits, and only traveled by hops. Possibly I'd made a huge mistake getting her the dress, but she was so dang happy I couldn't help but laugh. While she played with her food, I cleaned up the kitchen. I was just putting away the griddle when my phone rang. "Eric," I said as I answered, "you calling to offer your niece a belated happy birthday?" No, she said quickly. "I'm here to tell you to turn on the entertainment channel right now." "You're being weird." But I went into the living room and turned on the TV, finding the right channel. My breath was immediately stolen. "Hi, this is Melanie Monroe here with an exclusive interview. Welcome back. We're speaking to Hollywood star Emilio Milo Perez about his recent revelation that he is, in fact, gay." Stomach, meat floor. It felt like my insides had dropped right the fuck out of me at that simple sentence. Stunned, I held my breath. The camera zoomed out, and there was Milo, seated comfortably across from Melanie. He was dressed in a sharp navy suit with a quirky orange pocket square, his brown shoes gleaming. "So, Milo, before the break, you announced that you are gay," Melanie said. "Why now?" Milo's beautiful face was smooth and content. He looked so damn self-assured. It's hard to remember that what's true can change. I used to think that success was the only thing that would make me happy. I thought that the only way to be successful was to hide who I am. And for a time, those things might have been true. But recently, success stopped being the only thing that made me happy. And I don't know if I can call myself a success if I'm working so hard to keep my true self hidden. Melanie nodded. I was biting my lip, scared for him, proud for him, so fucking confused about what I was seeing. "Are you worried about how your fans will react?" "Of course. This is a huge step for me. I'm crazy nervous. But it feels right. And it feels important to be authentic. My nervous system was on high alert. I hit record and ran to get Sophia out of her seat, bringing her and her plate of food into the living room. I didn't want to miss this, but I also didn't want to leave a toddler alone with a plate of food. She looked at the screen and squealed. "Uncle Milo!" "That's right, baby," I said, my voice as thin and breakable as a potato chip. I tried to focus on the interview again. "Is there someone special who encouraged this?" Milo chuckled. "Of course. I was so stuck in the idea that I had to stay in the closet that, unfortunately, it took hurting someone with my secrets. But it's more than that. I would have been hurting my niece in the future by making her think there were things more important than being true to herself. I was hurting all of the Latinx stars and potential stars who couldn't see many role models for themselves. My secret, you see, rippled hurt. It's past time." "Wow," Melanie said. "I hope that special someone sees this." "Oh, you and me both, Melanie." After that, she shifted to questions about his family. I'd watch it later, but Sophia was looking sorely tempted to throw her food instead of eat it. Not to mention, I'd just received the shock of my life and needed some time to process. The interview had been so tastefully done, so unexpected too. And he'd done that for me, for Sophia, my daughter. He'd put everything on the line for us. "Baby, we need to get you packed up," I said. "It'll be time to return to your uncle soon." Sophia threw a pancake on the floor and cheered. How was it I was so nervous? Palms sweaty, heart skipping, stomach threatening revolt, the whole 9 yards. Sophia was squirming in her car seat, and I was staring at Milo's front door, at his home, which had begun to feel like my home. That could be again? Fuck. As soon as I released her from the car seat, Sophia was bolting for the door, still in her frog costume. Her ribbits were sounding a bit feral, which might have been due to her sugary breakfast. The front door opened. She ribbited at Milo, then streaked past him into the house, leaving me and him alone. "I saw you on TV," I said. I still wasn't sure it was real. Milo turned pink and looked at his feet. "Oh, yeah?" "Oh, yeah. That's what you've got for me? Why in the hell did you do that?" That's when he met my stare, his brown eyes fiery and passionate. "Are you kidding?" "Look, I made such a big mistake, and I'm not afraid to admit it. I picked the choice I knew out of reflex instead of thinking it through. But God, I'm an idiot. If I get punished for loving who I love, then that's society's fault, not mine. And I'm done hurting myself and the people I love for people who don't give a shit about me beyond what I can do for them." I knew I was grinning like a fool. "I'm sure it helps to see that so far your fans are crazy supportive." "Hell yeah, that doesn't hurt. I think my father was right. During his time, a man like me would have been ostracized. But I'm not living in my dad's time, and it's my life. And fuck, Eric, I want to spend it with you. And not with you as a secret, but as my boyfriend." My fingernails bit into my palms as I absorbed that. I wasn't great either. I promised things that I should never have asked you to promise. Okay, but I did promise. I said it was cool. And then the first time I was really confronted with that, I ran. I blamed you for not consulting me, but then I ran out without really talking to you. This is my first real relationship. It means I don't really know how to act or communicate, but I'd love to learn how to with you. It felt good to admit that out loud. Guilt over how I'd reacted had mixed miserably with the hurt I'd felt, but it was the truth. I may have had lots of experience with sex, but that meant fuck all when it came to relationships. I reached a tentative hand out. When Milo saw my struggle, he stepped closer, shyly. "I'm proud of you," I whispered. "I want you to come home," he responded. He stepped right next to me, our chests brushing together. Fuck, being able to smell him again, to be surrounded by his scent, was intoxicating. I'd missed him so much. I have 3 more months of rent, I moaned. Milo laughed, light and clear as a summer day. His hands went to my waist, and I shivered at his touch. I'll pay for it, he said. I owe you that much. I'd rather you find other ways to pay me back, I purred. My cock was responding to his closeness, his touch. We can do that too. Milo? Eric? I need to kiss you now. He stood on his tiptoes, crashing his mouth into mine. The kiss smoldered and stung in the best way. It tasted of salt. At least one of us was crying. I tried to memorize it, the soft shape of his lips and the tickling trace of his tongue. But soon I was so caught up in how good it felt to just be able to kiss him that all hopes of thought were gone. The one thought I held on to was the relief and joy of knowing I'd be able to kiss him all I wanted. That night, the next week, month, year. I'd be able to kiss him forever. Chapter 22. Milo. The man next to me in a tuxedo, something I never thought I'd be able to experience. Eric in a tux was just as sexy as I'd imagined it. Not only that, but he was a natural at the post-premiere party. The man knew how to schmooze and was making his way around the room effortlessly. No doubt I'd be seeing some of the celebrities he'd charmed tonight on the new Get Inked franchise. It was absurd that I was here with him, all because I'd taken a leap. For him, I'd leap 100 times over. The movie was being well received. More importantly, though, my name was now attached to a rom-com, with another male as a love interest. The buzz surrounding the project was supportive and wildly encouraging. Apparently, I hadn't committed career suicide after all, although I was starting to think it would have been worth it even if I had. I hoped my father would have been proud of the choice I made. I like to think he would have. I know for certain my mother and Maya would have cheered me on. And they would have adored Eric. Eric smoothly slid beside me, grabbing my hand and giving it a squeeze. Ready whenever you are, Hollywood. I snorted. That was a new pet name, and had it come from anyone but Eric, I would have hated it. But from him, it sounded like a blessing, a union of all the things that were important to me. I was ready to go an hour ago, but you seemed right at home flirting with all these good-looking people. Don't hate a man for doing what he's best at, he retorted, his eyebrows lifting in jest. He pressed a quick kiss to my mouth that still managed to take my breath away. It was still a novelty to be able to be kissed by him in the middle of a Hollywood party. We took the limo home, and I was glad he convinced me to let Hadley bring Sophia to her parents' house again. It was getting to be late, and I was looking forward to sleeping in the next morning. As soon as we were in the house, I started to make my way to the stairs, but Eric stopped me. The celebration isn't over yet, he crooned. Come to the kitchen. Intrigued, I followed his lead. He stripped the tailored tux jacket off, and I licked my lips. I leaned against the counter as he went to the fridge and pulled out a bottle of champagne. He handed it to me. Open this, and I'll grab some flutes. His voice was smoky, sounding like sex and dark promise, and I shivered. Yeah, okay. I was blushing. He still made me do that. It had been over 5 months since we'd reconciled. We were coming on a year since the date I punched him, our very first meeting. Apparently, I was never going to forget that either. Still focusing on Eric's well-formed backside, I tried to twist the small metal ring holding the mesh of the champagne top down. It was too loose and thick. What? It took a shamefully long time to register what I was seeing. A ring. There was a beautiful gold band, delicately hammered, attached to the twist. Footsteps, and then Eric was beside me. I know it's fast, Eric said, putting his hands over mine on the bottle. It was the smart thing to do. I was shocked enough that dropping the Dom Perignon wasn't out of the realm of reality. But this is it for me, Milo. You're it. He dropped to his knee in front of me. I was still staring at the ring. I could be as smooth as butter on screen, but in real life I was awkward as fuck and learning how to navigate romance. Emilio Perez. I love our family. We're strange and weird, and there will always be work, but there's no one else I'd rather be committed to. I want Sophia to grow up with 2 strong men in her life. I want her to have you there, telling her about her mother, keeping that connection strong. I want to support you when things are hard. I want to love you for as long as you'll let me. Finally, I dragged my gaze down to his warm, pleading eyes. He looked nervous. Nervous. Like he was afraid I'd say no, which was frankly ridiculous, as I'd been trying to think of 100 ways to bring up marriage with him. Eric knew me better than I knew myself. "Well?" he asked, swallowing. For all my awkwardness, I was allowed a moment of wit and grace right then. "I don't think you ever asked a question." "Oh, fuck." Then Eric smiled. I smiled. He chuckled. I chuckled. He blurted out, "Will you marry me?" As I said, "Yes." Eric burst up, grabbing the champagne bottle to put it on the counter. Then he lifted me up. My legs circled around his waist and my mouth devoured his. He wanted to be my husband. It felt too beautifully perfect to be true, and yet I could taste him. I could dig my fingers into the meat of his shoulders and back, feel the hot iron press of him between my legs. "I want to," he started, but I shushed him with a kiss. "No," I said, sliding down. "Do you remember that first blowjob in the kitchen of your old place?" "Oh, I remember it," he said, coming closer. God, I'd never get enough of him. "I want to recreate it, but roles reversed." He groaned. "That sounds—" "Get up on the counter," I said. He slid up, smirking at me, cool and confident. With trembling fingers, I undid each of the buttons on his crisp white shirt, then the ones at his wrists. Carefully, I pushed it off him, skimming his skin with my fingernails. He hissed. My cock hardened. Naked from the waist up, I took the time to admire his tattoos. I traced each one with fingers, lips, tongue. Eric was shivering, and I could tell his body was humming with need by the time I'd finished. Next, I helped him out of his pants, letting them and his boxers drop to the floor. He was fully naked now, displayed on the counter like an appetizer. I wanted to devour him. Eric's cock was long, tip-thick and glistening. I grabbed the base in my hand, appreciating the smooth heat of the skin and rigid steel-like underneath. He gasped, his head thrown back. I dragged my tongue from root to tip, dipping into his slit just a little. The tasty taste of his arousal was a hit to my system. My body stoked like a furnace, and I moaned before taking the head into my mouth. I ran my tongue all the way around, taking my time and tasting. He smelled of musk and soap. The hard, rigid expanse of his abs loomed in front of my face. "That feels so fucking good," he groaned, moving his hand into my hair. His fingers threaded through, but they rested on my scalp. He was letting me take my time and relish this. I intended to. I began to lick up and down his shaft, occasionally swirling my tongue over the head, getting him good and wet. My hand smeared the wetness around until I was able to stroke him with mouth and hand, wet, hot. I began to suck him in earnest, loud slurping noises filling my ears. Eric was humming, his hips tensing. He was trying not to blow his load. We'll see about that. I stood, earning a cry of dismay as his cock popped from my mouth. But I pushed him gently back until his hips were at the edge of the counter, his body horizontal. "You gonna fuck me?" he teased. I liked being the bottom. Eric had this way of filling me not just in obvious ways, but clouding all my senses until I was stretched with the enormity of him. But this man was going to be my husband, and I wanted to know him, inside and out. "Yeah," I said, my voice husky with desire. "Oh, fuck," he moaned, but he also wiggled his hips closer. "I have lube in my coat pocket," he admitted, sounding embarrassed. "Why?" I asked, but I quickly picked the jacket up and found the packet in a pocket. I like to be prepared. Rolling my eyes, but secretly grateful, I tore open the packet and dripped some onto his waiting pucker. His hips lifted and he clenched. Cold, Eric managed. Sorry. My cheeks burned. Let me warm it up. I began to spread it with my fingertips, exploring him like this was magical. I watched his face intently as I circled and teased his hole, learning what he liked. Soon I got greedy and began to slowly insert my finger. Unlike me for the first times, Eric needed no soothing. He relaxed, pushing onto me, fucking my finger. Amused and highly turned on, I began to stroke inside of him, searching. Fuck, he shouted, his hips jerking and cock twitching. It was satisfying to see him react. Thank God, to know I'd done it to him. Feeling more adventurous, I added more lube and a second finger. Eric moaned and rocked into me. Seeing him so relaxed, so turned on, was enough to make me worry I'd blow my load as soon as I was inside of him. Still, I wanted to try. Milo, he growled, fuck me already. I didn't need to be told twice. I didn't bother to take off my jacket or shirt, merely unzipped my pants, pulled my hard cock out, and positioned it at his entrance. I'll go slow, I murmured as I began to push in. Fuck, why? Eric complained and grabbed his knees, exposing himself to me in a sinful, erotic way. Gripping his hips, I gave him what he wanted. A hard thrust. I was buried to the hilt. We both cried out, our noise of lust echoing through the house. Again, really, really glad we had Hadley take Sophia. I pulled out, only to ram into him, marveling at the way his mouth moved in silent ecstasy while I thrust into him. I watched sweat bead on his skin. His abs contracted and his hips writhed as I set a ruthless pace. Eric tended to be gentle with me. It was a magnificent and intoxicating shift to be the one topping, and topping hard at that. I was fucking my future husband. He wanted to marry me. Never had I allowed myself to dream that would be a thing I could have, but here it was. It was him. So beautifully my chest ached. Kind and compassionate, and yeah, sometimes a bit reactive. But we both had a temper, and we knew that. We were working on it. Being with him was going to be glorious. Dreaming of a life with him kept me hard as I slammed into him, the slapping of my hips into his backside loud. Watching him receive my cock enthralled me enough to keep from spilling too soon. I remembered how he'd sometimes shift his hips. I changed my angle, and his moan was all I'd hoped for and more. A few more strokes, and I watched his cock twitch, seed shooting across his abs and chest. Nothing had touched his cock. I'd done that. It was enough to send me over the edge. Grunting, I pumped into him 3 more times before my balls tightened and my eyes rolled. It was the kind of climax that pulled every extremity into its reach. My fingers dug in and my toes curled in my shoes. His tight hole squeezed and I whimpered, suddenly too sensitive. Sliding out was its own new experience. I knew what it was like to have been well and fully reamed up the ass and lose that full sensation. Being on the other end was something else. I realized I preferred being the bottom. But I had the rest of my life with Eric. Plenty of time for us to do as many things to each other as we could imagine. I can't believe you chose matching plaid, Eric groaned. He and I were in flannel shirts made with the same tartan plaid. Sophia's dress had been custom made from the same fabric. Chuckling, I reached over and smoothed his collar. Eric's eyes rolled, but he was smiling. You know, this is like the gayest thing ever. Good. The photographer waited until we'd finished our prepping and smoothing, graciously playing with Sophia until it was time for the session to start. We were taking family photos. They were our first set, and if I had my way, the first of many. I wanted to see us together, my family. I wanted to send it out on 1,000 Christmas cards and frame them and hang them all over our home. Our family looked quite different from what I'd ever imagined. Our family was perfect. Okay, great, the photographer said. She held up a puppet and made a funny noise, getting Sophia's attention pointed toward the camera. I heard the giggle and smiled large enough it seemed as if my heart were shining through. "Perfect," she said. "Gorgeous. Just a few more." It was then, of course, that I felt Eric grab a generous handful of my ass, and I jumped, what felt like 7 feet straight up with a yowl. "What the?" Sophia was right there. "Toast, Eric." "What the toast?" He smiled and kissed me on the lips hard. I heard the clicks of the camera still running to the side. When he broke away, he simply said, "I'll bet that's a keeper." "You're the keeper," I thought, my cheeks burning from the embarrassment and that kiss. It was true, too. I had Sophia, I had my career, and I had Eric. An incredibly smart, talented, hardworking man, and he loved me. He loved me. Hell yes, he was a keeper. Chapter 23. Kaiser. It was a going-away party, so I had to be there, which I was low-key dreading, even though I knew no one would guess as much. Crowds and a lot of talk or stimulation tended to wear me out quickly. My defenses were always up high, and so much being thrown at them, even in celebration, exhausted me. But Getting had hired me. They let me couch surf when my lease had run out before the LA shop was ready. They let me use their chairs for clients and start getting warmed up to being on the show. Reagan and Javi had taken care to show me the ropes. Dayton had kept me laughing, though his energy was sometimes intimidating, and Mateo and Brian were a pleasure to witness. They managed to be in love and work together, and they weren't obnoxious about it. But Eric, Chester, and I needed to head west, finally, and Eric would be living with his fiancée Milo, a big Hollywood star. Not going to lie, that made me nervous. The thought of a lot of publicity or people recognizing me in the streets, and they would recognize me. It was hard not to. I was tall and heavily muscled, and that alone made me stand out. But my tattoos and piercings were what made me really memorable. Each one meant something to me. People who didn't know me, though, assumed those stories all said bad news. But maybe this would be different. Aside from getting to work with artists I'd been following for years, ever since I'd seen a viral video of a fundraiser they'd done, I was being included in ways I couldn't have anticipated. Barely knowing me at all, these men had started treating me like family as soon as I had been hired. It was a new concept, but not unwelcome. Sometimes it felt as if I'd been born with a chained iron link fence around my heart. I didn't mean to be so distant. But when I connected so goddamn strong. It became intense, addictive, and with every bit of the devastating power of a tsunami. These men didn't take loner as a good enough answer for my distance, though. They'd embraced me, even when I'd given so little of myself back. The lock around my heart was beginning to rattle. Like maybe it wanted to be unlocked. It would be interesting to see what that might mean, and who might have the key. Until then, I was slowly, steadily allowing myself to enjoy the sensation of family, and family celebrated together, like this send-off party, so I was going to suck it up and celebrate. The crowd was mixed. Javi's husband, Gordo, looked totally normal in his tailored suit. Milo and Sophia were dancing together, making the sweetest image in the middle of a freaking tattoo parlor. Reagan stood with Channing, his boyfriend, an arm slung over his shoulder that came off less possessive and more just comfortable, lived in. Honestly, I'd have felt more relaxed than I did if it weren't for the cameras. Obviously, I knew I'd signed up for a reality TV show, but I wasn't all that interested in being filmed. I just wanted to create, and I wanted to work for a place that allowed me artistic freedom. Get Inked did that. The film crew was just the price to be paid. Milo stopped dancing with his niece to wave at a party newcomer. I recognized him instantly. Joel, Milo's manager. But little I'd seen of Joel so far was more than enough. He was good-looking in a California way, all tan skin and straight white teeth. But good Lord, the man came across as uptight. For starters, his phone was constantly in his hand. Second, he only ever had business on the brain. But just a few weeks ago, it had been announced that he'd be moving into a managing producer role for the new location as an extension of his oversight of Milo's career, now that he and Eric were tying the knot. Apparently, he'd been ready to move in a different direction, and after Milo had come out publicly, they decided it was kismet. So far, Joel's role in the Getting offshoot meant my email was pinging 3 to 30 times daily with messages from Joel, all of which I marked as read without opening. The dude needed to live a little, and that was saying something coming from a shy bastard like me. I watched him make his rounds, shaking hands and being very schmoozy. When he glanced my way, though, his eyes widened as they landed on my face, and he quickly shifted his gaze away. Uptight or not, it sucked to know I scared the guy, especially if we were going to be working together in L.A. Hopefully it wouldn't take him too long for the whole don't judge a book by its cover thing to sink in. I nodded to Dane and his husband Christian before putting my cup down at the workstation I'd been borrowing. Joel's reaction, and knowing the cameras were on us all the time, were getting to me. I just needed a minute to breathe. I stepped into the bathroom, only to run bodily into Joel. Of fucking course. He started to stumble back, and I moved without thinking, catching him before he fell into the sink. Then I held on while he regained his balance. And then a bit longer because I didn't know. "I'm so sorry," Joel said, voice high. "I'm clumsy, it seems." His face was beet red, and he was staring at me, his eyes wide. Such intense, vivid reactions. It was intriguing. "No worries, man. Accidents happen." Joel's stare shifted, but not away. It moved to my lips. But he couldn't be. I was still gently holding his elbow. "Are you okay?" I asked, because something was happening, but I sure as hell didn't know what it was. Beet red managed to grow even redder. "Fine," he squeaked. Then he shook his head and brushed past me, rushing from the bathroom, leaving me standing alone, gobsmacked. I thought he'd been afraid of me, but that last look in his eyes had been far from scared. If I had to put money on it, I'd say Joel had looked turned on. By me. Guess LA is going to be more interesting than I thought. The idea wasn't disagreeable exactly, but Joel was bound to be disappointed. I was nothing like Eric, or any of the other guys before they'd settled it down. My body didn't react to sex or casual attraction, because without something deeper, something real, what was the point? In my experience, men, especially career-driven men like Joel, didn't have the time or energy or interest in getting to know a lover, especially someone who looked like I did. Then again, I was still standing in the bathroom, thinking about what just happened, and wondering what it might be like to get to know Joel. Anal, rigid, high-strung Joel. More interesting, indeed. Thanks for listening, and get ready for Book 7 of Ollie's Getting series, Angel Ink. Available now. This has been Forbidden Ink, Get Inked, Book 6. Written by Lyda. Narrated by Connor Brown. Copyright 2021 by Special Fiction Books. Production copyright by Special Fiction Books.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.